Chapter 1, The Voice, Prologue. It was a normal day, just like any day for our MC Daimon Grey, as he was balled up on the ground as 4 other teenagers stood around him and kicked his body until they felt satisfied. Once they were done, they grabbed his bag and started to throw all the books and other items at his body as they laughed. "Haha, look at him guys, he's shaking with fear," said the bully as he walked up to Daimon and grabbed his hair, lifting his face up so everybody can see. "Come on Daimon, we're just having some fun buddy," stated the bully as the others laughed. The rain began to pour then, as if reflecting Daimon's inner turmoil. The bullies scattered, leaving him alone in the downpour. He was used to it, the physical pain and humiliation. He'd accepted long ago that this was his life. At least, that's what he told himself, while in reality he was getting tired of this treatment. Things used to be different in the beginning. Daimon would fight back every time, but the bullies always came at him with their numbers, 3 to 5 against 1. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore and lost the will to fight. He tried various tactics, ignoring them, reporting them, even going to the police or running away. But nothing seemed to work. The only reason they were getting away with it was because the main bully's father was the one of the richest businessmen in the city. He sent his son to public schools so that he could learn about hardship and humility, or so the rumor went. But all it seemed to do was embolden the boy, who wielded his father's status, intimidating teachers and students alike. Daimon pushed himself off the wet ground, wincing as pain shot through his battered body. He gathered his scattered belongings, shoving them back into his backpack. The rain washed away the dirt and blood, leaving behind a hardness in his eyes. After picking up all his belongings, he walked home in the rain despite the constant pain that his body was experiencing, but he was used to it. Once he walked into his house, he went into his room and placed his bag on his soaking wet backpack on his desk. Afterwards he went to the bathroom and cleaned himself up. He first took a shower and cleaned himself, then once he was out, he put some healing ointment on his bruises. Once he was done, he returned to his room. Normally his aunt would be home, but she was on a business trip in Canada. Daimon took out his wet notebooks and placed them in front of his portable heaters so that they could dry up. In the meantime, he went to the kitchen and put a frozen pizza in the oven. While he waited, he set a timer for 45 minutes and went to the living room, where he lay on the floor and stared up at the ceiling. He didn't know why, but whenever he did this his mind felt at peace. Being at home was the only time that he could relax. As his mind started to drift, he started to hear a voice in his head. "Weak," the voice said, causing Daimon to sit up and look around the room. The voice sounded like it was directly behind him, yet when he looked around, he didn't see anyone. That's when he heard a chuckle. "Still letting those bullies get to you, eh?" The voice wasn't unkind, but it held a certain level of mockery. Daimon spun around, but there was no one behind him. He scanned the room, his heart pounding, but there's no one. He buried his face in his hands, scrubbing at his eyes. "Too many hits to the head," he reasoned, "that must be it." The mocking voice continued, "You know you don't have to live like this." Daimon paused and looked towards the direction of the voice. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" he asked aloud. "I'm just a voice in your head," the voice replied calmly. "As for what I want, well, what do you want?" Daimon thought for a moment. He wanted to end this cycle of torment. He wanted respect, and most of all he wanted revenge. He didn't want to keep living like this, constantly being beaten by people who hold a higher position in life than he does. "Then let's do it," the voice spoke again, more determined this time. "Do what?" Daimon asked, feeling confused. "Stand up to them. Fight back." Daimon laughed sarcastically at the thought of it. "How am I supposed to do that? There are 4 of them and they're all much stronger than I am." The voice didn't answer immediately. Instead, it asked a question that Daimon hadn't expected. "Your favorite story is the Star Wars story, yes?" asked the voice. "Yeah." Daimon replied slowly, not sure where this was going. "Well," the voice said, how about you reach your hand out and focus on moving something with your mind?" asked the voice. "You're kidding, right?" he said, but the voice remained silent, as if waiting. With a sigh of resignation, Daimon held up his hand and focused intensely on a pen lying on the coffee table. He pictured it moving in his mind, trying to will it towards him. Nothing happened at first, which was exactly what he had expected. However, he noticed a slight quiver in the pen. It was barely noticeable. Figuring it was just a trick of the light or his mind playing games with him, he decided to focus again. To his surprise and disbelief, the pen shifted a little. It was subtle and it didn't move much, but it indeed moved. Daimon blinked in disbelief as he stared at the now slightly displaced pen. He shook himself out of his stupor and tried again, reaching out with his hand and focusing all his thoughts on the pen. Once again, the pen moved. This time it wasn't just a slight shift. The pen rolled over towards him, stopping just short of his hand. "Interesting, yes, interesting indeed," said the voice. "I have only given you a small fraction of the power you desire, yet through your will for revenge you have managed to focus your mind. But you still have a long way to go before you are ready, so for the next 3 months you will learn how to use the basics of using the Force. Normally it wouldn't be enough to win you any fight against another Force user, but seeing as your world doesn't have any other people that can use the Force, then you don't need much training," explained the voice. Daimon nodded, becoming eager to start his training, and for the 3 months can fly by so that he can hurry up and get his revenge on the people that bullied him. So, for the next 3 months Daimon went to school and lived his normal life of going to school, getting out of school, getting bullied, then going back home. Except this time when he returned home, he trained himself in using the Force. Some days it amounted to nothing, while other days he gained a little more understanding of how to use it. Every day of the week that passed, he was highly motivated to begin training himself. On weekdays the bullying like usual was just a routine part of his day that he just had to go through. On the weekends he was free to train as long as he wanted and make great progress. His aunt had come home after a month had passed and spent some time with him, helping him with his work and making sure that he was well taken care of before she eventually left for another business trip 2 weeks before the end of his 3-month training time frame. By the end of the 3 months, he was able to lift small objects with ease, even from a distance. He was far from the Jedi or Sith within Star Wars, but it was a start. The power he held awakened within him a newfound confidence and resolve. Finally, the day arrived when he decided to use his newfound skills against his tormentors. He woke up extra early and practiced what he had learned, focusing on controlling his abilities. His walk to school was filled with anticipation instead of dread for once. Once he arrived at school, he took a deep breath and went in, ready to face whatever came his way. In the back of the school where he usually got beat up after school, the bullies were already there waiting for him. Jared, who always wore an arrogant smirk, called out to Daimon in that same irritatingly cocky tone. "Daimon, you're early today. Were you missing us?" Jared mocked as the others laughed along with him. Daimon simply looked at him and slowly began to walk towards them. Using his abilities subtly, Daimon tripped one bully by manipulating a small rock underneath his foot, causing the bully to stumble backwards into 2 others, knocking them over like dominoes. The laughter stopped abruptly and was replaced by looks of confusion. As the bullies scrambled to regain their composure, Jared was confused. "Daimon, what the hell is going on?" Jared stuttered. Ignoring the question, Daimon spoke, "You've had your fun for far too long. Today, it ends." With a flick of his wrist, Daimon sent another small stone flying towards Jared, who barely managed to dodge it. The stone shattered a nearby window, sending a jolt of fear through the bullies. However, Daimon didn't stop there as he grabbed Jared himself and slung him into a wall. Seeing these inhuman actions, the other bullies ran away, leaving Jared behind without even thinking twice about whether he would survive this. On the other hand, Daimon began to release all his anger that he had built up and took it all out on Jared. He didn't even give him a chance to talk back. About a minute later, Daimon had stopped and watched as Jared's body dropped to the ground lifeless. A small smile had creeped up on his face as he started to laugh like a bloodthirsty killer. However, in the middle of this laughter, he felt his body start to grow weak before he fell the ground. Before he knew it, everything started to turn black and the voice that had given him this power had returned. "Excellent, yes, this is excellent work," said this voice. "What's going on?" asked Daimon. Hearing this, the voice started to laugh at this question. "It's simple really, in exchange for that power, your body would shut down upon completion of your revenge, because of the midi-chlorians which I implanted in your body 3 months ago. Your body, or more specifically, the human bodies in this universe, have never had midi-chlorians implanted into their bodies, so naturally your body would first try to fight it off. However, the midi-chlorians are too strong for any human body to fight off, so after some time the body would begin to shut down because the midi-chlorians couldn't exist together with your body. You only lived because I kept your body functioning until you had your revenge," explained the voice. Instead of getting angry at the fact that he was tricked, Daimon just accepted the fact that he got outplayed and was blinded by his need for revenge. "I'm an idiot," Daimon said. "Indeed, you are an idiot. But an entertaining idiot at that," mocked the voice. "You've lived your life as an underdog, a weak being who achieved little to nothing besides taking revenge. Now I want to see how you will live your life when you have the potential to be the most powerful person in the galaxy." Daimon was confused at his words and was about to question him, but before he could somehow, he opened his eyes as the darkness was replaced by a bright light. "Now, let's see how entertaining this will be," said the voice. Chapter 2, Origins. As he opened his eyes, Daimon sat up and scanned his surroundings, recalling the last words of the mysterious voice that had guided him. "Now I want to see how you will live your life when you have the potential to be the most powerful person in the galaxy." His gaze dropped to his hands, which now boasted a striking purple skin tone, a reminder of his new identity. Moments later, a ton of information surged into his mind, reshaping his understanding of who he was. His primary species was Jedi, a fact easily recognizable to others. However, he also carried the genetic heritage of numerous other species, each contributing unique abilities that enhanced his already formidable capabilities. As a Jedi, his body was composed of regenerative tentacles, granting him rapid healing abilities that made him nearly indestructible. He realized that, while he could withstand grievous injuries, a direct blow to his head could still prove fatal, particularly if it severed the core nerves in his neck. The implications of his longevity struck him. Jedi could live for several millennia, so long as they avoided death. From the Keshian lineage, he inherited the remarkable ability to perceive a broad spectrum of radiation through his eyes, a skill that could be invaluable in detecting hidden dangers. The Kiffer blood in him allowed him to touch objects and glean memories, known as psychometry, a powerful asset for uncovering truths long buried. Additionally, the Zeltron influence endowed him with the ability to emit pheromones that enhanced his attractiveness and charm, making it easier to sway others to his cause. Next, memories flooded back, revealing how he ended up in this extraordinary situation. He had once lived a simple life in a small village on Feldari, his home world, when a Jedi ship descended from the stars. The Jedi sought a Force-sensitive individual, guided by a sense of destiny that had eluded them for centuries. They had visited Dratha repeatedly, yet each time left empty-handed, deeming the Jedi incapable of producing Force sensitives. This time, however, the Force had led them directly to him. Surrounded by robed figures, each radiating authority and wisdom, Daimon felt an unsettling mix of awe and anxiety. The tension hung thick in the air as the Jedi assessed him, their eyes reflecting both curiosity and caution. The village elder, a 2,000-year-old Jedi, stepped forward, fully aware of the Jedi's intent. Speaking in a calm, low voice, he addressed them with a knowledge born of experience. "You seek the one you have come for," he said, gesturing subtly toward Daimon. The elder had always sensed that Daimon was destined for greatness, perhaps as a leader or a champion, rather than a life confined to their humble village. The elder had nurtured Daimon since his parents abandoned him for a more affluent life, leaving him behind for reasons that remained a mystery. This act had ignited a fierce dislike in the elder, prompting him to adopt the boy as his own. Over the years, he had come to believe in Daimon's potential, feeling it resonate deeply within him. Yet, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, Daimon sensed an external influence, an unseen force guiding him, shaping his narrative even as he struggled to find his own path. The Jedi listened intently, their nods signaling comprehension as the elder shared Daimon's story. Slowly, the unease that had initially gripped him began to dissolve, replaced by curiosity and wonder. One might think the elder possessed the ability to foresee the future, given his profound insights about destiny, but this was not the case. Then, the eldest Jedi stepped forward, extending a hand toward Daimon. He flinched slightly, instinctively wary of the unknown. "Fear not," the Jedi said in a soothing voice. "We mean you no harm." The Jedi was tall and slender, his silver hair cascading down his shoulders, a testament to his age yet accompanied by eyes brimming with vitality. "We are here," he continued, "to help you understand your potential. You are special, Daimon," he whispered. "Your destiny is not tied to this village or this planet." He gestured expansively around them, showing the humble homes and fertile fields of the village. "You are destined for so much more." With those words resonating in his mind, Daimon departed with the Jedi, leaving behind the only life he had ever known. As they ascended into the star-speckled sky, Daimon cast a final glance at his home. The view from above was breathtaking, little huts clustered together, surrounded by sprawling fields, a sight he would forever cherish. Once they broke free of Feldari's atmosphere, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over Daimon, prompting him to sit down. He closed his eyes for just a moment that proved pivotal as the old Daimon faded away, replaced by the new. This marked the beginning of his extraordinary journey. Chapter 3: Becoming a Jedi Knight. For the rest of his time on the ship, Daimon had asked a lot of questions about the Order. Not that he didn't already know, but he needed to act like he didn't know anything to not raise any suspicion from the Jedi. Then again, they only just met him, so he had a lot to work with and could change some things along the way. "The previous Daimon is gone. While I am not sure where he has gone, I thank him for his sacrifice in allowing me to live once again in this great universe," Daimon said in his head. What he didn't know is that while he was doing this, he had entered into a state of meditation. As Daimon settled into the meditative state, he felt the fabric of his new existence begin to weave itself around him. The memories of the boy he used to faded, and he embraced the possibilities of this new life. No longer was he a victim, he now had limitless potential to be whatever he wanted. Becoming a Jedi Master was just the first step. He was going to live for thousands of years, which would give him plenty of time to become the most powerful being in the galaxy. Becoming a Jedi Master would allow him access to all the information he needed to gain power by learning all of the Jedi secrets and experimenting with what he learned. As he learned all of the teachings and other stuff from the Jedi Order, he would also explore the abilities of the dark side before the Dark Jedi are banished. Only difference is, he would not choose to worship the dark or light side of the Force. He would worship the Force itself and strive to balance both sides, a grey Jedi in essence, treading the line between light and darkness. Days turned into weeks, then months, and eventually years. Daimon trained relentlessly, sharpening his skills and deepening his understanding of the Force. He was a natural learner, absorbing information like a sponge, rapidly surpassing other students in their training and becoming a well-known Jedi initiate. He had made many friends during his training, but only one he was exceptionally close to was a Togruta named Shrimi Ilam. She and him trained hand in hand in their free time, hoping to learn more about the Force together. During the first few years he had managed to understand the Force through his contact with other Jedi Masters and Knights whom he was able to learn their memories, which allowed him to understand the Force much faster than the others. During his training, he also began experimenting with integrating his non-human abilities into his Jedi skills. In just 2 years, he had managed to control the Force to such a level that even the Jedi Council was curious and very much interested in Daimon's connection with the Force. As a result, Daimon was sometimes given special training and often met with Jedi Council members multiple times. During his youngling years, Daimon was taught basic skills, such as learning to use the Force through meditation and simple exercises, basic proto-saber techniques with training sabers, understanding the Jedi code and ethics, and developing physical fitness and coordination. 5 years later, when he turned 10, Daimon had become a Padawan to Jedi Master Serena Corrin, who was a powerful Jedi Master born on Corellia. She was found to be Force-sensitive by Jedi scouts and brought to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant to learn the ways of the Jedi. As a youngling she excelled in her studies, and as the years passed, she became known for her sharp intellect and strategic mind. She developed a talent for saber combat, particularly Form 3, Sorsu, which emphasized defense and patience. During her time as a Padawan, she participated in numerous missions, often serving as a mediator in conflicts due to her exceptional diplomatic skills. After successfully completing the trials of knighthood, she was knighted at the age of 21. She dedicated her life to preserving peace in the galaxy, focusing on humanitarian efforts and conflict resolution. Her wisdom and compassion earned her the respect of her peers, and she was eventually appointed to the Jedi Council. Because of her dedicated background, she was the one chosen to become Daimon's master and to teach him the ways of the Force, while also having a chance to learn from Daimon, who proved to be very attuned to the Force when he first arrived than any other Padawan in the history of the Jedi. 2 years later, 7043 BBY. Daimon, age 12. Daimon was in a sparring session against his master, testing the skills that she had taught him over the past 2 years. Daimon, who was already 6 feet tall because of the way Jedi grew, moved with the grace she had expected from him. His footwork was the best she had seen. As he spun his blue proto-saber with ease, she had focused her mind to not become distracted. His movements were swift and precise, bolstered by the power of the Force flowing through him. Master Corrin met his strikes with her own, her green proto-saber clashing against his blue one in a flurry of sparks. Although she maintained a stern expression, her eyes radiated a hint of pride. She observed how Daimon moved, how he anticipated her attacks and countered them before they even landed. He was a natural, there was no doubt about it, but more than that, he had an extraordinary connection with the Force which she saw enhanced his fighting abilities to another level. Given some time, and he might become the greatest proto-saber duelist within the Order, something she believed could happen. Their sparring session went on for a while, both Jedi testing their strengths and skills against each other. It was not a battle of dominance but one of learning, an opportunity for Daimon to better understand his own potential. Striking, parrying, spinning with a grace that was beyond his years, Daimon barely broke a sweat even after almost an hour of intense training. His focus never wavered, and his determination only seemed to increase with every passing minute. It was then that Master Corrin decided to test him further. With a swift movement, she disengaged from their combat and closed her eyes momentarily. In the following moment, Daimon felt the Force around him shift. The air became denser, and he could feel invisible obstacles being erected all around him. When he looked at his master, he saw her eyes open again, filled with a silent challenge. Daimon didn't hesitate. His grip on the proto-saber tightened as he leapt up high, the Force propelling him over the unseen barriers effortlessly. Master Corrin's gaze followed him as he soared over her head. She admired his audacity and clever use of the Force. Once Daimon landed behind her, she quickly turned to face him but found him already in position with a confident smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The room was silent except for the soft hum of their proto-sabers. Despite his obvious satisfaction at conquering her challenge, Daimon lowered his weapon in a gesture of respect towards his master. "I'm ready for what comes next, Master Corrin," he said. With a nod of approval, she deactivated her proto-saber and gestured for Daimon to do the same. As their weapons fell silent, Master Corrin spoke. "Daimon, bear in mind that strength is nothing without wisdom. What you have demonstrated today is not merely combat prowess but the capacity to adapt and overcome challenges. Your journey as a Jedi is far from over, she said, her stern expression softening into a smile. Daimon listened to her words while in his head he had managed to hold himself back from overpowering his master. When they first met, Master Corrin had placed her hand on Daimon's shoulder while talking about some Jedi nonsense that he ignored since he already heard it before. Meanwhile, from Master Corrin touching him, he managed to learn her memories and experiences, which over time would increase his abilities from learning the experiences of a Jedi Master. 6 years later, 7038 BBY. Daimon, age, 17. Throughout his time as a Padawan, Daimon participated in many practical missions with Master Corrin to get real-world experience. During a diplomatic mission to Trandosha, Daimon successfully managed to negotiate with the Trandoshan people to get them to join the Galactic Republic. He addressed their concerns and advocated for a fair resolution that would benefit not only the Trandoshan people but also the broader interests of the Republic. He managed to assert the benefits of joining the Republic without downplaying their culture and traditions, showing respect for their autonomy. The Trandoshans were swayed by Daimon's compelling arguments accompanied by his clear understanding of their traditions and customs. They appreciated his sincere efforts to find a peaceful solution instead of resorting to forceful persuasion. At last, they agreed to join the Galactic Republic, marking a significant victory for both Daimon and Master Corrin. Master Corrin watched from a distance with a sense of overwhelming pride as her Padawan skillfully resolved one of the most complicated diplomatic disputes in recent memory. She felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing that her teachings had been instrumental to this achievement, but also a deep respect for Daimon's independent thinking and initiative. She had taught him well, but as she watched him, she realized he had far surpassed not only her expectations, but the expectations of the Jedi Order. Back at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, news of their successful mission spread quickly among the Jedi. The council members were particularly impressed by Daimon's diplomatic skills and his ability to influence others for the greater good of the galaxy. This was not the only major event that Daimon participated in, he also assisted in settling dozens of disputes between planets, negotiating alliances with various planets, and mastering the art of battle meditation, a skill few Jedi ever fully grasped. Battle meditation is a force ability that considerably boosted the morale, stamina, and overall battle prowess of an individual's allies while simultaneously reducing the opposition's combat effectiveness by eroding their will to fight. It worked on entire fleets of ships, allowing them to perform at maximum efficiency, acting as a single entity with the ability to counter every enemy move quickly and effectively. His being able to use this didn't come as a surprise to Master Corrin as she knew firsthand how connected to the Force Daimon was. Once he reached 17, Daimon completed his Jedi Knight trials which tested his proficiency in saber techniques by having him duel 4 other skilled opponents at once. Next, he demonstrated his mastery over various force powers, such as telekinesis, mind tricks, various defensive abilities, etc., to showcase his connection to the Force. After that was a crisis response test, where he had to respond to a simulated crisis or conflict and demonstrate his ability to think critically and act decisively under pressure. The next few tests were moral and ethical decision-making, diplomacy and negotiation, and his knowledge of Jedi history, showing his commitment to the values of the Jedi. The last test was a personal reflection test which was basically Daimon reflecting on his training, personal growth, and understanding of the Force. From the beginning everybody knew he would pass, so when it was announced it didn't come as a surprise to anyone. At the same time, his longtime friend Trimi Ilam had also passed her trials and they both became Jedi Knights. To celebrate the two of them went out into the bustling streets of Coruscant and found a small, tucked-away tea house that Daimon had heard about from one of his many missions. The place was calm and serene, a stark contrast to the sounds and liveliness of Coruscant outside. It was a peaceful retreat within the bustling cityscape, its soft lights and aromatic brews creating an atmosphere of tranquility that both Jedi welcomed. Sitting across from each other, they enjoyed their tea in silence at first, their minds filled with memories of their trials, triumphs and tribulations. Then, almost as if on cue, they started talking about their journeys. The challenges faced, the lessons learned, and the experiences that shaped them both individually and collectively as Jedi Knights. Shrimi Ilum was an accomplished Jedi in her own right. Her abilities with the Force were unique, unlike any other Jedi Knight within the Order. Her ability to empathize with others allowed her to connect deeply with the people she encountered in her missions, making her an effective mediator in disputes and conflicts. She admired Daimon's knowledge of galactic politics and his ability to handle complex situations and his powerful connection to the Force. Daimon, however, over the years, has been holding back his true abilities, since he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself because of how powerful he was. So far, he has managed to use just enough of his connection with the Force to make him look like prodigy. And now that he was a Jedi Knight, he could gain access to the dark side texts that the Jedi still kept. The concept of a Sith at this time was not a thing that had been invented yet, and right now Jedi were allowed to practice both the dark and light side of the Force, learning a balance between the two. However, one could see that a few Jedi were already favoring the other side over the other, which had begun to start a few problems within the Order. Daimon knew this was the prelude to the 100-Year Darkness, also known as the 100-Year War, when a group of dark Jedi created monstrous armies to battle the Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic. Before this happened, he would study all the dark texts that the Jedi had before the war started. Once he learned all he could from what the Jedi had, then he would leave the Jedi to go on his own path, seeking more knowledge from around the galaxy. His greatest advantage was his pre-existing knowledge of Star Wars lore from his previous life. He would use his knowledge to become the most powerful being in existence while making many friends and enemies along the way. Chapter 4, The Sentinel Path. The following day after he passed his trials and was now a Jedi Knight, Daimon was asked to choose whether he wanted to pursue training as a Jedi Guardian, Jedi Consular, or Jedi Sentinel. He had already decided on Jedi Sentinel since, unlike the other two, a Jedi Sentinel sought a balance between both the abilities of a Guardian and Consular. Jedi Sentinels took both the Guardian and Consular profession and amplified them with a series of non-force skills, such as security, computers, stealth techniques, demolitions, repair, or medicine. Choosing this path would allow Daimon to have well-rounded abilities, thus being ready to deal with a wide range of situations. Furthermore, his ability to mediate in disputes and conflicts along with his proficiency in combat made the Sentinel route the most fitting for him. "I'll go the Sentinel route, Master," he announced, not surprised by how easily Master Corran took it. She merely nodded in agreement, knowing that her former Padawan was capable of making his own decisions and was mature enough to understand their implications. After choosing their paths, Daimon and Shrimi had met up to see the path the other had chosen, and as expected Shrimi had chosen the Jedi Consular path, which fit her personality and capabilities. A Jedi Consular sought diplomatic measures in spreading peace and harmony across the Galactic Republic. Refraining from igniting their proto-sabers except as a measure of last resort, Consulars spent a great deal of time studying the mysteries of the Force. "Congratulations, Shrimi," he smiled warmly at her, "the Consular path suits you well." She met his gaze with a small smile of her own, "And Sentinel suits you, Daimon. Just remember not to stretch yourself too thin," she said as a joke, but a hint of seriousness was also present in her voice. He acknowledged her concern with a nod. The Jedi Sentinel path was indeed demanding due to its broad scope, but Daimon was more than ready to take on the challenge. After all, it was what he aimed for, to gain a well-rounded knowledge base encompassing any and everything that would help him throughout his life. Over the following weeks and months, Daimon and Shrimi settled into their respective paths. They continued training under the watchful eyes of the Jedi Masters and embarked on critical missions around the galaxy. As Sentinels were also tasked with tracking down and eliminating the dark side influence within the Republic, Daimon found himself working closely with the Republic's intelligence agencies. He had a growing reputation because of his height, which was 8 feet 2 and making him tower over most people he encountered, and his impressive proficiency in various fields. These elements, coupled with his natural charisma and diplomatic prowess, saw him sent to handle many high-stake missions across disparate worlds. One such mission brought him to the wild frontiers of the Outer Rim, where a brewing conflict over mining rights threatened to ignite a full-scale war. Daimon was dispatched to mediate the friction between powerful corporate entities and the indigenous populace who vehemently resisted their incursion. Sentinel Security Solutions, a corporation that provided advanced security systems and personnel for other corporations, and Cordosis Industries, who specialized in the production of ore for weaponry and armor, were caught in a scandal with the local population of Jabiim. The Jabiimi have lived in peace for thousands of years since the fall of Zim's empire, but now they were undergoing another conflict where two corporations were exploiting their planet's raw resources and forcing people to work in harsh conditions while receiving little pay to make up for it. They were led by Akholarka, a Jabiim Congress representative who has been fighting against the corporations for over 20 years. And now all his fighting has finally come to fruition as the people have sided with him and launched protests that grew increasingly violent in response to what they perceived as inhumane conditions. Daimon's main mission was to prevent a conflict between the two, while also investigating the harsh conditions that the corporation have the people working under. When he arrived, the situation was critical. Unrest filled the air, and he could sense how much anger the people felt against the corporations. "It's worse than I anticipated," he admitted out loud as he walked through Choel, the capital city of the planet. People from all walks of life lurked in the corners, their faces grim and foreboding. Graffiti on the walls screamed slogans of revolt: "Give back our home, access to resources for all, end corporate exploitation now." Tall grey buildings towered over the populace, the logos of Sentinel Security Solutions and Cordosis Industries embossed in bold letters at the top, the ultimate symbols of corporate greed. Armed security personnel patrolled the sidewalks, their presence only increasing the growing resentment. Daimon walked through the streets with his grey Jedi robe, a hood that he had pulled up over his head to conceal his face. As he made his way through the grimy city streets, he found himself stepping over broken cobblestones and navigating through rundown neighborhoods. Banner-hung alleys led to bustling local markets whilst decrepit slums sat in the shadow of towering corporation buildings. Choel was a city of contradictions. On one side, there were the oppressed masses who lived under the iron fist of the corporations, their lives stripped down to toiling and scrapping for survival in a city that had stripped them of dignity and hope. On the other side, there were the corporations, a nexus of power and wealth, its influence permeating every realm of life on Jabiim. The seeds of rebellion had been sowed years ago, and with each passing day, they grew closer to fruition. With Akholarka at their helm, Daimon had little doubt that a bloody confrontation was imminent if not diffused quickly. But the only way he saw a conflict being avoided was the corporations being expulsed from the planet and trailed in a republic court. By sundown, Daimon arrived at the headquarters of Sentinel Security Solutions, where he was supposed to meet with its CEO, Danik Jericho. He was welcomed in by an assistant who led him into an expansive office marked by large windows that offered spectacular views of the city below. "Ah, Jedi Knight Daimon," Jericho greeted him with a smile, rising to his feet behind a gleaming durasteel desk. He was a tall man in his late 40s, with dark hair. "Your reputation precedes you. Indeed, it's an honor to meet the man attempting to solve our little disagreement." While he said this out loud, in his head he was thinking of ways to get rid of Daimon, whom he knows will 100% shut him down if he finds out what is really going on. "Thank you for having me, Mr. Jericho," Daimon replied. "I'm here to investigate the allegations of inhuman corporate practices." Danik Jericho raised an eyebrow, his smile faltering slightly. "I assure you, Jedi Knight Daimon, we here at Sentinel Security Solutions are committed to ethical conduct and the well-being of our workers." "I do hope so," Daimon said calmly. "But I'll need to see for myself before I can believe it." He didn't want to sound confrontational, but he also couldn't afford to be too accommodating. The allegations against Sentinel Security Solutions and Cordosis Industries were serious, after all. Of course, Jericho agreed smoothly. You're most welcome to look around, speak with our employees. Our doors are open. Then I will do just that. Daimon stood up and left the office to conduct his investigation. Despite what he may already know, he needed to find evidence of the inhumane practices before he makes his move. Jericho on the other hand had called up some of his security teams to deal with the Jedi and pin his death on the violent civilians. He called 3 5-man security teams thinking that it would be enough to kill Daimon. As Daimon investigated the Sentinels' facilities over the next few days, he noticed the staff's reluctance to speak up. Their eyes contained a flicker of fear every time he tried to engage in conversation about their work conditions. It was clear that something was up. He also met with the local populace and protesters in secret. Through their stories and accounts, a grim picture began to form. Overworked employees, hazardous work conditions, low wages, all while the corporations reaped immense profits from Jobim. He met with Otto Larka in a secret location away from prying eyes. A man of passion and principle, Larka relayed his people's suffering with raw, heart-wrenching detail. He spoke of the shattered lives and broken dreams that bore the brunt of corporate greed. His anger was immense but bound by his commitment to his people. In response, Daimon promised action. While he couldn't reveal his full plans just yet, he assured Larka that the Republic and Jedi Order were not blind to their suffering. The conversation ended on a hopeful note with Larka promising to hold off his people for a few more days before they couldn't take it anymore. Returning to the Sentinels' facility on the third day of his investigation, Daimon was ready for what he knew awaited him. As he passed by a poorly lit corridor, he felt the presence of 15 security guards hiding nearby. In response, he stopped walking and crossed his arms. "You guys can come out now," he called out. As he said this, 15 security guards surrounded him. Armed to the teeth, they closed in on him, their faces hidden behind visored helmets. Professional and well-disciplined, they moved with the precision of seasoned warriors, falling into a circular formation around Daimon. "We don't want any trouble," one of the guards said, his hand resting on a blaster's grip. He wanted Daimon to lower his guard so that they could kill him without having to fight the 8-feet brute standing in front of them. "I'm afraid trouble has found you," he said as he extended his hand, using the force to pull the blasters out of their hands. The guards reacted by charging towards Daimon to try and beat him in hand-to-hand combat. Unlucky for them, Daimon was a Jedi mixed with a number of other species, his body enhanced beyond basic human comprehension. As the first guard lunged at him, Daimon dodged him easily and landed a solid punch on his chest, causing him to crumple in pain. The other guards attacked simultaneously, attempting to overwhelm him. With swift movements, he managed to evade their attacks, retaliating with strong and precise blows that sent them flying. Within minutes, Daimon had incapacitated all 15 guards with ease. He looked around the room at his fallen opponents before making his way back to the main part of the facility. This encounter had proven what he already knew: Sentinel security solutions would stop at nothing to maintain their power and control. With this, Daimon returned to Danik Jericho's office. The surprise on Jericho's face was evident as he saw Daimon enter unscathed. "Your security is good," Daimon began, "but not good enough. Your reputation falls short, Mr. Jericho." "I expected a greater challenge," Daimon continued. He felt the faint trace of fear within Jericho's mind. Danik was silent for a moment, contemplating his next move. Daimon was not confrontational by nature, but he could not ignore injustice, especially when it came with such grave consequences. He was about to craft a story and shift the blame, but Daimon saw through this. "Actually, I'll give you one chance to surrender now and submit yourself to the courts. This is your only chance," Daimon said, with a serious face as he was done playing games. Jericho chuckled lightly, as if Daimon's proposal was completely absurd. "And why on earth would I do that?" was the last thing he said before he found himself lifted off the ground and gasping for air. No member of the Jedi Order was present, so he could resort to aggressive means to force the CEO to do what he wanted. Using the Force, Daimon pulled Jericho towards him and placed his hand on his head. You will have your guards arrest the CEO of Cortosis Industries and gather evidence of your company's inhumane practices. You will hand them over to the Republic and confess your crimes, Daimon commanded. Unlike the normal Jedi mind trick, Daimon's ability allowed him to basically command a weak-minded person with ease to do whatever he wanted. Jericho stopped struggling as his mind was completely overridden by the Force. A few seconds later, Daimon released his grip and watched as Jericho stood up and began to do as commanded, pulling out his COMM link to issue orders to his staff. Within hours, the CEO of Cortosis Industries was arrested in his office by the guards he hired from Sentinel Security Solutions. Then Republic officials had arrived, and the prosecution of the companies was underway. Daimon had completed his mission and successfully prevented a conflict. He was thanked by the local populace and protesters, their faces glowing with relief and gratitude. A small spark of hope had been lit in the hearts of Jabiim's residents, their burdened lives momentarily lightened by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, as a Jedi consular, Shrimi also started navigating her own path in intricate interstellar politics. Her empathetic abilities allowed her to defuse volatile situations and reinforce peace effectively across various systems. Separately, they both followed their destinies with dedication and tenacity. They became more refined in their roles, developing into seasoned Jedi Knights with each new challenge they overcame. Their training and experiences prepared them for greater trials that lay ahead. In his off time, Daimon also mastered many other fields involving computers, engineering, and demolitions. After a few months of studying engineering, he had managed to start his own project, which would see him create his own droid to accompany him on his missions and for when he left the Order. He dubbed it Project Cortana. Yes, as the name implies, he decided to try and bring Cortana to the Star Wars universe. Who else would he want to have as his right hand other than the infamous Cortana from the Halo series? He could already picture it, Cortana absolutely decimating his enemies, becoming the most infamous droid ever. But more than just a destructive force, he sought to create a companion of knowledge and intelligence that could assist on complex missions that required more than brute force. Shrimi, on the other hand, chose to spend most of her free time in the vast libraries of the Order. She could always be found with her nose in a book or silently meditating, focusing her mind and questing for deeper understanding of the Force. Over time, she became adept at interpreting visions granted by the Force and gained notable recognition for her healing prowess. The Jedi Council, hoping to capitalize on Daimon's abilities, didn't waste time and assigned a Padawan to him much earlier than expected. His Padawan, a young Zabrak named Eiko, was quick-witted and agile with a fiery determination to grow stronger. However, when Daimon saw the boy, he had a short vision that showed what appeared to be an adult Zabrak standing over the dead corpses of a few Jedi while he wielded a red saber. Seeing the vision, Daimon's eyes widened in disbelief for a moment. The image of the adult Zabrak's defiant gaze above the fallen bodies of his brethren was etched into his memory. In this moment he voiced his concerns about the Zabrak's future. But the Jedi Council couldn't see what he saw and had ignored his protests. In response, Daimon refused to take Eiko as a Padawan, which made the young Eiko frustrated and confused, while the Jedi Council had simply said they understood his decision and decided to give Eiko to another Jedi Knight to train. It was not what he wanted, and he had a bad feeling about Eiko. But it was not up to him to decide, so instead he decided to keep an eye on him instead, making sure to monitor his progress. Worst case scenario, he might have to make a difficult decision. Chapter 5, Dark Jedi Encounter. 3 years later, 7035. Daimon, age, 20. After deciding not to take Eiko as a Padawan learner, the Jedi Council gave Daimon another Padawan. This time he didn't have any bad visions about them, nor did he sense any darkness surrounding them. Her name was Sira, a young Mirialan with a keen interest in the same path Daimon had chosen. Despite how young she was, Daimon could see that she had an immense potential to be a Jedi Sentinel. Daimon took her under his wing and began to guide her along her journey and teach her the knowledge that he had. Sira was eager to learn and quick on her feet, surprisingly adaptable even for a Jedi in training. After 3 years of training, she was now 15 years old, and she was already proving herself to be a competent combatant under Daimon's guidance and showed promise as a negotiator too. Daimon had already mastered all 7 forms of saber combat and was using that knowledge to create his own style of combat, combining the greatest advantages of each form into a single refined form that would suit his individual needs. This combination technique was something he was passing on to Sira, who was having trouble learning the form because of how complex it was, so instead he decided to create a different version of the form so that she could still learn a more refined technique. In doing so, Sira developed a comprehensive fighting style that was fluid and unpredictable. She wielded her proto-saber as if it was an extension of her own body, flowing from one form to another with grace and ease. During their training sessions, Sira often asked Daimon about his past experiences and his struggles, which he shared by using the stories of his early days as an initiate and his life on his home planet. He sought to instill in her the understanding that growth came with patience and courage, guiding her not just as a Jedi Knight but as a mentor and friend. On Katata, Daimon and Sira had arrived on the planet, on a mission which involved investigating the rumors of a dark Jedi on the planet. Immediately upon arrival, Daimon felt a dark presence somewhere on the planet, but he couldn't pinpoint its location. "Do you sense that, Sira?" Daimon asked, trying to see if Sira could also sense the dark presence. "Yes, Master, it's vague and distant but feels cold," she replied as she tried to concentrate on the source of the presence. "Be on your guard," Daimon instructed, "this presence might be the person we're looking for. We must tread very carefully." Walking through the city streets of Katata, Daimon and Sira navigated the bustling marketplaces and narrow alleyways, their cloaks blending into the crowd. The city was bright, colorful, and alive with the hum of commerce. Yet beneath that lively surface, Daimon could feel the disturbance in the force gnawing at him like a shadow. The presence he felt was subtle, but persistent. It was like an itch in the back of his mind that wouldn't go away. The force was telling him that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite place what it was yet. "Stay close, Sira. Trust your instincts. If this person is the Dark Jedi we've been sent to find, we need to be prepared for anything," Daimon said. Sira nodded, her expression serious as she walked by his side. Although she had trained hard, and her abilities were sharp, she still lacked the experience that Daimon had. This mission would be a test of both her combat skills and her ability to stay calm under pressure. Their journey took them to the outskirts of the city, where the towering spires gave way to quieter, more isolated areas. There, hidden behind the layers of buildings and underground, they came upon a series of abandoned warehouses. The coldness in the air intensified, and Daimon knew they were getting closer. The buildings were old, probably abandoned years ago. The robes they wore did little to ward off the chill that they felt as they continued towards the abandoned structures. "Sira," Daimon whispered, his voice barely heard above the whistling wind, "stay right behind me." She nodded and drew her proto-saber from her side, not igniting it yet but ready to do so at a moment's notice. Daimon did the same, wanting to be ready for anything that popped up. Normally one would not draw their proto-saber considering the Jedi Order wanted it to be used as a last resort. Daimon thought otherwise and made sure to teach his Padawan the same. It was better to be prepared to defend one's life than to lose it without a fight. Carefully, they entered the deepest warehouse. The smell of dampness and decay filled their noses as they could hear echoes of dripping water from far within. But there was also something else, a presence that sent ice through their veins. As they ventured further inside the warehouse, Daimon felt an overwhelming wave of dark power. "So," a voice said echoing around the room, "the Jedi have arrived." Daimon's grip on his saber tightened, his senses on high alert. The voice was deep, almost melodic, but there was a sinister edge to it. Sira looked at him, her expression showing the unease she felt. She hadn't been in many direct confrontations with the dark side yet, and Daimon could see the subtle tremor in her hand. Still, her stance remained firm. I take it you know who we are, Daimon called back. Their mission was to find the Jedi who had fallen to the dark side and bring them back to the temple if it was at all possible. If you're the one we've been hearing about, then know that our goal is to help you. Help me. The voice echoed, seeming to surround them from all directions. A figure then slowly stepped from the shadows, his face obscured by a hooded cloak. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Jedi Knight, the figure spat. The Order says good things, but in the end, they are blinded by their own ideals. If the Order truly wielded its power, the Republic, no, the galaxy could be at the palm of our hands, and nothing would be able to stop us. Daimon's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening around the hilt of his proto-saber as the Dark Jedi slowly emerged from the shadows. The cold air seemed to intensify around him, swirling with an intense oppressive darkness. This was the first time that Daimon would face a Dark Jedi. This was a man who had once been a Jedi, yet had fallen far into darkness, convinced that his path was the only way forward. You speak of ideals, Daimon said, his voice calm but firm, but it's your choices that have led you to this. Blind the Jedi may be, but they believe in hope, in redemption. He took a slow step forward, his eyes never leaving the hooded figure. You don't have to walk this path. The figure's laugh was dark, almost maniacal. Redemption? Hope? The Dark Jedi's voice hissed with disdain, his eyes glowing faintly from within the shadows of his hood. You Jedi are all the same. Full of empty words and weak promises. He stepped closer, his presence in the Force becoming more oppressive with each movement as the darkness thickened around them. You think you can save me? You think you can stop this? He ignited his proto-saber which cast a red glow in the surrounding area. Daimon didn't flinch. Igniting his own proto-saber, a blue blade which was the same one he had since his Padawan days. Behind the Dark Jedi, shadowy figures began to emerge, all clad in similar dark robes, their eyes glowing with malice. Daimon immediately recognized them as followers, Dark Jedi who had chosen the same twisted path as their leader. Sira's grip on her proto-saber tightened, her stance shifting into one of readiness. Daimon could feel her nervousness, but she didn't back down. Her training had prepared her for moments like this, even if this was the first time she had been confronted by such overwhelming darkness. Sira, Daimon said quietly, never taking his eyes off the leader, stay close. Trust yourself and trust me. We fight together. The Dark Jedi's mouth twisted into a grin. How touching, he sneered, but you're already outmatched. The Jedi were weak when I left them, and now the darkness has only made me stronger. Without warning, the first of the Dark Jedi followers lunged at them, his proto-saber flickering to life as he swung at Daimon's side. Daimon was quick, sidestepping the attack and parrying the next strike. His blade danced in the air as he executed a counterattack, his form flowing like water, graceful but deadly. But his movements were not without purpose, each strike was calculated to create openings for Sira, to give her space to engage and grow. He'd taught her the importance of balance, of timing, and now he would put that teaching to the test. Despite their current situation, Daimon saw this as a good opportunity to test what he had been teaching her for the past few years. Sira reacted immediately, taking advantage of the opening Daimon had created. She moved with lightning speed, her proto-saber flowing in a series of unpredictable angles that left her opponent with little room to recover. He tried to block, but Sira was relentless. Meanwhile, the Dark Jedi leader turned toward Daimon, his eyes filled with fury. You really think your training is enough to stand against me? He raised his hand, sending a violent surge of force lightning toward Daimon. The blue streaks of energy arced through the air like venomous snakes. Daimon reacted in an instant. He twisted his wrist and raised his proto-saber, creating a barrier in the force that absorbed the energy, deflecting the lightning away from his body. The Dark Jedi's eyes flashed with anger. You'll regret defying me, Jedi. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance, his proto-saber flashing with deadly intent. Daimon was ready. Their blades met and the sound of their struggle spread throughout the warehouse. The Dark Jedi moved with relentless aggression, each strike filled with the fury of his fallen soul. His blade was fast and vicious, designed not for defense, but for offense. He was determined to break through Daimon's defense, to prove that he was stronger than Daimon. Daimon, though, was ready. His movements were sharp and calculated, each parry pushing back against the onslaught. His experience and training allowed him to read his opponent's intentions, to anticipate each move and counter with precision. Yet, as they fought, Daimon could feel the Dark Jedi's power growing. "Stay focused, Sira," Daimon called, his voice rising above the clash of proto-sabers. "Don't let him break your resolve and training, stay focused," he yelled out. Despite some thinking that this might distract her from her fight, he would likely disagree, as if she can listen to his words while maintaining focus, then that would show that he was training her well. Sira, her brow wrinkled in concentration, moved to intercept one of the other Dark Jedi followers who had attempted to flank Daimon. With a swift turn of her proto-saber, she deflected a powerful strike and countered with a rapid series of slashes, her movements graceful but deadly. Her blade flashed in the dim light, forcing the Dark Jedi to retreat in a flurry of sparks. But the leader was not finished. His eyes glinted with malevolent energy as he raised his hands again. This time, a more sinister dark wave rippled through the air, reaching out to envelop them in a shroud of suffocating darkness. The force itself seemed to warp around him, bending to his will. "Now you will see the true power of the dark side," he bellowed, the air around him crackling with dark energy. His eyes flared with an unnatural glow as he unleashed a full-force push toward Daimon and Sira, sending them both stumbling backward. Sira cried out as she was thrown against a stack of crates, but she quickly regained her footing, gritting her teeth and pushing herself back into the fight. Daimon, however, began channeling the force within him, and with a swift motion, he summoned a powerful burst of energy that met the Dark Jedi's wave head-on, forcing his followers to the ground as they were overwhelmed by the sheer force that Daimon had released. The warehouse trembled as the two forces collided, shaking the very foundations of the building. For a moment, it was as though time had slowed, the raw power of the Dark Jedi and the disciplined force of Daimon were in a deadlock. "Enough!" Daimon shouted, his voice filled with intensity. With a focused strike, Daimon broke through the Dark Jedi's energy field and leapt toward him, his proto-saber cutting through the oppressive darkness. The Dark Jedi barely had time to react before Daimon's blade found its mark, striking a deep wound across the chest. The leader stumbled back, his proto-saber flickering as he gasped for breath. His eyes, filled with shock and rage, locked onto Daimon one last time. You will regret this," he snarled. Daimon didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he disarmed the Dark Jedi, sending his proto-saber flying across the room. The man fell to his knees, his hands raised in surrender, but the dark energy around him still pulsed with the rage and despair that had driven him to this point. "You don't have to die," Daimon said, his voice firm yet filled with a trace of compassion. "You can still come back. There's always another way." But the Dark Jedi only sneered. "There is no coming back from this, Jedi. The darkness has already claimed me." With a final, defiant growl, the Dark Jedi reached out, attempting to draw upon the last of his power, to unleash one final act of destruction. But before he could complete the motion, Daimon's blade cut through the air and ended the conflict in a heartbeat. The dark presence faded in an instant, and the warehouse fell eerily silent. The battle was over. But even as he looked down at the fallen Dark Jedi, a gnawing sense of unease lingered in his mind. The threat was ended, but the Dark Jedi's final words echoed in his thoughts. "The darkness has already claimed me." This was the fate that had befallen those claimed by the darkness. While he had seen it many times through a screen, this was his first time seeing it in person. Chapter 6, Paths of the Fallen. The Dark Jedi's followers who had fallen unconscious after being knocked down were promptly arrested by a few Republic agents. The Republic agents were from the Republic Intelligence Agency, RIA, and were in charge of securing the Dark Jedi after Daimon and Sira subdued them and returned them to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where they would be exiled and banished from the Order. The Jedi Order had a practice of exiling Dark Jedi rather than executing them, as it was believed that killing them would be an act of the dark side itself. Exile served as a way to rid the Order of those who had fallen to the dark side, while also ensuring that they would no longer pose a direct threat to the Jedi. Daimon knew that this was the reason why the Sith had become a thing, because the Jedi allowed them to go free without any major penalties or measures to alleviate their descent into darkness. As he watched the fallen Jedi being taken away, he was thinking about how he could try and get the Order to change how they deal with fallen Jedi. Right now, he was just a Jedi Knight who held no real weight within the Order besides his accomplishments and popular reputation within the Republic. If he wanted to make important decisions, he would have to reach the rank of Master first and join the Jedi Council. If that didn't work, then he would shoot for becoming the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Jedi Knights are highly respected for their skills in the Force, combat abilities, and wisdom, however they did not possess the same level of authority as Jedi Masters. A Jedi Knight's primary role is to carry out the tasks assigned by the Jedi Council or Jedi Masters, often in the field. Knights did not make the high-level decisions that shaped the Order or its philosophy. However, all of this was based on how long he planned to stay in the Order. As of now, his plan was to build a good reputation for his future and become a powerful/influential figure within the Jedi Order and the Republic. Either before or after he achieved this, he would leave the Order and walk his own path within the galaxy. He wanted to stay in the Order for as long as he could stand it, even if it was holding him back, but if some major event happened that made him upset with the Order, then he would not hesitate to leave. Sira approached him. "Are you okay, Master?" she asked, her gaze falling on the fallen Dark Jedi leader. "I'm fine," he assured her. "What about you? How was your first encounter with a Jedi who have fallen to the dark side?" Sira looked down at the prone body. "I never thought I would see a Jedi turn like that." Daimon nodded, not surprised by her reaction. This was one of the harsh realities of the Jedi life during this time period. It was 35 years before the 100-year darkness began, and by the way things were looking, Daimon could already see things riling up within the Order. "This is a path some may take when they succumb to their fears, hatred, or even their ambitions," he replied. "I'll say this, Sira, while the Jedi may try to walk the path they think is right, I believe that limiting people from making their own choices only makes the darkness more appealing. They believe their way is the only way, but in the end, all that leads to is more restrictions and control. Emotions are part of any person's experience, and the inability to express or process them can create significant internal conflict." Sira turned to him, her eyes still filled with questions. "So, you think the Jedi are wrong? That we should let others develop emotions?" Daimon took a deep breath and let the words hang in the air for a moment before responding. This was an increasingly difficult topic to talk about, especially with his Padawan who grew up learning nothing but the Jedi Code. But he wanted to start planting the seeds for change within the Order, starting with his Padawan. "I'm not saying we should abandon the Jedi Code or let chaos reign, Sira. What I mean is that the Jedi's refusal to acknowledge the role of emotions, all emotions, leads to problems we often don't address. Denying someone the right to feel, to live through their emotions, is dangerous. It creates pressure, and eventually, that pressure will either crack the person or push them towards something darker." He paused, turning his gaze to the horizon. The transport ships carrying the arrested Dark Jedi were lifting off in the distance. "I think," he continued, "that the Jedi need to learn how to manage their emotions, not suppress them. You can feel anger, fear, love, and grief, but you can't let those feelings control you. The Jedi talk about balance, but their teachings have created a culture of avoidance. If we don't face our emotions, we risk falling into something darker, something far more dangerous." Sira nodded, understanding her master's words and way of thinking. From her 3 years of being with him, she had learned a lot about her master. While he sticks to the Jedi code, he tries to sometimes go about things in a different way if he could help out. He also was so much different from her instructor she was under as she was growing up. She wondered just how different the order would be if her master's way of thinking was more common. Perhaps they would have less dark Jedi or none at all. She thought about this as they walked back to their own ship. Once on board, Daimon had contacted the Jedi Council to give a report about his mission. Within one of the rooms of the ship, Daimon sat in the small, dimly lit room, while in front of him, the 4 members of the Jedi Council appeared over the holographic projection. Jedi Knight Daimon, Master Talia's voice rang out. "Your mission has been a success, I assume?" questioned Master Talia. "Yes, the Dark Jedi and his followers have been dealt with. Unfortunately, the Dark Jedi himself was too powerful to subdue peacefully, but I did manage to knock out his followers who are already being transported by RIA agents to the temple," reported Daimon. Master Talia nodded. "That is good to hear. You have carried out your duty with professionalism, Daimon. You and your Padawan are to be commended." Daimon nodded, accepting her words despite what he actually thought on the matter. Master Sarin, his face stern as ever, spoke next. "Exile is the only solution for those who fall to the dark side, Daimon. There is no place in the order for those who have strayed so far from the light. The Jedi Code is clear on this. Their exile ensures that they will not be a threat again." "Or so you think," said Daimon in his head. He was the only one who knew what was to become of this action and how it would affect the galaxy for the next thousands of years. "I understand, Master Sarin, but I think that we should attempt to bring them back to the path of the light." "Exile should not be the only solution," responded Daimon. He wanted to see how each master would react to his words, which would give him a little insight into who he could attempt to persuade into believing that his point of view could work. Master Belger, the oldest of the council members, nodded thoughtfully at Daimon's words. "It is a difficult topic you raise, Jedi Knight Daimon. A Jedi's fall to the dark side is always a tragedy. Your perspective on this subject is unique." "Unique or not," interjected Master Tyro, "it is against the Jedi Code. We do not negotiate nor reason with those who have given in to the dark side. They are lost." Master Tyro and Sarin were against the idea and showed utter disdain for the thought, while Master Belger and Talia were relatively thoughtful about the idea. So, he could possibly influence at least 2 of them to believe what he was saying, but that left 8 other members of the Jedi Council whom he would need to test and see their reaction to his proposal. "I understand, Masters. I only wished to open the conversation of seeing another path that we could take," stated Daimon. Master Talia offered him a soft but thoughtful nod. "We appreciate your conviction, Jedi Knight. You are dedicated to the Order, and we see that. But this is a delicate matter. We will deliberate further on this matter you have brought up." Daimon gave a respectful bow. "Thank you, Master Talia." The holographic images of the council members disappeared, leaving Daimon alone in the small room. The more he thought about things, the more plans that began to develop in his head. Not just about the Order, but about other things such as starting a corporation, which he couldn't do until he left the Jedi Order because it was forbidden for any Jedi to own any corporation, business, or even pursue wealth for personal gain. However, he had another way around that. Once he completed building Cortana, he would task her with creating a secret account where she would legally procure funds, invest, alongside other things while Daimon is in the Jedi Order. She would be extremely important for when he left the Order and allow him to have a substantial amount of money once he got out. Chapter 7, A Resolution. On the RSV Luminous Accord, Jedi Knight Shrimi and her Padawan, Vin, stood on the bridge, gazing out at the expanse of stars through the ship's viewport. The vessel traveled through hyperspace, its destination a troubled mining colony on the moon of Arbitas 7. Tensions between the colony's administration and its laborers had escalated into strikes and scattered violence. The Galactic Republic had called upon the Jedi Order to mediate the conflict, and Shrimi was sent as a representative of the Order. Her reputation as a Jedi consular, able to defuse even the most volatile disputes with her unparalleled empathy, made her one of the top choices. Shrimi was calm as she stood on the bridge wearing her Jedi robes, a deep green accented with cream, matched the harmony she sought to bring to others. Her lekku, adorned with subtle gold markings, rested lightly over her shoulders. She clasped her hands behind her back as she stared into the visual of hyperspace. Her Padawan, Vin, a Togruta barely into his teenage years, shifted restlessly beside her. "Master," he said, breaking the silence, "do you think they'll even listen? The reports said the miners have threatened to blockade the spaceports. That doesn't sound like they're ready to talk." Shrimi glanced at him. "There is anger, yes," she said softly. "But anger often masks pain, and beneath pain lies a story. If we listen closely enough, Vin, we can hear that story and help them write a new one." Her words, though soothing, couldn't entirely dispel his doubts. "But what if their anger turns on us?" he asked. Shrimi smiled faintly and turned to face him fully. "That's always a possibility, my young apprentice. But the Force will guide us, as it always does." Vin nodded, though the uncertainty in his gaze lingered. The luminous accord exited hyperspace, and the moon of Arbitas 7 came into view, its surface filled with lights and dark craters. Shrimi stepped forward, as the ship's communications officer announced the incoming hail from the colony. "Jedi Knight Shrimi of the Galactic Republic," she said as the COMM link activated, "we come in peace to mediate and find a path forward for your people." A gruff voice responded, tinged with suspicion. "We'll see about that, Jedi. Don't expect a warm welcome planet-side. People here don't trust the Republic anymore." Shrimi closed her eyes briefly, reaching out with the Force. The man's voice carried frustration and mistrust, but deeper than that, she felt a yearning for resolution. "We understand your skepticism," she said, "but we're not here to take sides. We're here to listen, to understand, and to help find a way that benefits all." The line went silent for a moment, then came the begrudging response, "Land at the main port. But tread carefully, Jedi." Shrimi turned to Vin, her expression thoughtful. "This will be a delicate mission," she said. "Stay close, observe, and trust in the Force. It will show us the way." As the luminous accord descended toward the lunar surface, Shrimi reached out through the Force, her empathy brushing against the lives below. Each soul was a thread in the tapestry of the Force, and she was determined to weave those threads together into harmony. Vin watched his master with awe. He had seen her abilities many times before, how her understanding and compassion could disarm even the most hardened hearts. Yet, each time, it seemed no less miraculous. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but Shrimi remained steadfast. Where others saw anger and chaos, she saw the potential for unity. And with her Padawan by her side, she would show how they can bring the light of the Jedi to even the darkest corners of the galaxy. As the luminous accord descended through the atmosphere, the mining colony's sprawling complex came into view, a mix of towering industrial structures, scattered housing units, and clusters of people gathering in the streets below. Fires from makeshift barricades dotted the colony's outskirts, casting an uneasy glow against the dull grey of the moon's surface. Sitting down in her seat as the ship's landing thrusters engaged, Shrimi shifted her focus to the inhabitants of the planet. Through the Force, she could feel the emotions of the colony, emotions thick with frustration, despair, and determination. But beneath the turmoil, there were faint whispers of hope, fragile and fleeting. Vin, sitting beside her, felt the same thing. "Master, I can feel their anger. It's everywhere," he said. "Good, Vin. That means you're listening. But anger is not the whole picture. It is a reaction, not a truth. Look deeper." He closed his eyes, trying to focus as she had taught him. Slowly, his breathing steadied, and his perception widened. "There's fear, he said finally. Fear of losing everything. Shrimi nodded, pleased. Exactly. Fear often drives anger. If we can understand what they fear, we can help them move past it. The shuttle door hissed open, a blast of cool dry air greeted them. Waiting at the base of the ramp was a delegation from the colony, 2 administrators in uniforms, flanked by a pair of armed guards. Behind them, a crowd of miners stood at a distance, their faces hard and suspicious. The lead administrator, a tall human with a tight expression, stepped forward. I'm Administrator Varric. You must be the Jedi the Republic sent. His tone suggested more skepticism than gratitude. Shrimi inclined her head respectfully. I am Jedi Knight Shrimi, and this is my Padawan, Vin. We're here to facilitate a peaceful resolution to your conflict. Peaceful resolution, Varric repeated, his tone flat. If only it were that simple. These miners don't want resolution, they want demands met that are beyond reason. Before Shrimi could respond, a voice shouted from the crowd. Reason? Is starving our families reasonable? The speaker, a burly Twi'lek with soot-streaked skin, pushed his way forward. You sit in your cushy offices while we work ourselves to death in your mines. The Republic's here for you, not us. The crowd rumbled in agreement, and the tension thickened. Shrimi stepped forward calmly, her hands visible and unthreatening. I hear your anger, she said, her voice carrying over the noise. I feel your pain. And I know your trust in us is fragile. But I promise you this, we are here to listen. Not to impose, not to judge. To listen. The crowd quieted slightly, though wary eyes remained fixed on her. The Twi'lek hesitated, then crossed his arms. Talk's cheap, Jedi. You want us to believe you? Come see the mines for yourself. Shrimi nodded without hesitation. Very well. If seeing your struggle firsthand will help us understand, we will do so. Varric looked alarmed. That's not safe. There's been unrest near the mines, it's no place for diplomats, let alone Jedi. Shrimi turned to him, her gaze steady. Diplomacy requires trust, Administrator. And trust must be earned. If the miners will permit it, we will go. The Twi'lek nodded. Then follow me. As Shrimi and Vin followed the miner through the crowd, Vin whispered, Master, are you sure about this? It feels like a trap. Shrimi smiled faintly, her voice low. Perhaps it is, Vin. Or perhaps it's a chance to show them we are not their enemies. The journey to the mines was somber, the path winding through stark industrial corridors and darkened shafts. As they walked, Shrimi allowed the Force to guide her, reaching out to the lives around her. Each person she passed carried their own story, their own wounds. At the entrance to one of the mines, the Twi'lek stopped. This is it. Where we break our backs for scraps while they get rich off our labor. He gestured to a young girl sitting nearby, her face gaunt and pale. She hasn't eaten in 2 days because the credits dried up. Tell me, Jedi, what's your Republic going to do about that? Shrimi knelt beside the girl, her expression softening. I don't know yet, she admitted. But I promise you, we will find a way. The Twi'lek stared at her, his anger wavering. For the first time, he seemed unsure. Vin watched in awe as his master connected with these strangers, their walls slowly beginning to crumble. This, he realized, was her true power, not her saber skills or even her command of the Force, but her ability to see people as they were and make them feel seen in return. The air in the mine was heavy with dust and tension. As Shrimi rose from where she knelt beside the child, she turned her gaze toward the Twi'lek miner who had guided them. His hard-set face had a flicker of uncertainty, his anger faltering in the presence of her sincerity. What is your name? Shrimi asked gently. The Twi'lek hesitated, then muttered, Terran. Terran, she repeated, her voice soft yet resolute. You speak for many here, but you shouldn't have to carry this burden alone. Let us help. Show us the truth of your struggles so we can make others understand. Terran looked at her for a long moment, then gave a grudging nod. Fine. But don't expect to like what you see. Shrimi motioned for Vin to follow as Terran led them deeper into the mine. The air grew colder, and the hum of machinery reverberated through the narrow tunnels. Workers toiled under dim lights, their movements mechanical and exhausted. Many glanced at the Jedi pair with suspicion, others with quiet desperation. Vin's eyes darted around, taking in every detail, the rusted equipment, the soot-covered faces, the lines of fatigue etched into every figure. He leaned closer to Shrimi. Master, this isn't just anger. It's suffering. Shrimi nodded, understanding what her Padawan was getting at. Yes, Vin. And suffering can be a powerful force. It can divide, or it can unite. Our role is to help them find the latter. Terran stopped abruptly at a collapsed section of the mine. This, he said bitterly, gesturing to the rubble, is what we've been dealing with. Unsafe conditions, outdated equipment, and no reinforcements. That cave-in killed 8 people last month. You think the administrators cared? They told us to clear it ourselves or lose our pay. Those were our friends, our family. Shrimi stepped forward, placing a hand on the jagged rock wall. Her head bowed slightly, and she closed her eyes. Through the force, she could feel the echoes of the disaster, fear, pain, and loss clinging to the space like a shadow. I'm sorry for your loss, Terran, she said, her voice filled with genuine sorrow. No one should have to endure this. Terran's fists clenched, but his anger seemed to waver in the face of her empathy. Words won't fix this, Jedi. Actions will. Shrimi turned to face him fully. And that is why we're here. You've shown us the cost of inaction. Now, we must ensure the administrators, and the Republic see it too. Terran's brow wrinkled, his skepticism still evident. You really think they'll care? They've ignored us for years. They will care, Shrimi said firmly. Because we will make them understand. But I'll need your help to do it. The truth carries weight, and your voice can be the key to change. Terran stared at her, the fire of anger in his eyes dimming, replaced by something else, hope, hesitant but growing. All right, Jedi, he said at last. I'll hold you to that. Shrimi turned to Vin, who had been watching the exchange intently. We've seen enough for now, she said. It's time to return and speak with the administrators. As they retraced their steps through the mine, Vin whispered, Master, do you really think we can make the administrators listen? They seem stubborn. Shrimi smiled faintly. Stubbornness is born from fear, just as anger is. If we can show them that understanding doesn't threaten them but strengthens the whole, we can shift their perspective. When they emerged from the mine, the air outside felt lighter, though the tension still lingered in the crowd. Terran stayed at Shrimi's side as they approached the waiting administrators, who stood near the entrance with guarded expressions. Jedi, Administrator Varric began, his tone sharp. I hope you found your inspection enlightening. But you must see that their demands are impossible to meet, our resources are stretched thin as it is. Shrimi raised a hand, her expression calm but firm. What I saw, Administrator, is a people working under intolerable conditions. This is not about demands, it's about survival. If you wish for peace, you must first show that you value the lives of those who sustain this colony. Varric's jaw tightened, but he didn't immediately respond. Shrimi pressed on. The miners are not your adversaries, Varric. They are your partners. But partnerships require mutual respect and trust, both of which are currently broken. Terran stepped forward, surprising even himself. We don't want a fight, he said, his voice rough but sincere. We just want a chance to live, to provide for our families without dying in the mines. If you're willing to meet us halfway, maybe we can find a way forward. The crowd murmured in agreement, their voices soft but growing. Varric glanced at his advisors, clearly unsettled by the shift in tone. Finally, he sighed. I'll call for a formal mediation. But the Republic will need to support this if it's going to work. Shrumi inclined her head. And I will ensure they do. Together, we will find a path forward. As the tension in the crowd began to ease, Vin felt a spark of admiration for his master. In just a short time, she had turned suspicion into dialogue and anger into hope. Shrimi placed a hand on his shoulder. This is only the beginning, Vin, she said quietly. Diplomacy is a long road, but each step brings us closer to understanding, and understanding brings us closer to peace. And with that, they began their next steps toward reconciliation, guided by the light of the Force. It took a few months, but with the help of the Republic, the colony's administrators and the miners came to an agreement which established the rights of miners on the planet. The Republic would continue to oversee this administration to monitor its progress and actions to see if a similar problem arises. Chapter 8, Cortana's Development. Landing at the Jedi Temple hangar on Coruscant, Daimon was greeted by a few fellow Jedi Knights who were raised within the same clan as him when they were younger. Just came back from a mission, Daimon? Asked one of the knights, a tall man named Irol. Daimon nodded, I did. And as always, it was an enlightening experience, Daimon casually said, though Irol, who knew Daimon well enough from their childhood, knew there was more to it than just that, so he tilted his head slightly for Daimon to elaborate further. We dealt with a dark Jedi and his followers, Daimon began. It was a difficult task, taking them down while attempting to steer them back towards the light, something I am of the opinion that we should be trying to do more frequently. Iron raised an eyebrow at this. I never took you for one pushing for rehabilitation, Daimon, he replied. From when they were little, Daimon was probably the best out of everybody when it came to adhering to the Jedi's principles and rules that were established, while barely questioning anything. So, to hear him say something like this was a little shocker. I'm not sure it's rehabilitation so much as it's about our failure to address emotions, Daimon replied. We teach people to suppress their feelings, and when that suppression doesn't work, well, we've all seen what happens. His words hung in the air as it really got the other knights thinking. Irol had thought about it for a few seconds, trying to look at it from various perspectives before he spoke. Your methods are definitely not what the majority think or want, Daimon, he confessed. But perhaps that's not a bad thing. This was something he had expected from Irol. The man had always been open to new ideas and ways of thinking in their youth. It reassured Daimon somewhat that maybe some Jedi Knights would be open to his way of approaching things, but not enough. The council members still held the highest authority, and without persuading them, Daimon dismissed the thought for now. The council could wait. There were other things that he wanted to do. After talking with his fellow knights for a few more minutes, Daimon dismissed his Padawan and returned to his personal quarters. The living space was modest, decorated lightly with small tokens of his many missions. His mind immediately wandered back to the project that he had already spent countless hours on when he had time to spare, the creation of Cortana. He had invested hundreds of hours into studying artificial intelligence, advanced holocron archives, ancient texts, and collaborating with a Republic engineer who is a Kalumi. The Kalumi are one of the oldest sentient species in the galaxy. They are easily recognized by their large heads, which made up over one-third of their approximately 1.75-meter height, and their vestigial arms and legs. They are a highly evolved bipedal species who joined the Republic thousands of years ago and generally have great inventions and technology that are overlooked. For Daimon, they were the perfect species that he could utilize to create a super-advanced AI. And not only that, but they also had advanced knowledge on cloning which would be very useful in the future. The Kalumi named Mazik had proven indispensable in his project. Despite his delicate nature and peculiar appearance, Mazik possessed a level of brilliance that was extraordinary, even among his species. His fascination with Daimon's project and interest in artificial intelligence made him the ideal collaborator. Another thing that he used was the Force, which would imbue Cortana with the Force to enhance her awareness and sensitivity. A Force-integrated Cortana will have a higher level of precognitive insight similar to Force-sensitive beings. This would allow her to anticipate outcomes, navigate dangers, or provide tactical advice with near-perfect accuracy. Next would be heightened data processing, which would combine Cortana's computational speed with the Force's ability to feel the underlying flow of events, enhancing its ability to interpret and analyze information beyond pure logic. Force integration would imbue Cortana with an understanding of living beings' emotions and suffering, fostering empathy and creating a moral compass to guide her decisions. Essentially, Daimon would use the Force alongside other parameters, to try and create the Cortana that he had in his memory and to make up for the fact that he couldn't flash clone somebody to make Cortana like Halsey did. Cortana was made up of her combined intelligence and flash-cloned brain. That method was beyond Daimon's reach right now and would require unimaginable expertise. However, using the Force to create an AI like Cortana was more possible than the latter. After completing a mission, he always had a few weeks, sometimes months before his next major mission that took him off-planet. In the meantime he was assigned a few local missions that kept him on Coruscant. So as the days passed, turning into weeks, Daimon began incorporating the various bits of knowledge he had gained from Mazik and his own study. He balanced his training with Sira, meditation, and the usual duties of a Jedi Knight, while also devoting immeasurable time to the Cortana project. The progress was slow, and there were occasional setbacks that frustrated him to no end, but he could feel Cortana begin to take shape bit by bit. He created a central core processor made up of kyber crystals that he acquired on one of his missions. The kyber crystals would make it easier for the core processor to resonate with the Force when combined with other advanced metals such as durasteel and frick. The neural framework was built to mimic an organic brain, using quantum computing to create an adaptive and self-learning AI. After this was a holomatrix design which would allow for projecting the AI as a holographic avatar, similar to Cortana's representation. The power source for the central core processor was small kyber crystal shard that would serve as both a power source and a medium for Force connection, amplifying the AI's ability to interact with the Force. Her core intelligence would be built on a combination of Jedi knowledge, from the archives, and other advanced technologies such as slicing algorithms, droid personalities, and military-grade processors. To ensure adaptability, she would have heuristic programming, enabling her to learn and evolve dynamically. Cortana's neural framework would be integrated with the Force-attuned kyber crystal, creating a unique synergy between technology and the Force. This process would allow Cortana to sense Force energies, perceive intentions, or even gain limited precognitive abilities. It wouldn't be the first time that technology and the Force were integrated with each other, as the ancient Rakata did it over 20,000 years ago. But ever since their collapse, integration between technology and the Force was a rare thing to see in the galaxy. Since the core was imbued with his Force energy, dark side corruption was near impossible, since Daimon had worked hard during his time in the Order to make his Force energy reflect a balance between both sides, allowing the use of both light and dark side abilities without being corrupted. And just like that, time flew as 5 months had passed since returning from taking down the Dark Jedi and his followers. Contrary to what Daimon suggested, the Jedi were exiled from the Order and Republic space, which basically would allow them to continue their practice of the dark side, only far away from the Order. The Council had deemed it a waste of resources to try and guide those who fell to the dark side back to the light. For Daimon, this decision was expected, since this method had been something that the Jedi had been doing for thousands of years, and changing it based off what one person said would not be the wise thing to do. They saw it as easier to just exile the Dark Jedi away from the Order. He was the only one who knew just how this decision would come to bite not just the Council but the entire Jedi Order in the ass in the future. Putting that matter aside, Daimon was asked to go to the headquarters of the Republic Intelligence Agency to help them with investigating a corrupt senator. After grabbing Sira, who was meditating after her training, they took a civilian shuttle to their destination. As he set foot inside the headquarters of the Republic Intelligence Agency, he was reminded of a quote he remembered from his previous life: "In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way." It was a quote by U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt during his time in office. Greeting them at the front as they walked in was Lieutenant Khan, a stern-faced Twi'lek with broad shoulders and sharp, perceptive eyes. He wore the uniform of the intelligence agency with a sense of pride and duty. "Lieutenant Khan," Daimon greeted, giving the man a respectful nod. "I presume you already have some leads on the senator's case." "Indeed, Knight Daimon," Lieutenant Khan greeted back, gesturing to follow him towards his office. "This way." Sira and Daimon followed the lieutenant into his office as they were briefed on what the intelligence agency had gathered so far on the senator. Chapter 9, The Black Hand. A/N, just for clarification, Daimon is a Jedi, but his appearance isn't like the Shrek-looking ones we see on Wikipedia. Instead he looks more like Thanos and their race of Titans from the Marvel Universe. So when you think of Daimon, just think of Thanos. Sitting down in Lieutenant Khan's office, Daimon and Sira was briefed on what they had so far. "As of now, we are investigating various financial discrepancies tied to the senator's office," the lieutenant started, presenting hollow projections of numerous bank accounts, investment portfolios, and property records. "There seems to be a significant amount of money going into off-world accounts that can't be accounted for or justified by his salary. It points towards potential bribery and under-the-table dealings." As he talked, Daimon listened attentively while also using the Force to subtly probe for any hidden intentions or deception within Lieutenant Khan. The Force didn't indicate anything out of the ordinary except for a general concern for the Republic's well-being. Looking at the transactions, he wasn't that knowledgeable when it came to financial affairs and intricacies, but even to him, the numbers and patterns looked suspiciously irregular. The money flows lacked the usual consistency of a government-operated system and instead had the haphazard appeal of personal transactions or unofficial deals. "Who could the senator be dealing with?" Sira asked, leaning forward to better examine the hollow images. "That's where you come in," Lieutenant Khan replied, his eyes on Daimon. "We've detected several encrypted communications from the senator's office to unknown contacts. The encryption is advanced, far beyond our code breakers' abilities." Daimon raised an eyebrow at that. Even the Republic code breakers couldn't get anything, which meant that now they were turning to the Jedi to use the Force to try and solve this case. In his opinion, this was smart considering how the Jedi who practice technical fields are probably better than even the Republic code breakers because of their connection with the Force. Daimon himself, who was a sentinel, had spent almost 100 hours learning code breaking in his spare time. Given his enhanced intelligence and abilities, breaking into the senator's encrypted messages was possible. Nodding thoughtfully, Daimon leaned back in his chair, folding his hands on his lap. "I'll take a look at these encrypted messages. It might shed some light on who the senator is in ties with." Lieutenant Khan presented a data disk containing the encrypted files. "Here you go, Knight Daimon. We've been trying to crack these for weeks now." Daimon took the disk and slid it into the data port on the console beside him, the encrypted files immediately appearing on the screen in front of him. The layers of encryption seemed daunting at first glance. Each line of code was a carefully constructed barrier, designed to thwart even the most experienced hacker. But for Daimon, these barriers were just another puzzle, one he was more than capable of solving. His fingers hovered over the keys, tapping into the Force to augment his focus. The world around him seemed to fade as he concentrated, his mind sharpening, moving with a speed and clarity that far surpassed ordinary human capability. He felt the code, the pattern of it, the rhythm of the encryption. It was as though the code itself whispered to him, revealing its secrets. Sira and Lieutenant Khan watched in silence, both knowing that Daimon's skills were more than just a product of training, they were enhanced by his connection to the Force. The seconds stretched into minutes as Daimon worked, his hands moving with fluid precision. "Done," he said quietly. The encrypted messages had been cracked open, the strings of code unraveling like a tapestry. The screen flickered, revealing the contents of the decrypted files, communications between the senator and a series of contacts, some of them from known criminal organizations in the core worlds. There were encrypted references to illegal arms deals, smuggling operations, and even hints of more unsavory dealings, including a few coded references to a mysterious Black Hand. Cyril leaned in. The Black Hand? That's not a name I've heard in a long time. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Khan's expression darkened at the mention of the Black Hand. The Black Hand is a shadow organization with ties to multiple criminal syndicates. They've been linked to everything from weapons trafficking to assassination contracts. If the senator is involved with them. He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Daimon looked further at the information. We'll need to dig deeper into these contacts. The senator is clearly playing a dangerous game. Sierra nodded. But if we're going after these people, we'll need to be careful. The Black Hand is notorious for its secrecy and ruthlessness. If they sense we're onto them, they'll vanish without a trace, or worse. The Black Hand wasn't a name to be taken lightly. But this case was bigger than just a simple investigation into a corrupt politician. It was about protecting the Republic from unseen threats that were lurking in the shadows. I agree, Daimon said, we'll need a plan. But first, we should investigate the senator's immediate circle. If he's being manipulated or controlled by these criminal factions, we need to find out how deep it goes. Wait a minute, interrupted Lieutenant Khan. The RIA will take lead on this and we will provide whatever resources needed to investigate the Black Hand, while also conducting our own investigations. Daimon had no problem with this. In fact, it was better to have them involved so he could have a lot of support to lean on. But there was also the possibility that somebody within the RIA was also working with the Black Hand. Considering their infamous reputation, the possibility was highly likely, and this investigation would certainly make those individuals become a target. We'll keep in close contact then, Light Daimon stated as he and Sierra left Lieutenant Khan's office. This was no longer just about uncovering corruption, it was about stopping some secret organization from seeking its fangs into the Republic. Walking through the halls of the agency, there was a brief silence as Daimon threw about what they should go after first. Sierra was the first to speak and break that silence. You think the senator's really involved with the Black Hand, or is it just a smokescreen to throw us off track? I don't know, but I don't like the fact that his communications are tied to criminal organizations that deal in high-stakes operations. The Black Hand doesn't do small-time work. Daimon replied. You've got a point, Sierra agreed, her voice filled with concern. They're notorious for keeping their operations under the radar, but the senator's name being linked to them? That could mean we're looking at a much larger web than we thought. With his connection to the Force, Daimon felt that there might be something darker pulling the strings behind the scenes. We need to find out who the senator's working with. The sooner we do that, the better we can figure out how to dismantle this operation. Sierra nodded. I'll start by tracking down his personal contacts. If there's anyone we can interrogate or who might know more, it's them. We'll see what we can learn from the people closest to him. Good, Daimon said, I'll head to the lower levels of Coruscant. If the Black Hand is involved, we may need to trace some of the more illegal movements, smuggling routes, hidden transactions. I'll see if the Force can guide me to where they're operating from. The two exchanged a brief nod before parting ways. Daimon made his way toward the nearest turbo lift, his mind already thinking of their next steps. Coruscant, the beating heart of the Republic, was teeming with information, but finding the right thread to pull in such a vast cityscape was always a challenge. And now, with an intricate conspiracy on his hands, the pressure was on. The turbolift doors slid open, and Daimon stepped into the bustling depths of Coruscant's underbelly. The lower levels were a stark contrast to the gleaming spires of the upper city, dimly lit alleyways, shadowed figures lurking in the corners, and the smell of industrial waste clinging to the air. It was here that the Republic's underworld thrived, far from the eyes of the Senate and its oversight. Daimon's senses were heightened, his mind already attuned with the Force. He walked through the crowded streets, feeling the weight of the darkness around him. The criminal elements of the lower levels were a matter that the Republic generally avoided until something major happened that prompted them to get involved. He reached a cantina, its flashing neon sign barely visible through the haze of smog and pollution that clung to the area. Inside, the chatter of patrons was drowned out by the music and the clinking of glasses. The cantina was filled with shady figures, smugglers, mercenaries, and low-level criminals all looking to avoid the Republic's watchful eye. Daimon approached the bar, his gaze scanning the room as he ordered a drink. Moments later, a man slid into the seat next to him. He was wearing a long, weathered cloak, and his face was hidden by the shadows, but Daimon could feel something peculiar about him. The man wasn't there by coincidence. "You're looking for answers," the man said, his voice low, as if he had been speaking in hushed tones for his whole life. Daimon didn't turn to face him, but his eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "Doesn't matter," the man replied, his smile unseen but evident in his voice. "What matters is what you're willing to pay for what you need." Daimon paused for a moment, weighing the man's words. He reached out with the force to probe for deception. There was no malice, no ulterior motive, but the man was well versed in hiding his true intentions. He could be connected to the underworld somehow. "I'm looking for information on a senator," Daimon said slowly. "The one from Corellia. He's tied to a group called the Black Hand. You know anything about that?" "The Black Hand?" he repeated, more to himself than to Daimon. "Dangerous people. You don't just ask about them unless you've got a death wish." Daimon's expression remained unchanged, though inside he was prepared for whatever came next. "I'm not asking. I'm investigating." The man slid a small data chip across the counter to Daimon. "This'll get you started. But be warned, Jedi. You dig too deep into the Black Hand, and you might not get out of the hole you're digging." Daimon didn't take the data chip immediately. Instead, he stared at the man for a long moment, considering his words. Finally, he slid the chip into his pocket and stood up. "I don't intend to go quietly." He walked out of the cantina and back into the murky streets. The man he was talking to had a mischievous smile on his face as he disappeared out of existence while muttering, "This should be exciting." Chapter 10, Jedi Killer. On the data chip given to him by the unknown man, there was information regarding various criminal organizations and their locations on numerous planets within the Republic. There were a few on Coruscant and dozens more spread throughout other planets within the core worlds, mid-rim worlds, and the handful of planets that the Republic colonized within the Outer Rim. He sent the other locations alongside any relevant information back to Lieutenant Khan, while he planned to investigate the criminal organizations located on Coruscant. The first location marked on the data chip was an underground gambling facility hidden beneath a decrepit warehouse. A place known only by those who wish to remain unseen by the watchful eyes of Republic law enforcement. Daimon found an inconspicuous spot in a dark alley and quietly surveyed the warehouse. He could hear whispered conversations from inside with the faint sound of music playing. Making his way to the entrance, he encountered two people standing guard at the door who were probably enforcers of sorts for the criminal underworld. Reaching out with the force, he forced them to walk away from entrance for a few minutes, giving him a chance to slip in. Making his way inside, he subtly used the force to mask his presence, easily blending into the crowd of gamblers and other unsavory characters. Earning glances and nods from those who recognized him as another patron looking to try their luck at Sabasi or Pazake. Daimon took a seat in front of a Dejeric board, scanning the crowded room as he played with the holographic creatures. He was looking for a particular person who was the head of a local criminal gang that was on the data chip he was given. It was stated that he liked to hang out in this place for majority of his day, which is why Daimon was here. Across from him, a bulky Duros sat down, his orange eyes looking at Daimon. "Here to play or just window shopping?" he growled. Despite his threatening tone, Daimon sensed no threat from him. "Maybe a bit of both," Daimon replied. The Trandoshan grunted and started the game. Meanwhile, hours had passed since Sira had started her investigation into the upper levels of Coruscant. Her search for the Senator's personal contacts was proving more difficult than she'd anticipated. His network was expansive and well shielded with layers upon layers of bureaucratic red tape placed strategically to cover his tracks. However, she was nothing if not persistent. Cyril looked into the deepest corners of the hollow net, diving through firewalls and navigating complex security systems utilizing the training her master had given her. Eventually, she found one of the senator's former flings whom he had spent years with before he ditched her. Apparently, she was very close to him before she was cast aside after he found someone better than her. Using this opportunity to gather information, she quickly arranged a meeting with the woman under the guise of an interview for an expose on the most influential figures in the Republic. The former flame, a sophisticated and bitter Twi'lek named Lyra, was more than happy to share her experiences with the senator. On his side, Daimon's game of Decorik was coming to a close. Just as he was about to make his move, he spotted a figure entering the room. It was a burly-looking human male with a large scar running down his cheek and surrounded by a number of bodyguards, all of whom were watching their surroundings very carefully. Just from his face alone, Daimon knew this was the person he was looking for. Rak Grunner, the head of a local criminal gang that was connected with the Black Hand. Making his move, Daimon was the Dejarik game against the Duros and got up to walk towards Rak Grunner's table. He was glad that Sira didn't come with him as he could really let loose being surrounded by criminal scum. As he got close to Grunner's table, two bodyguards put their hands up to stop Daimon from getting too close. But as soon as they did this, Daimon force choked the both of them in an instant, causing a commotion. People moved away from their tables, while the other bodyguards drew their blasters. Raising his hand to stop his bodyguards, Grunner spoke. "What are you doing here, Jedi?" he said loudly for all to hear. "A Jedi!" shouted one of the other criminals as he drew his blaster. "Let's kill him so we can get rewarded," another shouted as about a dozen people began to surround Daimon. A normal person wouldn't have even put themselves in this situation, but for Daimon it was different. In front of Sira, he had to act like a mentor and lead her on a path that she could thrive on. While it was only a glimpse, he saw what would happen if she was to follow the same path as him, and it wasn't good. Keeping his hands folded over his chest, Daimon started to laugh at the criminals as they surrounded him with their blasters. They were obviously unaware of who he was, since most of his exploits were only known to those in high positions within the Republic government. Grunner stood up, drawing his own blaster and aimed it at Daimon while asking, "What's so funny, Jedi? You know how much I'm gonna get paid for killing a Jedi? I'm gonna be rich for a long time." As he said this, Daimon felt his finger about to squeeze the trigger of his blaster, forcing him to wait for the shot to be fired and crouch at the last second while slamming his fist on the ground. All the surrounding criminals were force pushed away while one of them was accidentally shot in the head by Grunner. Grunner, who had been slammed into the wall by the force push, had grabbed his head, which hurt from the impact. "And that's why I was laughing," Daimon responded, standing up from his crouched position. "Now tell me how to find the Black Hand and you might live," he threatened. However, Grunner was not budging because of a simple threat. A Jedi wouldn't kill him, but if he revealed information on the Black Hand, then he would be dead in a matter of days with no way of seeing the future. Struggling to sit up, Grunner tried to reach for his blaster only for Daimon to step on his hand, causing him to scream, in pain as the bones in his hand cracked under Daimon's weight. The room was filled with Grunner's cries and the groans of the other criminals. Daimon crouched down near Grunner's face and placed his hand on his head, allowing him to read his memories. This ability was a combination of psychometry and mind probe, allowing to extract information directly from Grunner's mind. Daimon's eyes glowed for a few seconds as he extracted all the memories he needed. As he was doing this, other criminal security forces had already stormed the building and surrounded the place after hearing that a Jedi had started attacking everybody. With them, they brought one of their own Jedi killers, which were people who wore armor resistant to the Force and wielded sonic weapons, which were very useful against Force users because they fired concussive and disruptive sound waves, which were difficult to deflect with a proto-saber. As Daimon finished extracting the information he needed, the backup forces were already storming the room and forming a circle around the area. He already detected them long before they entered the building, but he was still surprised at how fast they were able to respond, which pointed to a strong security system for these criminal hideouts. The Jedi killer stepped forward, wearing his matte black armor carrying a specialized sonic rifle. He pointed the weapon at Daimon without hesitation. "Surrender, Jedi, or be vaporized," he growled behind his mask in a mechanical-like voice which masked his true voice. Daimon stood back up, revealing his true height. Slowly, he cracked his neck, a movement which caused a tense silence as the criminals looked around them. They began to back away cautiously, seeing the other criminals still groaning on the floor from the pain of their broken bones. They didn't see what happened before, and they did not want to find out what nor be on the receiving end of what happened. Yet if they ran, then they would be killed later alongside their families. "Surrender," Daimon replied as he looked at the weapon the Jedi killer had in his hands. For another Jedi, the sonic weapon may have worked, but against him they were useless. "You bring a toy meant for children and think it will save you." The Jedi killer wasted no time with talking and fired. A devastating wave of concentrated sonic energy ripped through the air towards Daimon. But instead of dodging or raising a defense, Daimon simply created a force shield around his body which absorbed the destructive sound wave. The sonic energy disappeared, leaving a stunned Jedi killer who lowered his weapon for a split second in disbelief. This was the first time his weapon had no effect on a Jedi. Normally they would become disorientated with the first hit, leaving the second hit to finally finish them off. But this time the weapon had no effect. The surrounding criminals looked confused and shook that the weapon had no effect. Daimon began to step forward towards the armored enforce. Each step was heavy and deliberate, sending chills down the criminals' spines. "I'm afraid you've misunderstood what kind of being you're dealing with," Daimon said coldly, causing fear to spread throughout the room. 3 criminals tried to run out of the door, but Daimon pulled the door closed, leaving them trapped in there with him. The Jedi killer fired again, and again, 3 rapid shots of sonic energy meant to incapacitate even the most skilled Jedi. But Daimon didn't stop. His force shield remained intact against each sonic attack, which faded into nothing once it made impact. Drawing his proto-saber for the first time since he entered the building, all hell unleashed in the room. Every criminal in the room opened fire on Daimon out of fear for their lives, while seeking cover to avoid being hit by crossfire. The Jedi killer tried to adjust his stance and prepared to fire once more. But before he could pull the trigger, Daimon was already right in front of him. Propelled by both physical prowess and force-enhanced speed, Daimon closed the distance. He effortlessly sliced through the barrel of the sonic rifle, rendering it useless, and then cut the Jedi killer in half. He didn't stop there as he proceeded to massacre every other criminal in the room, ignoring their cries and pleas for mercy. Blaster fire ricocheted off his force shield as Daimon moved throughout the room. One by one, the criminal fell until there were none left. Chapter 11, Emerald Nightfall. While there were no criminals left standing, there were still those that Daimon left alive and only cut off one of their limbs, such as an arm or leg, leaving them screaming and crying on the ground. Ignoring their screams and cries, he pulled out his COMM link, calling his contact within the RIA to come to his location for a cleanup operation. Arriving a few minutes later, a woman had entered the room followed by dozens of other agents to secure the scene. Seeing Daimon standing there while everybody else was on the ground, she walked over to him while shaking her head. "You know, sometimes I wonder how you get yourself in these situations, but then again it's you, so I kind of makes sense," said Commander Arya Kalara, a friendly face that Daimon has seen on numerous occasions since becoming a Jedi Knight. Her main job was shutting down criminal activity within Coruscant, but she occasionally was called by Daimon to perform a cleanup operation after he took down groups of criminals. "Ma'am, I was just minding my business when I was suddenly attacked by these criminals, please you must understand," Daimon jokingly stated, earning a smile from Arya. "Minding your business?" "Yes, of course, Daimon. I always forget how frequently innocent Jedi Knights just happen to stumble into armed criminal hideouts wielding illegal sonic weaponry." Her voice was filled with sarcasm, but her smile showed her amusement. The agents around her began to spread out, securing the area and any evidence that they found. A pair of droids floated in behind them, scanning the remains of the armored Jedi killer. Daimon chuckled softly, "What can I say? Trouble seems to find me, Commander." Turning her attention to their surroundings, Arya crossed her arms as she surveyed the destruction. On the walls she saw the marks where stray blaster bolts had struck and people who were still alive being tended to by her agents before being arrested and taken away for interrogation. Her eyes eventually landed on Grunner, who was being secured by her agents. Daimon hadn't bothered finishing him after extracting what he needed from his mind, as he knew the RIA could gain a lot of information from him. "Who's that one?" she asked, gesturing toward Grunner. "His name is Grunner, he's the leader of a local criminal gang suspected of working either for or with the Black Hand," Daimon explained. Arya's eyebrows shot up at the mention of the Black Hand. "The Black Hand? You really know how to pick your targets, don't you?" she muttered, her tone darkening. The Black Hand was no ordinary criminal syndicate. It was a vast and shadowy organization with its tendrils in every criminal enterprise, from spice smuggling to political assassination across multiple sectors. If Daimon had stumbled upon a connection here on Coruscant, it was more than just bad luck. Daimon shrugged, "It wasn't exactly planned. Grunner just happened to be the one I was looking for," he said as he motioned toward the figure of the crime lord. "But I got what information I needed from him." "I'm sure you did," Arya replied, nodding to her agents to haul Grunner up and restrain him more tightly. He groaned weakly as he couldn't muster up any strength to fight back. The RIA agents slapped binders onto Grunner's wrists and dragged him toward their shuttle. "And do you mind telling me what information you extracted from him?" Arya asked, curious as to what he found so that they can compare the information that they got before they interrogated him to the information after they interrogated him. "Grunner is just one cog in a much larger machine, Arya," he began. "He was laundering credits for the Black Hand, funneling funds through seemingly legitimate businesses here on Coruscant. But that's not the juicy part." Arya tilted her head slightly, crossing her arms as she waited for him to continue. "And what would the juicy part be?" she asked skeptically. "He spoke of a shipment," Daimon said. "A shipment coming in 2 standard days from now. High-value cargo coded Emerald Nightfall." He didn't know exactly what it was, not even where it was being held yet, but he did know where the exchange would happen. The Haskara District docks, Bay 47A. The Haskara district was a notorious hotspot for illicit activity despite, or perhaps because of its proximity to some of Coruscant's wealthiest towers. The docks there were vast and labyrinthine, a perfect location for the Black Hand to operate in the shadows. "Emerald Nightfall," she murmured, the name sounding intriguing. "If it's important enough for the Black Hand to codename it, it's not just your regular shipment of spice or illegal arms. It's something much bigger." Daimon nodded. "That's what I thought. Whatever this is, it could offer us more information on the Black Hand and possibly force them to do something stupid that will start to reveal all the people involved in their little organization." Arya glanced at her agents, who were still working efficiently around them, cataloging weapons, securing survivors, and analyzing anything of value. "Are you already working with the RIA on this case?" she asked. "Yes. I'm working with Lieutenant Khan to investigate a senator who is potentially involved with the Black Hand, but also investigating the Black Hand itself," Daimon explained. Hearing the name Khan, Arya knew who he was, as she had heard of him being a new up-and-coming specialist in the RIA who specializes in tracking down high-risk criminal activity and investigating corruption within the Republic itself. While he wasn't the only one, as he was part of a much larger team who all worked on the mission, he was the only one who was getting results, which made her a little suspicious of what the others were doing. "I've heard of Lieutenant Khan. I'll reach out to him and start working with him on this case, as it has now grabbed my attention. For that exchange that will happen, I can provide agents to assist you in arresting those involved," she offered, as she was already strategizing on what their next steps would be. "That will be much appreciated," This shipment could be a major crack in their armor, but we can't go in heavy-handed. If we make too much noise and botch this, the Black Hand will scatter like rats, and we'll lose our lead. Precision is key. Arya smirked at his statement. Precision? From you? The walking embodiment of chaos. Daimon chuckled softly. Don't confuse creativity with chaos, Arya. Besides, I've always been good at improvisation when things inevitably go wrong. Fine, Arya conceded. But let me make one thing clear, my agents won't just be backup for your theatrics. If we're working together on this, we're doing it my way. Your way? Daimon replied in amusement. I wasn't aware I signed up for babysitting. Arya stepped closer, her voice lowering so that only he could hear her. It's not about babysitting, it's about ensuring the job gets done right without unnecessary collateral damage. Throwing his hands up, he ultimately surrendered. Fine, I'll do it your way. Good, now get out of here, and I'll see you in 2 days, she stated. Daimon performed a bow as he jokingly said, Very well, my lady, before turning around and leaving the scene. Arya shook her head, suppressing a smirk as she turned back to direct her agents. For the next few hours, Daimon continued to investigate other targets that he had on his list, gathering some more valuable information on people involved with the Black Hand. But nothing was as interesting as the exchange that was going to take place. Contacting Sira, he returned to the Jedi Temple to meet up and talk about what they both had found over last few hours. Entering the temple, Sira was waiting for him in one of the quitter meditation chambers, seated cross-legged on one of the cushions. Her eyes opened and focused on her master as he walked in. You've been busy, she said as Daimon stepped into the chamber. I felt quite the disturbance earlier. It seemed like you were having fun, master. Daimon smirked as he leaned against the doorframe. Oh, you know me. Just making friends with corrupt gangsters and uncovering galaxy-spanning criminal syndicates. The usual. Sira rolled her eyes. One day, master, I fear your usual will get us both into a situation we can't talk our way out of. Daimon stepped further into the room and sat opposite her, mirroring her cross-legged posture. You underestimate my charm, Padawan. But enough about my adventures, what did you find? Sira straightened slightly, her tone turning serious. I followed the lead you gave me about the senator. And it seems we were right about him hiding something. She pressed a small hollow projector on the floor beside her, and a video of a Twi'lek popped up. This is Lyra, a Twi'lek who used to be one of the senator's flings before she was cast out because he found someone better. Sira paused, allowing Daimon to examine the holographic image of the Twi'lek woman. I arranged a meeting with her, and she was more than willing to express what she saw during her time with the senator. The video began to play as Lyra explained all she saw during her time as the senator's fling. Chapter 12, Activating Cortana. Daimon rubbed his chin as the flickered off. Lyra's testimony gives us a map, he said. But maps are no good unless they lead somewhere we can plant our flag. Or in this case, evidence we can't just dismiss as circumstantial. Sira nodded, still seated cross-legged but leaning slightly forward with that expression she always wore when she was thinking. The senator's personal communications could be key. If we can intercept them or gain access to his private correspondence, there's a good chance we'll find something incriminating. A grin spread across Daimon's face. That's exactly where I was going, he said. And I know just how to get what we need. Sira raised an eyebrow at his words. I sense another one of your overly elaborate schemes brewing, master. Not overly elaborate, Daimon corrected. Perfectly calculated and incredibly efficient. He said, leaning closer to her. Here's the thing about politicians like our dear senator. They pride themselves on power and influence but forget one cardinal rule of survival: the more power you hold, the bigger your blind spots. And I'm about to exploit every single one of his. Sira tilted her head, intrigued but skeptical. And how exactly do you plan on exploiting those blind spots? Please don't tell me this involves you crashing some lavish social event or pretending to be someone you're not again. Daimon couldn't hide the grin on his face as Sira had grown to know him well over the past years. Oh, come on, Sira. You know that's when I'm at my best, he teased. But no, this one's going to require a bit more finesse, and a light touch. He tapped his temple. It's not just about brute force or flashy distractions. It's about getting into his mind, finding what makes him tick and then using it against him. Are you going to use the force to manipulate him? Sira asked, though in the back of her mind, she knew her master would not do such a thing as it was against the Jedi code. Not quite. Manipulation is crude and noticeable and also against the Jedi code. What I have in mind is more subtle. It involves that Cortana project of mine, he explained. Sira had heard about this Cortana project of his, but was never told many details on what it exactly was besides that it was going to be a super smart droid of sorts. Cortana will be able to monitor the Senator's communications, even the more encrypted ones. All she would need is a few days or weeks depending on how often the Senator is in contact with the Black Hand. Cortana was basically ready to be brought online. All Daimon needed was a few more hours and she could finally be brought to life. Though her body would take some time before she was walking around and joining him on missions. Well, it's not crazy like your other plans would be, so I think it's a good idea, Sira admitted. Sure, Daimon replied. Now I'm gonna go work on Cortana, so there's no training today, consider it a day off in fact. However, Sira was not as excited as one would be about a day off, since she already spent hours of her day investigating the Senator's contacts and talking to his fling. But before she could say anything, Daimon had already got up and left the room, leaving her to mediate on her own. Meanwhile, Daimon walked to his private quarters and began working on Cortana to get her operational. Her core, which would be where her core operational processes and personality matrix resided, was nearly complete. He carefully adjusted the connections between the Kyber crystal core, the neural framework, and the holographic projection systems. Each step required immense precision, as the integration of the Force with advanced technology was a delicate and uncharted process. As he connected the final circuits, Daimon couldn't help but get a little excited. The Kyber crystal pulsed faintly, resonating with his Force energy, as if responding to his intent. He paused for a moment, closing his eyes, and concentrated on his Force energy. This was no ordinary droid or AI, this was something far greater, something alive in a way that defied the conventional boundaries of artificial intelligence. He placed his hands on the core, focusing his mind and channeling the Force into it. The Kyber crystal began to glow brighter, its light filling the room with a bright purple color. A low sound could be heard from the core as if it were awakening. The core flared for a moment, and then the holographic projector activated. A shimmering figure appeared, gradually solidifying into a form that closely resembled the Cortana from his memories. Her eyes glowed faintly, and as they locked onto Daimon, there was a flicker of recognition, a spark of awareness. All the data and information about the galaxy as well as the intricacies of the Force had been preloaded into her database. Aligning seamlessly with Daimon's memories and the input from various archived holocrons. Daimon felt a strong connection to her due to the Kyber crystal that he infused his Force energy into. Daimon, she said, her voice neither mechanical nor artificial, but more human-like. Daimon grinned as he wiped his hands on a nearby rag. Welcome to the galaxy, Cortana. Her holographic form tilted its head, scanning her surroundings. This galaxy, she began, her voice filled with awe and mild sarcasm, is both astonishingly advanced and simultaneously primitive. Hyperdrive engines capable of light-speed travel coexist alongside blasters that still misfire. Fascinating contradiction. Daimon chuckled. Yeah, it's a mess. But in the future, you and I will improve all these things. He leaned forward, folding his arms as he studied her form. But right now, we've got one very specific mess to clean up with the Senator and his ties to the Black Hand. Cortana's eyes started to glow as she started to process the data she had on Senator Krenel. She crossed her arms and slowly walked in place, testing the boundaries of her holographic projection. Krenel. Twi'lek Senator, staunch advocate for stricter trade tariffs. Which we all know is code for lining his own pockets with credits from the corporate monopolies. His public records are pristine, but his personal data has some interesting fluctuations. Significant unexplained transactions. Shall I dig deeper? Do I even need to ask? He said with a grin as Cortana nodded and began sifting through the vast streams of encrypted information. This won't take long, she said absent-mindedly, half focused on her task. Daimon leaned back in his chair, arms crossed as he observed her work. He couldn't help but marvel at what he had created, an artificial intelligence that not only processed data faster than any organic being but also felt alive, sentient in a way that no normal droid could match. Moments later, Cortana had finished her task. Well, she began. Our dear Senator Krenel has been busy. I found communications encrypted with an older code, primitive by my standards, and these messages paint quite the story. Go on, Daimon said. Krenel's been funneling credits through a labyrinth of shell corporations, all leading to a minor syndicate on Kessel, one that just so happens to be a front for the Black Hand. He's not just dealing with them, he's funding their expansion in the handful of Outer Rim colonies that the Republic has. Cortana explained. Daimon grew curious hearing what she had found. Funding? That doesn't sound like just a corrupt senator padding his wallet. What's he getting out of it? Power, Cortana replied sharply, her voice edged with disdain. According to the communications I decrypted, Krenel is leveraging the Black Hand to silence political rivals and enforce loyalty within his region. He's expanding his influence faster than an all-you-can-eat buffet day. Daimon chuckled at her humor but then grew serious again. This goes deeper than I thought. If he's consolidating power with the Black Hand, there's no telling how far his influence could spread, or how much chaos it'll cause in the Senate and beyond. Cortana nodded. More concerning is that he seems to be aiming even higher. Some of these transmissions reference a meeting with someone nicknamed the Overseer. No further details in the messages, but if the Black Hand is involved, it's not a stretch to assume this Overseer is someone of significant importance, potentially orchestrating the chaos. The title alone hinted at someone who wasn't just pulling strings on Krenel, but someone with ambitions and authority far beyond a mere syndicate leader. The Overseer. He repeated. We need to know who this person is and what their endgame is. If the title is legitimate and not just a cryptic moniker, then we might be looking at someone managing multiple layers of this web: Black Hand operations, political corruption, smuggling routes, possibly even covert military projects. She paused momentarily. I could slice into Krenel's private systems and see if there's more to dig up. It'd be fun. Do that and let's see what we can find. In the meantime, I'll get some rest and talk with my Padawan with what we have so far in the morning. Daimon prepared some clothes for himself as he got in the shower before climbing into his bed. Once done he laid down and closed his eyes. A/N, sorry about the slow-paced chapters, the following chapters after this will be a lot more fast-paced but not too much. I'm still learning on how to balance fast-paced chapters while also telling a good story. Chapter 13, The Path Ahead. Their technology was a blend of old Rakata technology from thousands of years ago, and new technology that they acquired from the few passing traders who come to the planet. Their weapons were relatively primitive as they didn't have ranged weapons and relied on melee weapons when engaging in conflict. Hundreds of Jedi leave the planet throughout the year, working as mercenaries, bounty hunters, or soldiers within the Republic, oftentimes selling their services to the highest bidder. Because of their long lifespans and how it's near impossible to kill them, they were highly sought out by various corporations, criminal syndicates, and other services to serve as bodyguards, assassins, and even enforcers for debts that no one else would dare to collect. Despite this outward scattering of individuals, the Jedi as a whole were fiercely protective of their culture and secrets. Feldari was more than just a birthplace, it was sacred ground, untouched by war, or at least it was until one clan decided to conquer all the other clans on the planet. The Isvalis clan, a notoriously secretive and cunning clan, initiated the first overt bid for domination in over a few millennia. Legends whispered that the Isvalis descended from the Jedi who had been altered and imbued with ancient Rakata knowledge, dark secrets unearthed from another age entirely. They were said to have found remnants of an infinite empire facility deep beneath Feldari's surface, where bioweapons and advanced force manipulation devices waited dormant for someone desperate, or foolish, enough to awaken their power. The clans dismissed these rumors as stories meant to keep children obedient. And with the way Jedi society worked, the Isvalis were able to hide until they were finally able to open the infinite empire facility and reap the hidden weapons. About 10 years ago they managed to do just that, and now 10 years later they are conquering clans aiming to establish their clan as the sole clan on the planet and push the Jedi towards a brighter future. The leader of the Isvalis clan was a very strong and intelligent Jedi by the name of Kalar. He was not like most Jedi clan leaders who embraced their formidable resilience, long lifespans, and physical prowess with quiet pride. Kalar reveled in ambition. His body bore scars that never faded, a strange anomaly for Jedi physiology. These scars were rumored to be self-inflicted from experiments he had performed on himself using Rakata technology, pushing both his physical form and connection to the Force beyond natural limits. Kalar's presence radiated both dread and awe. His voice was deep, almost mechanical, resonating with a haunting blend of malice and passion. He preached of unification, of elevating the Jedi above their primitive, clan-based society. The old ways will lead to extinction, he declared time and again to those who would listen. But anyone who resisted his vision became an enemy of the Isvalis, an enemy crushed under his might. For centuries he gathered his strength, strengthened his clan for this exact moment. And now that he had everything he needed, he began his campaign to unify Feldari under his banner. Kalar's vision was ruthless, yet undeniably captivating to many younger Jedi who had grown weary of their fragmented existence. His rise was swift, his methods a blend of calculated diplomacy and overwhelming force. To those clans who surrendered willingly, he offered positions of power within his growing empire. But for those who resisted, he left behind ruins and echoes of despair. Daimon watched this happen through the Force, sighing as his future plans were getting slightly interrupted by Kalar. Coming from a life of suffering and being at the mercy of those who held power, his main goal after being reincarnated is to attain as much power as he could. While there were many routes he could have taken, the one he decided to take was to learn from the light side first and all the knowledge that the Jedi Order had, since they had been studying the power of the Force for thousands of years. After spending a few decades in the Jedi Order, he would then leave and go on his own path to learn what was considered the dark side of the Force. Learning both the light and dark side of the Force would start him on his journey to learn the four primary aspects of the Force, which consisted of the unifying force, the living force, the cosmic force, and the physical force. The unifying force is a philosophical interpretation of the Force that views it as a single, all-encompassing entity transcending the dichotomy of light and dark. It represents the grand, universal aspect of the Force, tying together all things across time, space, and dimensions into one interconnected whole. The living force represents the energy present in all living beings and their immediate connection to the Force. It emphasizes being attuned to the present moment, fostering empathy and understanding the interdependence of life. By springing from and feeding into the cosmic force, the living force created and grew the Force and was the fundamental unity that underpinned all of creation by maintaining harmony between dualities such as life and death and light and dark, while also transcending them. The cosmic force is the grand, overarching aspect of the Force that exists beyond individual beings. It connects all things across time and space, linking the past, present, and future. When a living being dies, their life energy merges into the cosmic force, becoming part of the greater whole. Together, the cosmic force and the living force were the two parts making up the energy field created by, and penetrating and surrounding all living things, that was life, death, and rebirth and everything in between. The physical force highlights the force's power to influence and manipulate the material universe. It encompasses abilities that demonstrate the force's impact on objects, energy, and the physical prowess of those who wield it. By learning all four primary aspects of the force, Daimon hoped to reach the peak of force power and eventually transcend into a force god. To do that, he would need to learn both the cosmic and living force from the force priestesses who resided on the wellspring of life, the home of the midi-chlorians. The force priestesses were 5 beings who were representatives of the connection between the living force as experienced by living beings, and the cosmic force in its role in the greater scheme of the universe. By learning from them, he could also learn the secret to immortality. The physical and unifying force, he was capable of learning from the knowledge that he would get from studying the knowledge the Jedi had and when he started studying the dark side. Now after all this, one might ask what was there to do next. Well, Daimon's plan was to basically create his own empire within the galaxy, starting with his own species, the Jedi. He would essentially become something akin to their god and completely reform Jedi society into a more imperialistic culture, one focused on power, progress, and an unquenchable thirst for evolution, both physical and philosophical. The Jedi, with their inherent resilience and virtually immortal lifespans, were already a formidable species. Daimon's vision, however, would transform them into apex predators of the galaxy, capable of rivaling any known species in the galaxy. But now came Kayla, who would interrupt his plans, which wasn't exactly bad, since he could deal with this problem in the far future. Still, it would have been better to have to change them from their current clan-based system into what Daimon envisioned. And the Jedi weren't the only species he had in mind. Because of his knowledge of Star Wars lore, he had many species that he wanted to bring under his empire to create the greatest empire the galaxy had ever seen. Chapter 14, The Exchange. 2 days later, it was around midday, a few hours away from when the exchange was supposed to happen. Daimon was standing next to Master Corran, his old master who had joined him in watching Sira train. He watched as Sira swung her proto-saber around, which was powered by a belt-mounted power pack. It was the same for all Jedi during this time, even Daimon, which prevented him from being able to throw his proto-saber at people during combat. The concept of a kyber crystal-powered lightsaber not being powered by another power source, was not a thing during this time in Jedi history. This is one of the things that Daimon hoped to change sometime in the future, as proto-sabers were relatively primitive during this time. Sira was being trained by a training droid, an archaic model that was effective enough for teaching techniques. Its spherical body floated mid-air, shooting blaster bolts to test Sira's reflexes. She twirled, each swing of her proto-saber guided by the Force. "She's progressing nicely," Master Corran said approvingly, her hands clasped behind his back. "You've chosen your Padawan well." Daimon nodded, watching as Sira deflected another bolt. "She's talented, no doubt about that," he said. "And given enough time, she will become a great Jedi Master in the future." Master Corran nodded, agreeing with his statement, since if Daimon was teaching her what he knew, then Sira's future within the Order was more than secured. "I see a lot of your own techniques within her movements, alongside a few new things I've never seen before." Daimon smiled, as what she was seeing was the more simplified version of his own saber techniques that Sira had learned. As a few more minutes passed, they were joined by another, Shrimi, who had just returned from a mission. Seeing Master Corran already here, she paid her respects by bowing her head. "Master Corran," she said. "Shrimi," replied Master Corran, returning the bow. "How was your mission?" "It was fine. The Republic just discovered another world and wanted to initiate first contact peacefully," explained Shrimi. "The inhabitants seem to be in the early stages of technological development, but they possess a rich cultural history. It went peacefully enough, though their leaders were wary." "Understandable, considering how unfamiliar they are with outsiders. I recommended sustained communication channels before introducing any major Republic presence." Master Corran nodded approvingly. "Wise counsel. The Jedi should always approach such matters with patience and respect. And now if you will excuse me, Daimon, I have other matters to attend to, Master Corrin said as she stepped out of the training room. As she left, Shrimi walked up next to Daimon. We should have our Padawans test their abilities against each other sometime soon, Shrimi suggested. It would be good for them to experience the unpredictability of another student's fighting style. Sira seems sharp, let's see how she fares against my Padawan. Daimon nodded, glancing at Shrimi, who looked quite stunning in her consular robes. Her idea had some merit to it, as Sira would get to experience another Padawan's fighting style. It would also give her a chance to win a training fight against another Force user, since whenever the two of them trained, he always won but also made sure to teach her at the same time. Sure, when we're both not too busy, let's do that, he replied as his COMM link started blinking. Pulling it up, he pressed the button to hear Arya's voice. Daimon, it's time, let's meet at the designated location. Copy that, Arya, I'll be right there, he replied, turning towards Shrimi. Wheel, I have my own mission to attend now, Daimon said, clipping his COMM link back to his belt. Shrimi was curious about what mission he was on, but she heard how urgent the other voice sounded, so she decided to wait until he returned to ask him. Stopping her training, Daimon and Sira left the Jedi Temple and proceeded to the meeting location. The location was a makeshift headquarters that was set up within the Haskara district docks. Arriving within the rugged, industrial expanse of the docks, Daimon scanned their surroundings. The Haskara district was alive with activity, a mix of steam rising from heavy machinery, cargo haulers rumbling across durasteel platforms, and dock workers shouting orders in various alien dialects. Walking in the commander center set up within a makeshift prefab building, Arya along with dozens of other agents were present within the room. Arya stood over a hollow table that projected a faint blue hologram of the district. Just on time, she said, gesturing for them to join her. We've intercepted some encrypted communications confirming movement of Black Hand agents about a point marked within Bay 47A as the rendezvous site for the exchange. Any updates on what's being traded? Daimon asked, his voice steady, though his mind raced with possibilities. Arya shook her head. Nothing concrete yet. Some chatter points to high-value contraband, potentially weapons-grade tech or rare kyber crystals, but that's purely speculation. Her sharp blue eyes flicked up to him. Whatever it is, it's worth their lives and reputations. Black Hand doesn't risk exposure unless the payoff is monumental. And if they're willing to risk meeting in a high-traffic zone like this, it's no small deal. Daimon nodded, based off what he knew from lore. Kyber crystals are extremely valuable and could be turned into destructive weapons. Then we can't afford to let this slip through our fingers. What's the plan? Arya tapped a few buttons on the hollow table, zooming in on Bay 47A. The hologram revealed a labyrinth of crates, scaffolding, and cargo ships docked in tight proximity. We'll divide into 3 teams. Team 1 will cover the upper walkways for a bird's-eye view of the exchange. Team 2 will secure the perimeter to ensure no one gets in or out without us knowing. Your team, Daimon, will infiltrate the bay and observe the exchange directly. Arya handed each of them a small data pad containing schematics of the bay and key points of interest. We have 30 minutes before the exchange begins. Get into position, stay sharp, and remember, we need them alive if we're going to uncover their full operation. As the teams dispersed, Daimon and Sira made their way to Bay 47A. The air grew heavier with industrial fumes, and the sound of machinery clanged around them. They kept to the shadows, weaving through stacks of containers that created narrow corridors and blind spots. They arrived at a vantage point overlooking the meeting area, concealed behind a stack of durasteel crates. Below, a group of individuals in dark cloaks had begun to gather, their movements calculated and cautious. At the center of the group, a small cylindrical container sat on a hover pad, its faint glow indicating something powerful and potentially dangerous inside. Daimon whispered, "That must be the item. Stay focused." Moments later, a new group approached from the far side of the bay. Unlike the cloaked figures, these individuals wore armor, their weapons visible and ready. Black Hand Enforcers. The tension in the air grew thicker as the two groups faced each other. One of the cloaked figures stepped forward, his voice sharp and authoritative. "Do you have the payment?" The armored leader chuckled, tossing a small case onto the ground. "Credits, untraceable. Now hand over the package." As things were progressing, Daimon felt like something was off, causing him to look to the far right of the exchange where some upper walkways were and see other figures who were armed. Before he could warn Arya and her agents, everything went wrong. A loud explosion rocked the bay, sending debris flying. From the upper walkways, blaster fire erupted as a third group appeared, pirates looking to hijack the deal. "Ambush!" Daimon yelled as blaster fire was being shot from nearly everywhere within the bay. Reaching his hand out, Daimon pulled the weapons away from everybody who wasn't an agent and made them hang in the air. Seeing this, Arya ordered her people to move in. "They're unarmed, move in and arrest them," she ordered as dozens of agents moved in and began to arrest the various groups. Some tried to run or even fight with their melee weapons, but the entire area was already cut off, leaving no escape routes, and those that had melee weapons were taken down. Everybody was eventually arrested, and the package was secured and prepped for transport. While Daimon would have loved to just jump down there, he did agree to do this Arya's way. Chapter 15, Testing Pheromone Ability. 4 years later, 7031 BBY. Daimon, age 24. Since the exchange, Daimon and Sira have worked closely with Arya and Lieutenant Khan to track down and investigate corruption within the Senate. The original senator who they were after was already arrested and trialed for all the evidence they had against him. He was sentenced to 20+ years in prison by a Republic court, which alerted the other people connected to the Black Hand about their influence not being as widespread as they thought. They had fallbacks in case something like this happened. However, Daimon had prepared against any counter plan they had, making it impossible for the senator to not be trialed. All of his accomplices, which included 2 other senators, were also trialed and convicted. However, the hunt for the Black Hand still continued. The Jedi Council had made this investigation Daimon's permanent assignment while also becoming more involved in the matter. Now Jedi Knights and Masters from all over the Republic are involved in searching for the Black Hand and bringing an end to its influence. During the second year, the Black Hand and the Republic had clashed in dozens of systems as their hideouts and operations were being raided, and the people who worked for them were imprisoned. The Senate had approved the deployment of the Republic military to support the Jedi-led operations, marking a turning point in the Republic's fight against the elusive Black Hand. In the middle of the third year, Daimon was testing out his pheromones ability, which originated from the Zeltron species on the world Zeltros. He decided to test the ability during his off time, visiting one of the many nightclubs of Coruscant. The clubs on Coruscant were a world of their own, a mix of light, sound, and an endless crowd of beings from all over the Republic. Daimon walked into one of the more renowned establishments in the Uskra district, its neon-lit exterior in rhythm to the heavy beats coming from within. Daimon's training with the Jedi had always emphasized control over his emotions, actions, and the unique gifts his Zeltron heritage afforded him. The pheromones he naturally produced could sway emotions, alter perceptions, and even calm tense situations, but until now, he had rarely tested its potential. Tonight was different. Tonight, he wanted to understand the true extent of his ability while also enjoying himself. As he entered, the atmosphere shifted subtly. A few heads turned from the crowd, looking in his direction due to his height but also due to what he was wearing. Because of his size, he had to get his clothes custom made by tailor, which he has a good relationship with. Before coming to the nightclub, he asked the tailor to create him a specific type of outfit which mirrored a modern-day suit from his previous life, but also had a few additions to it to make him look extremely wealthy. Daimon's outfit. The suit costs a lot, but ever since Cortana has been activated, he already had her set him up a secret account and began investing in things which she knew would turn a profit, or tactically acquiring money from various rich people who wouldn't even notice that it was gone. Taking a seat at the bar, he observed the patrons. It was a mix of beings, humans, Twi'leks, Rodians, and even a few Devaronians. The bartender, a sharp-eyed Togruta, approached with a welcoming smile. "What'll it be?" she asked, her voice cutting through the music. "Something light," Daimon replied, offering a friendly grin. "Surprise me." The Togruta bartender smirked and nodded, quickly whipping up a drink. A moment later, a glowing azure concoction slid across the counter to Daimon. "You'll like this one," she said, leaning forward slightly. "It's called the Star Striker. Smooth at first, but with a kick, like most people who wander into this place." "Sounds like my kind of drink." Daimon took a sip, the electric flavor spreading across his tongue before the subtle burn followed. His grin widened. "Not bad." As he sat, he loosened his focus, letting his pheromones flow gently into the air. The effect was almost immediate as a group of Twi'leks who worked in the establishment had gathered together to talk about him. "So, who's going to go talk to that gentleman sitting over there?" One of the Twi'leks, a bold woman with green skin and shimmering gold patterns tattooed along her leku, smirked and stepped forward. "I'll take that challenge. He looks interesting." Her co-workers laughed softly, nudging her in encouragement as she walked across the crowded floor. Daimon, half focused on his drink and his experiment, noticed her approach through the force before he even turned to meet her gaze. She stopped just short of him, leaning one arm against the bar, her eyes filled with playful curiosity. "You know, someone like you doesn't go unnoticed for long in a place like this." Daimon offered a small, knowing smile. "Is that so? And here I thought I was blending in rather well." "Not when you're giving off that kind of energy," she replied, her tone teasing but laced with something sharper. "Whoever you are, you're making waves, good ones, though." Daimon chuckled softly, swirling his drink before setting it down. "I'll take that as a compliment." She leaned closer, her voice dropping a notch to a quieter tone. "You're no average club goer. That outfit? That calm confidence? It screams someone important." Her eyes watched him carefully, probing for a reaction which she usually got from people like him, but she was surprised when she didn't get any. "So, tell me, who are you really?" Daimon tilted his head with a small grin still on his face. "Just a man enjoying a drink. And perhaps the company." The Twi'lek laughed lightly, as though not entirely convinced. "Mysterious, aren't you? Fine. I can respect that." She extended her hand. "Name's Lyra. I work here, but you already guessed that." "Lord Farquaad," he replied, shaking her hand. "Pleasure." He decided to use one of the funny names from his previous life that he remembered from a movie series called Shrek, to hide his true name. "A lord? Oh wow, should I be groveling on the floor in your presence?" she said, letting out a small laugh. "If you want, but be warned, I might just have to elevate you back up to your feet," Daimon said, a hit of mischief on his face. Lyra laughed at his response. She was enjoying the conversation they were having. However, that conversation was cut short when a familiar face walked next to Daimon. "Look who it is," Daimon sighed when he heard the familiar voice, as he knew exactly who it was. "Do I know you, ma'am?" he replied, acting as if he didn't know Arya, who was standing next to him. "Ah, I see," Arya replied, giving Lyra a dangerous look, causing her to say goodbye to Daimon and take her leave. Leaving the two of them alone at the bar, Arya sat next to Daimon wearing a very peculiar type of clothing. Sighing again, Daimon turned to face her to see the bright smile that was on her face. "How did you find me?" he asked. "Come on now, look at yourself," she gestured at his entire body. "You're like the only super tall walking problem that I know on Coruscant. So, you wasted government resources to track me down?" Daimon asked in a mocking tone as he took another sip of his Star Striker. Arya shrugged with a grin. Wasted? Hardly. Consider it, field reconnaissance. You're not exactly low profile tonight. She leaned back in her seat looking at him from head to toe. Daimon didn't realize it, but his pheromones were starting to take effect on her. Daimon raised an eyebrow. You'd be surprised how subtle I can be when I want to. Arya laughed under her breath, shaking her head. Sure, Lord Farquaad. You're practically invisible. She gestured loosely around them. Half this room's been staring at you since you walked in. Are you jealous? Daimon teased, smirking as he swirled what little drink he had left. Jealous? Please, Arya replied, rolling her eyes. I'm here to make sure you don't embarrass yourself, or worse, end up causing an incident that gets reported to the Jedi Council. You're a permanent assignment now, remember? The Council's keeping an eye on you. Daimon sighed, leaning his arm casually on the bar. Arya, I am the assignment. The Council's idea of oversight hasn't exactly stopped me before. True, so in that case I'll stay and keep watch over you, she stated as she ordered a drink. For the next 2 hours, what started as Arya watching over Daimon, turned into Daimon watching over Arya, who had drunk too much. She was also subtly influenced by Daimon's pheromone ability, causing her to do things that Daimon had not seen her do before. As the night came to an end, Daimon had to rent a place for the both of them to stay since he didn't know where she stayed and didn't want to get her in trouble as she was quite drunk. But as they were in the room together, the pheromones had kicked in and one thing led to another between the two of them. Waking up the next morning, Arya almost had a heart attack as she woke up and saw that she was sleeping on Daimon's chest. Then the memories of what they did last night filled her head, causing her face to turn red. As soon as they entered the room, she had practically thrown herself at him, yet he didn't resist. Looking down at him, she raised her hand and attempted to slap him, but her hand was grabbed before she could. You know, it's rude to hit people when they're asleep. The morning sun poured through the room as his eyes met hers. She jerked her arm back, breaking free from his grasp. She then shot a glare that was more playful than menacing. What happened last night? Daimon propped himself up as he began to explain. Well, last time I checked, we had a grand discussion about the merits of Corellian whiskey over Alderaanian wine. Or was it the other way around? My memory gets a bit foggy when intoxicated, he claimed, though he was well aware of what happened, or at least why it happened. She covered her face as she couldn't keep her mind from remember what happened. I can't believe I did those things. What if people find out about this? She questioned. There's always a way to spin the tale if it ever comes up. There was no way anybody would find out, but if they did, they could just say it's a lie or make up a good story. Oh? And how do you propose I spin it? Hey, guys, no big deal. Just had a wild night with the superhuman avatar of chaos. You know, at least it wasn't with that whore who was all over you. Daimon laughed, dropping back down onto the mattress beside her. While she was originally a little shocked and a tad bit angry, in the end her desire, which was exponentially increased by the pheromones, superseded that anger. Rolling into the 4th year, they continued working together while trying to keep things strictly professional. It was agreed that they were just two people allowing their desires to take over occasionally. Daimon liked this situation since he didn't want to form an attachment with Arya which would cause certain problems for the future. Chapter 16, The Padawan's Ascension. Congratulations Sira, you have passed all the trials and you are now a Knight of the Jedi Order, Daimon said as he activated his proto-saber and ceremonially touched her shoulders to symbolize her ascension to Jedi Knight. She had passed her trials with flying colors thanks to Daimon's guidance and training, leaving room for a lot of personal growth. She had worked long and hard to reach this moment, and now that she was knighted by her master, it made the moment feel all the more significant. Thank you, Master, she said. I couldn't have done it without your guidance. Daimon grinned, let's not inflate my ego too much, I only pointed out the obvious paths. You did the walking. He lowered his blade, Deactivating it as Sira stood up. They both turned to face the three masters behind them who were all members of the Jedi Council. Unlike the main Jedi Council which resided on Ossus, they were members of the regional Jedi Council appointed as the masters of the Coruscant Temple. The planet Ossus was where the main Jedi Council resided, whom Daimon never saw because most of his training took place on Coruscant. But now that he has trained a Jedi from Padawan to Knight, he would have to go there to complete his trials to become a Jedi Master. He was already recommended by the members of the Regional Jedi Council on Coruscant due to his achievements. If he was older, he would have been gone through the trials based off his achievements alone, but because he was considered quite young to be a Master, the Council wanted to see the results of his teachings. Now that he has, there was nothing stopping him from becoming a Jedi Master. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, Knight Sira, for completing your trials. I can see that the future is bright for you," said Master Valen. Sira responded with a slight bow of her head, "Thank you Master Valen." Turning towards Daimon, Master Nisera sitting to the right of Master Valen had spoke. "Now Daimon," she began. "Ever since you were a Padawan under Master Corran, we have foreseen a bright future within you due to how strong the force is within you. You have also proven your knowledge of the Jedi arts and your dedication to training your Padawan. Therefore, it is only fitting that we proceed with the next steps in your journey." "Next steps?" Daimon said, a spark of excitement igniting within him. He had anticipated this moment for a long time and now it had finally come. Master Valen continued, "As you know, the trials of a Jedi Master consist of 3 distinct challenges: trial of skill, trial of courage, and trial of insight. Each trial will test not only your physical prowess but also your mental fortitude and understanding of the Force. Should you succeed," Master Nisera added, "you will not only earn the title of Jedi Master but also gain significant influence within the Order itself." Daimon nodded, showing that he understood the new responsibilities and the influence that he would gain from reaching the rank of Master. He was already ready, as reaching this milestone was just another step that he reached until his retirement from the Jedi Order. It was currently around 7031 BBY, approximately 30 years or so from when the 100 Year of Darkness was to begin. Within these 30 years, now that he was about to become a Jedi Master, he would come up with new lightsabers for the Order to use, as it was very limiting for him to wield the proto-saber which was attached to a power pack attached to his hip. He couldn't throw his proto-saber and then use the Force to control at will, plus adding how unstable the proto-saber was, it was overall in need of an upgrade. How he would do this was by going to the ancient Jedi world of Tython and finding the first blade, which was the first modern-like lightsaber created without the need for a power pack by a weapons master of the old Jedi Order. Tython was abandoned thousands of years ago in favor of Ossus, which Daimon considered to be a mistake. Because of this, the first blade has been locked away on the planet guarded by droids ever since the Jedi Order abandoned the planet. If could find the hilt of the blade, he would be able to introduce actual lightsabers to the Order instead of the severely lacking proto-sabers they currently have. "I am honored to be able to take the trials," Daimon said as he bowed his head slightly to the masters in front of him. "Since your ascension to Master is a unique case because of your age, the Central Jedi Council on Ossus will give you your trials," Master Valen proclaimed. "But considering what we have seen you do, and what you have accomplished, your ascension to Master is only a matter of time." "Thank you Master Valen for your kind words. I have worked and abided by the Jedi Code, ever since I learned about them. And with the Force as my guide, I only have to walk the path laid out for me," Daimon replied. "Good," stated Master Nisera as the 3 masters stood up. "Do you have anything to say Master Kren?" she asked. Master Kren, who had been quiet till now, shook his head. "I don't have anything for young Daimon at this time. The Force has guided him on this journey and allowed him to reach these points. There is no doubt in my mind that he deserves to take the trials." Daimon thanks Master Kren for his kind words as he and Sira were dismissed from the council chamber. As they were in the elevator, Sira was slightly nudged her former master. Must be nice to get a chance to go to Ossus and meet the wisest and knowledgeable masters in the order. Indeed, it will be a great experience that I'm sure you will also go through in the future as you continue your training, Daimon replied. They continued their conversation talking about the stories they heard about Ossus as well as some other things. As they stepped out of the elevator and into the halls of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Daimon had walked by various knights and Padawans who had greeted him. Within the temple and the Republic, Daimon's popularity was relatively high as everybody within the temple and most people within the Order have heard of his accomplishments and connection with the Force. As they continued to make their way through the halls, Daimon saw a familiar face, a face he hadn't seen since he became a knight. It was the young Jedi that he had denied training because of what the Force was showing about the young Zeebrak's future. Making eye contact with Daimon, Eiko, the Zeebrak in question, tried to hide his grudge as he bowed his head and greeted Daimon. Yet Daimon felt the lingering hatred that the boy felt from him not wanting to train him. Eiko felt as though he was wronged and looked down upon by Daimon, who was much stronger than most Jedi Knights and even Masters were. Looking at Sira beside him, Eiko wanted to know what made her special and made Daimon choose her over him. Ever since he was young, he strived to become the most powerful Jedi in history, but as things were, he was still lacking in some areas. Eiko's master was Knight Kalger, another one of Daimon's former classmates growing up. Daimon, it's been a while, he said, stopping in the middle of the hall to talk. Yes, it has. How have you been? Are you still the weakest duelist out of our class? Daimon teased, causing Kalger to roll his eyes. While I have been training, I might be able to last at least 10 seconds against you now, which is more than what I could before. The both of them laughed as they reminisced about their time when they were younger. Also, let me introduce you to the newest knight who has just ascended. Sira stepped up and bowed her head to Kalger, paying her respects to her senior. This is Sira, my former Padawan and now the newest Jedi Knight within the temple. It's an honor to meet the former Padawan of this massive brute here, he jokingly stated. How did you survive his training? I'm curious. Sira chuckled lightly. It wasn't easy, she said. But I learned quickly that my former master's lessons stretched beyond mere combat. He taught me to understand the Force in ways I never imagined. For that, I'll always be grateful. Kalger smiled. Well said. Daimon has always had a knack for pushing others to reach their potential. Guilty as charged, Daimon replied with a grin as his attention switched to Eiko. And this is Eiko, my Padawan, Kalger introduced. Daimon greeted Eiko and asked him a few questions about how his training was going. After a few more minutes of talking, the group went on their separate ways, with Daimon heading to his ship to travel to Ossus. Inside the ship was Cortana in her fully created body, waiting to take him to Ossus to complete his trials for his ascension to Master. Chapter 17, Finally a Jedi Master. Standing in front of him was Cortana within her droid body, which he only completed about a year ago due to some problems and complications he ran into trying to create something which he had never seen done before. Her face was made out of a smooth material to make her face resemble that of a human's mixed with droid features. Her body was made out of the strongest materials which she procured utilizing the funds she had procured from a few willing rich corporations and other wealthy organizations and such. Cortana's look. With a Force-infused core, she had various abilities that some would consider very abnormal for a droid to be able to use, alongside her insane intelligence. Where to now, Daimon? She asked. We're going to Ossus so that I can finally become a Jedi Master and hold some influence in the Order. Daimon replied, as it was about time he earned what he was due. Then the plan is proceeding on schedule then, Cortana said. She was already aware of his plans and had suggested many of her own plans which stretched out over a 500-year period, allowing Daimon to reach what the level of a Force God and then enter the next stage of his life, which she knew was going to be some of the greatest moments in galactic history. Clearing the ship for departure, Cortana simultaneously set a course for Ossus while Daimon sat in one of the passenger seats which had a small computer next to it. Turning towards the computer, he looked at his current account which currently had hundreds of millions of credits in it. Cortana had been compiling the wealth into many shared accounts with high-level encryption to ensure that their funds remained secure, untouched by corrupt bureaucrats looking to exploit them or other interested people. This wealth was not merely for luxury, at least not now. It would allow him to do a lot of things once he becomes a master and after he leaves the Order. Leaving the atmosphere of Coruscant, the ship transitioned into hyperspace, the stars streaking into lines of light beyond the viewport. The journey to Ossus will take around 5 standard hours. You should meditate and prepare yourself, Daimon. Daimon nodded as he did just that for the next 5 hours. The trials that he would take on Ossus would be harder and more challenging for sure, but he can see the path laid ahead of him. It was like an intricate tapestry woven with threads of destiny, each one leading him closer to his ultimate goal. As he delved deeper into his meditation, he visualized himself standing before the council after completing his trials. Their nods of approval were followed by his appointment as a Jedi Master, giving him more sway in how the Order worked. Visions began to emerge, flashes of battles fought between Force users which Daimon knew to be the upcoming 100-year darkness. After that were visions of him meeting 3 very distinct beings whom he recognized as the Force priestesses. And if he was seeing them in a vision, then that meant he would meet them soon enough. Daimon, Cortana's voice broke his meditation. We will arrive at Ossus in mere moments. Daimon nodded as he exited his Force mediation and looked out the viewport. The lush green surface of Ossus was visible as they descended towards the Jedi Temple. Unlike on Coruscant, the Jedi Temple on Ossus was much larger as it was the central temple of the entire Order. The ship landed on a designated platform on the temple grounds. Daimon stepped out onto the platform, feeling how powerful the connection to the Force was here than it was on Coruscant. As Daimon approached the grand entrance, towering pillars carved from rare stone loomed above him. He could see Jedi moving about with purpose, younglings practicing their forms, knights deep in discussion, and masters engaged in meditation. Each face held a story, some good, some bad. The doors slid open, and he stepped inside. Inside, the grand hall stretched out before him, a masterpiece of architecture and symbolism. Rays of sunlight filtered through massive stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns onto the marble floor. A tall figure clad in traditional Jedi robes approached him, their presence emanating serenity and strength. Master Valen, one of the most respected members of the Jedi Council, stopped a few steps away. Daimon, she said, we've been expecting you. Daimon bowed slightly. Master Valen, I've come to complete the trials and take my place as a Jedi Master. Her expression remained neutral, though there was a hint of curiosity. A great responsibility, and a path not taken lightly. Follow me, the council will decide if you are ready. As they walked through the corridors, Daimon couldn't help but take in the details of the temple's design. Every element seemed infused with the Force itself. He could feel its energy in the air, resonating with the walls. They entered a circular chamber where the council was gathered. The masters sat in a semicircle, their expressions as inscrutable as ever. Cortana had insisted he prepare for this moment, and now, standing here, he knew why. Unlike the master on the Coruscant Temple, the Central Jedi Council masters had a different presence than the ones he had met. Daimon, another voice called, this one belonging to Master Zareth, who had a reputation for being both wise and exacting. You stand before us seeking the rank of Jedi Master. But to do so, you must face the trials. Daimon nodded, I am ready. The council exchanged glances before Master Valen spoke again. The trials are not merely a test of skill but a reflection of one's connection to the Force. They test the mind, body, and soul. You will face the trial of skill, the trial of spirit, and the trial of insight. Should you succeed, the title of Jedi Master will be yours. Master Zareth leaned forward. The first trial begins now. Draw your saber. Daimon's hand moved to his waist, drawing his proto-saber, the blue light illuminating his face. Across the room, an automated training droid activated, stepping forward. But as it approached, it wasn't alone. 2 more emerged, then 3. The trial of skill, Zareth explained. Defeat them. The droids moved swiftly, their sabers igniting in a synchronized blaze of yellow. Daimon steadied his breathing, calling upon the Force to guide his movements. With a graceful arc, his saber met the first strike, sparks flying as their blades collided. The trial had begun. The droids attacked in unison, their strikes coordinated to overwhelm even the most skilled combatant. But Daimon moved with a grace and precision which mirrored the stories that the Council had heard about his saber skills. His connection to the Force elevated his already insane reflexes, allowing him to anticipate their movements before they made them. He parried, deflected, and struck with precision. The first droid fell with a well-placed slash that severed its torso. The second and third adapted, their programming recalibrating to counter his techniques. Yet, Daimon's form was different from other Jedi forms. His blade was a blur of blue light as he utilized Hao own saber form to fight the droids. The second droid's blade was wrenched from its grasp by a surge of force energy, and a swift strike rendered it inoperable. The third droid launched a series of rapid thrusts, its strikes aiming for vulnerabilities. Daimon met each one before it could strike him. As it lunged for a final attack, Daimon pivoted, using the Force to disarm it and deactivate its systems with a single precise strike. The chamber fell silent, save for the hum of Daimon's saber. He extinguished the blade and stood still in front of the council. "Well done," Master Valen said. She was impressed. "Your skill is undeniable. But the path of a Jedi Master requires more than prowess with a proto-saber. The next trial awaits," Master Zareth added. "The trial of spirit." The chamber shifted, the walls changing into darkness as the Force itself enveloped Daimon. He found himself standing in a void, alone. Voices whispered from the shadows, doubt and fear manifesting as phantoms from his past. He saw the faces of those who tormented him in his past. But Daimon did not falter as he had long forgotten about his former life and moved on to enjoy what he could do in this life, within the very universe he enjoyed. He knelt, closing his eyes and reaching deep into the Force. Instead of fighting the visions, he embraced them, acknowledging his past as he did years ago. The darkness began to recede, replaced by a blinding light as his resolve replaced the darkness. He stood once more, the whispers silenced, and the vision faded. When the chamber returned to normal, the council observed him silently. Master Valen's expression softened, a rare smile touching her lips. "You have passed the trial of spirit. Few confront their inner darkness with such clarity," she said. "Now, the trial of insight," Master Zareth announced. A pedestal rose from the floor, holding an ancient Jedi artifact inscribed with cryptic symbols. Decipher the meaning of this artifact. It is a test not of intellect alone, but of wisdom and your connection to the Force. Daimon stepped forward, placing his hands lightly on the artifact. He closed his eyes, utilizing the Force to get the answers he needed from the object. The symbols glowed faintly, their meanings unraveling in his mind. They spoke of balance, the eternal struggle between light and dark, and the power of unity. He realized that the artifact was not meant to be solved but understood. He turned to the council. "It represents the symbiosis of the Force, how light and dark are not enemies, but parts of a greater whole. True mastery is not in conquering one, but in harmonizing them." The council exchanged glances, their collective approval clear. Master Valen rose, her voice resonating with authority. "Daimon, you have faced the trials of skill, spirit, and insight, and you have prevailed. Your strength, wisdom, and connection to the Force have proven you worthy." She stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. "By the will of the Force and the judgment of the Council, we name you Jedi Master." Daimon bowed his head accepting the new title, as the council members also rose in unison, bowing their heads in respect. His ascension to Master marked the start of a new time for the Jedi Order as it would see many advancements and change that would herald in a new age. A/N, within the next 2 to 3 chapters, we will see the start of the 100-year darkness and see Daimon become a prominent member in the Jedi Order before something happens and he finally leaves the Order to go his own path. Chapter 18, Tython and the First Blade. For the next year, Daimon had settled into his role as a Jedi Master, taking on various tasks, missions, and appointments. He went back to Coruscant and taught Padawans and even knights about saber combat, and force techniques. And now that he was a master, he took part in planning some missions and taking part in missions against the Black Hand who were on the verge of collapse. The face of the most powerful person in the Black Hand had become known after the second most powerful person was captured during a Republic raid. Now there was a hunt for the leader while the rest of the Black Hand scrambled to hiding places or dropped off the grid. Their influence within the Senate was all but gone, boosting the general public's opinion of the current Supreme Chancellor and the Jedi Order. The Black Hand leader managed to evade for months leading into the next year, which Daimon knew was the perfect time to go to Tython, especially since his custom-made ship was now completed. He submitted the design a few months ago to a well-established shipbuilder who saw the design as unique compared to what he had built in the past. It wasn't meant to be a luxury ship, yet inside it had some of the best computers and other technology integrated into it, while on the outside it appeared to be your standard light freighter. And now a few months later, the ship was completed. The ship was not just for this mission, but was for all the future missions he would take in the future. He just wanted his own ship so that he could have his own privacy and freedom. Image here. Arriving at the dock, Cortana was already on the ship waiting, so as soon as Daimon got on board, he wasted no time on heading to Tython. The trip from Coruscant to Tython was short as Tython wasn't too far from where Coruscant was located. 2 hours later, Daimon's new ship was already breaking through the atmosphere of the planet and landing on the surface of the planet. Cortana exited the pilot's seat and out of the cockpit to the central room where Daimon was sitting browsing the computer. He was looking at the various investments that Cortana had made into various construction projects, shipbuilding ventures, and colony development, all under the alias Alaric Violos. As he was looking through all the investments, he felt the presence of what he knew to be the 9 temples that were established across the world during the time of the ancient Jedi Order. With these 9 temples he also felt the presence of the 8 Thoya, or the 8 great pyramidal ships which carried the first members of the Jedi Order to Tython during the first migration. These 8 ships and the temples were another reason for coming to Tython, as they contained ancient knowledge of the old Jedi Order and possibly lost technology. Each temple was also dedicated to 9 different things, which meant would greatly increase his own knowledge. He looked over his shoulder to the right and saw Cortana already preparing to leave the ship. "Are you gonna look at that computer forever, Daimon?" Cortana said with a playful smirk. Daimon turned back to the screen for a moment, tapping a few keys before standing. "I was just looking at all the things you've accomplished over the past year. I'm amazed at how insanely efficient you are, though I did design you like that." Cortana chuckled as she grabbed her pistol. "You realize you're supposed to be a Jedi Master, not a business mogul, right? And who says a Jedi Master can't multitask? Besides, those investments fund missions like this. I'd rather rely on that than drain the Order's resources and risk them getting curious as to what I'm doing." Daimon replied. Cortana nodded, acknowledging the point, and motioned toward the ship's exit. "Fair enough. Now, let's get moving. The sooner we start, the better. We've got a lot of ground to cover." Walking down the ramp of the ship, the mystical landscape of Tython was revealed. Hills filled with ancient ruins could be seen and the air was heavy with the presence of the Force. Daimon stepped onto the soil, immediately struck the sheer power of the planet. The Force was different, balanced yet intense at the same time. Cortana scanned the horizon for a second, spotting the place where they needed to go. "The way to the forge is this way," Cortana pointed the direction where the forge was located. "Yeah, but first we need to find the location of the hilt of the first blade in order to recreate it using a kyber crystal at the forge," Daimon explained. "The hilt is said to be imbued with the Force itself, a conduit for those worthy of wielding it. It's essential for understanding how the ancient Jedi harnessed the balance between light and dark. Cortana nodded, understanding how important such an artifact could be. They set off across the terrain, guided by the Force, to interesting ruins along the way. Utilizing psychometry, he was able to learn the events associated with each ruins. Some of which provided nothing, while others showed interesting events, like some of the battles between the ancient Jedi Order and the current Jedi Order. They also encountered some of the war droids which were created by the Forge long ago. Cortana managed to hack into these droids and permanently bring them under her control. After some time, Cortana had captured dozens of war droids, creating a small army which she used to help them search other places in the area. Eventually, within some ruins hidden within a cave, the hilt of the first blade was found. The hilt was designed for a bladed weapon from ancient times, which was not a problem, as Daimon could use the forge to use the hilt, a kyber crystal, and a few other parts to create an actual lightsaber. The path to the forge was filled with war droids which Cortana easily dealt with, allowing them easy access to the forge. Daimon walked up the stairs, arriving at the entrance of the forge, its towering doors inscribed with ancient runes. Cortana examined the surroundings, her sharp eyes scanning for potential traps or mechanisms. Impressive architecture, she remarked. Even after millennia, the craftsmanship is remarkable. Daimon nodded, running his hand along the edged patterns on the doors. The Jedi understood balance in ways the modern Jedi can only theorize. This place wasn't just a tool, it was a sanctuary, a temple to their philosophy. With a gentle push from the Force, the massive doors slowly opened, revealing the interior of the forge. The room was immense, its walls lined with intricate machinery and carvings depicting the first migration and the creation of the Jedi Order. At its center stood the forge itself, a massive, circular device with a platform surrounded by conduits. As they stepped inside, a voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the chamber. It wasn't a voice they heard with their ears, but one they felt through the Force. You who seek the wisdom of the first blade, state your purpose. Daimon stepped forward. I am Daimon, a Jedi Master seeking to understand the balance of the Force. I come to recreate the first blade and learn from the wisdom of the Jedi. The room fell silent for a moment before the voice responded. To wield the first blade is to embrace balance. The forge will test your resolve. Do you accept the trial? I accept. Daimon responded. The conduits around the forge flared to life, casting the chamber in a radiant light. The platform in the center began to shift, revealing a pedestal where the hilt of the first blade was to be placed. Daimon carefully approached, placing the ancient hilt onto the pedestal. As soon as he did, the room shifted. Suddenly, Daimon was no longer in the forge but standing in a vast, endless expanse of light and shadow. Figures began to materialize around him, silhouettes of Jedi masters from ages past. They spoke as one, their voices a harmonious blend of wisdom and warning. To achieve balance, you must confront your inner conflicts. The Force is neither light nor dark but a harmony of both. Show us that you understand this truth. The figures dissolved, replaced by manifestations of Daimon's old fears, the weight of the lives he had taken, and the temptation of power that lurked within him. Each vision felt real, and the pull of despair was strong. But Daimon stood strong, drawing on his years of training and the presence of the Force that surrounded him. He embraced both his light and dark, acknowledging his flaws without succumbing to them. The Force flowed through him, a current of equilibrium that pushed away the illusions. When the visions faded, Daimon found himself back in the forge. The hilt of the first blade was now glowing, infused with the energy of the forge. The voice spoke again. You have passed the trial. May the first blade serve as a reminder of balance and wisdom. Cortana stepped forward, watching as Daimon lifted the hilt from the pedestal. Well, that was something. You, okay? I'm fine. And I think I understand now, balance isn't something you achieve, it's something you strive for every day. The forge began to dim, signaling the end of its activation. With the glowing hilt in hand, Daimon turned to Cortana. Let's finish what we came here for. Time to create the first blade anew. Together, they worked to combine the hilt, a kyber crystal, and other components in the forge, following the ancient techniques he received upon touching the forge. The process was intricate, requiring both precision and an attunement to the force. The kyber crystal which Daimon brought had begun to turn into a yellowish gold color. Finally, as Daimon completed the assembly, the first blade ignited, neither too bright nor too dark, but a perfect blend of energy. Holding it, Daimon felt a deep connection, not just to the blade but to the very essence of the force. It's done, Daimon said, feeling excited that he completed another step in his goals. Cortana smirked. So, what's next? Galactic conquest? Daimon laughed softly. Not yet. This blade, it will be more than a weapon. It will be a symbol of what true balance can achieve. Cortana nodded, marking his words down to see how different his future self would be compared to now. With her creation she understood the path that Daimon was going down and the dangers it presented. So, she planned to monitor what he says and does to see how different he will be once he does reach his end goal. Chapter 19, The Thoye. The war droids charged, their movements robotic but precise due to their intelligence upgrade because of Cortana. Thanks to Cortana having the ability to interact with the Force, she is able to upgrade other droids which she takes control over. They wouldn't have the same amount of intelligence that Cortana has, but they would be much more intelligent than any normal droid would. Charging with the training sabers, the droids tried to push Daimon into one spot to limit his movements. They pointed their blasters and shot at Daimon, who easily blocked all of their shots with his new lightsaber. He then quickly moved between the droids and cut off one of their arms, effectively cutting off their shooting option. After cutting off their arm he then finished them off with swift strikes. "Aw man, this is going to be nice," Daimon said as he practiced different moves with his lightsaber. "It seems that your new lightsaber is quite powerful," Cortana said. "Yes, it is," Daimon replied with a smile. "And with this, we can transform the entire order." Shutting down the lightsaber, he handed it to Cortana to test something. "Try and ignite it," he asked as Cortana took the lightsaber and tried to ignite it, but just as Daimon expected it didn't activate. Interesting, Cortana was curious at first, but now she understood that this lightsaber was more than just a normal one. "It seems only you can activate it. Or maybe just those with a deep connection to the Force," Daimon retorted, unsure of what the actual reason was. "But once we return to Ossus and present this to the Council, we will find out if your theory is true or not." Cortana nodded, but for some reason she felt that her theory was correct, as finding somebody with a greater connection to Daimon was probably not impossible but would require them to search the whole galaxy. "Now, let's head to those other temples and learn as much as we can from them," Daimon ordered as he was done with the forge for now but would keep a small detachment of droids to keep it secured. Thankfully the Jedi Order had never gone back to Tython in thousands of years, giving him a chance to establish a sort of base on the planet for future use. Taking his ship, he proceeded to Akarkesh, also known as the Temple of Balance. It was located atop a giant rock pillar beneath what Daimon remembered to be the main Thoye which linked all the others together. As soon as his ship landed, he felt something pulling him towards the temple, as if the pyramid ship itself was calling to him. Taking a step inside the temple, Daimon had wandered to the center of the temple, below the point where the ship was hovering. As soon as he stepped into the center of the temple, a blinding light had activated, only it wasn't just a light, as it started to lift Daimon off of the ground and towards the ceiling, which began to open. Cortana was in distress as he was just caught in some sort of trap or something and tried to scan the room for something to shut it off, but she couldn't find anything. Daimon, who saw her panicking, shook his head. "Don't worry Cortana, I don't feel any danger from this, so this might be something good. Just explore the rest of the temple till I get back." Cortana reluctantly nodded as she sent a few of the droids to go search different areas of the temple. Meanwhile, Daimon continued to float up into the air until he ascended into the ship which was floating above the temple. The place where he ended up was completely dark, yet the force was immensely strong all around him. A few seconds later, a figure had emerged on the other side of the room, staring at Daimon as if waiting for him to approach. Sensing no ill intentions or any danger, Daimon calmly walked to where the figure was standing only to see that it was the force ghost of a human. "I'm sorry to bring you here unannounced, but you are the first force user to come to this temple in thousands of years," said the human force ghost. This was not the first time that Daimon had encountered something that went beyond the Star Wars lore that he knew, and he knew it wouldn't be the last. "My name is Jedi Master Daimon of the Jedi Order. Are you what is called the Wookiee?" Daimon asked. He figured that it must be the Wookiee as it was stated that they were able to communicate through the Force. "You are correct, Master Daimon. Though we truly have no name, it is the name that the former Jedi Order used to refer to us and has since been passed down through time. Even this form we appear to you as now is simply something we thought would better grab your attention rather than talking in your head," replied the Wookiee. "This is very interesting. I never thought I would be standing here talking to such ancient relics when I visited this planet." It was true, since he was just planning on visiting each temple and understanding the teachings of the ancient Jedi Order. But here he was talking to the very relics that the Jedi Order was based off of. "We are also very interested in knowing what brings a powerful Force user such as yourself here after thousands of years," asked the Wookiee. "I've come here to learn more about the Force and the history of the Jedi Order," Daimon answered. However, the Wookiee could see that there was more to it than that and had used the overwhelming amount of force power that it had to pick Daimon up off the ground once more and held him in the air. "I can sense that there is more, yet you won't tell me. If that's the case, I will forcefully reveal what it's your mind." The force ghost of the Wookiee placed its hand upon Daimon's head, prepared to extract what knowledge it needed. But before it could, Daimon conceded, "Wait. I will let you see everything willingly, just don't forcefully extract it." Removing its hand away from Daimon's head, the force ghost released its hold on him, allowing him free control over his body again. Daimon opened up his mind, allowing the Wookiee to see what he truly wanted, including all his plans that he had. Seeing what was in his mind, the Wookiee became intrigued and also curious. It was intrigued at Daimon's plan, as it wasn't bad and would also lead more people down the path of balance rather than worshipping one side over the other. His actions while he was a Jedi also reflected what he had planned. While it was curious at the other stuff which was blocked by an external force much more powerful than itself. Not wanting to anger that external force, the Wookiee didn't try and pry any further but focused on the stuff that it could see. "You're an intriguing one, Daimon, I'll give you that. In fact, let me apologize for taking such rash actions." Daimon shook his head. "No need to apologize. If I was in your shoes, I'd do the same." The Force Ghost nodded, glad that its apology was accepted. "So, what now?" Daimon asked, curious as to what would happen now that he met with one of the Wookiee. "Well, it's been thousands of years since the civil war which split the Jedi Order into two, causing the other order to win. Then they abandoned the planet after the war severed the connection between the 8 ships. We brought them here to learn balance, yet in the end, they fought amongst themselves and became misguided." From what the Wookiee was saying, Daimon already had an idea of where this was going. "So, if you help me to reconnect with the other ships, they will be yours to control and do with as you see fit." The Wookiee saw what Daimon's future held through the Force and decided to follow him on this path which would produce more balance in the Force. "That's not what I expected, to be honest." He thought the Wookiee would work with him, not allow him to control the ships outright. Not that he was complaining, as this was an even better outcome for him. The Force is extremely balanced within you, and after re-establishing control over the other 7 ships, that balance will increase alongside your ability to use the Force. With your Psychometra Force ability, you will be able to learn new abilities and increase your power with the Force. The same thing cannot happen to others, but they can learn the new abilities that you learn and will have a higher Force ability because of their balance between the two sides of the Force, explained the Wookiee. To say he hit the jackpot would be an understatement. Not only would he grow in strength and learn new abilities, but he can also teach these abilities and knowledge to others sometime in the future. The Jedi Order was too far gone with their light side philosophy for him to care about their future, which is partially why he would never allow them to reap the benefits of the ships. "I accept your offer," he declared. "I will help you reconnect with the other ships, and together we will usher in a new era of balance for the galaxy." "Then let us begin," it said, as a surge of energy began to flow into Daimon. He saw visions of the 7 ships scattered across the planet, hidden within ancient temples. After this he was returned to Cortana, who had discovered some ancient texts and alongside various other things associated with the old Jedi Order. She was glad to see him and curious about the change she felt from him. Daimon briefly explained what happened, shocking Cortana before they proceeded to reconnect the other ships spread across the planet. When they discovered the first ship, it was being guarded by some droids, which Cortana took control of, allowing Daimon to reconnect it to the main ship. The same thing happened as they found the other ships until they finally reached the last ship. It was hidden beneath the ocean on the planet, making it difficult to reach via ship. Instead, Cortana had to swim down herself, allowing Daimon to reconnect the ship through her. With all ships reconnected, the amount of knowledge and power that he gained was immense. He could sense the ships, all 8 of them, now connected as one. They were more than just machines, they were extensions of himself, alive within the Force. He saw himself as a pivotal figure in the galaxy, destined to carve out his own empire and bring balance to not just the Force, but eventually the galaxy. For the next 3 months, he stayed learning to control his new power and learn new abilities that were lost in time. Throughout this time, the war droids were used to reconstruct the temples and mine resources from the planet to produce more droids using the forge. These droids were then used to establish numerous bases on the planet to keep any ships that wandered onto the planet away and keep what was on the planet a secret. At the end of the 3 months, Daimon had learned a lot, but it was not time for him to return to the Jedi Order until the 100 Years of Darkness began. He already saw a vision which showed him the path forward, which required him to remain in the Order so that the 100 Years of Darkness can begin. Chapter 20, Division within the Order. For this demonstration, he had already prepared a secondary lightsaber separate from his own to show the demonstration. He took the lightsaber apart using the Force, showing the individual pieces before putting it back together. He then showed them the different ways to wield it, including how to ignite it. Using his mind, he moved the lightsaber around, making it spin as if it were an extension of his body. Some of the masters were fascinated while others were indifferent, but ultimately the council decided to adopt the new design for all new lightsabers within the Order. Since Daimon was the one with the knowledge on how to create these new lightsabers, he was given the title of Weapons Master of the Order and would oversee all lightsaber production for the foreseeable future. He accepted this appointment as it would give him more influence in the Order. On Ossus, a new building was constructed which would be where the new Jedi Order forge was also constructed. Unlike the forge he saw on Tython, the forge he had constructed would only be able to forge lightsabers for the Order and nothing else. The council transferred a few knights to Daimon to help him with the forge. For Daimon this was good, as he could teach the knights how to work the forge so that he didn't always need to be present. So, the knights were taught how to work the forge, or more precisely how to show others how they would create their own lightsabers. The process was like how Daimon forged his lightsaber. The Jedi who was going to forge his or her lightsaber would gather a kyber crystal which they were attuned with from one of the kyber crystal planes on Ossus that resonates uniquely with them, reflecting their inner nature and connection to the Force. Once the Jedi had their kyber crystal, they would return to the forge to construct their lightsaber. After that the Jedi would meditate to envision the design of their lightsaber. The hilt's design would reflect the Jedi's personality, culture, and combat style. Then finally the Jedi would assemble the components of the lightsaber, which included the kyber crystal, core of the blade, focusing lenses, to channel the energy, emitter matrix, to shape the blade, power cell, and other parts that make the weapon functional. Once the lightsaber was complete, the Jedi would activate it to ensure it functions properly. The Jedi may then fine-tune the blade's length, intensity, and other characteristics to suit their combat style. Different types of lightsaber designs were created for various roles within the Order. The double-bladed lightsaber was reserved for the temple guards as they needed it to defend the temple, while the standard lightsaber was used by most Jedi. The blue lightsaber was reserved for guardians, the green for consulars, and yellow for the sentinel profession, though most still used the basic blue lightsaber. Purple was another color, but only a handful of masters had chosen that color to symbolize their balance in the Force. The lightsaber was a major improvement that would help the Order for generations to come. For the next 5 years, 7025 BBY, Daimon stayed on Ossus, which began to see a lot more traffic because of all the Jedi who traveled to forge their own lightsabers. Daimon also took up a teaching role to train the next generation young Jedi from when they were very young until they got assigned as a Padawan. During this time, Daimon and her Shrimi, his childhood friend from their days as a youngling, had gone on dozens of missions together and trained together at every chance they got. Shrimi, who also passed her Jedi Master trials and was now a master, giving her a lot of freedom and influence within the Order. However, her own training had come to a halt as she couldn't progress any further, and then there was the addition of the new lightsaber. So, she sought out Daimon, a person she considered a close friend who would always find a way to help her keep improving herself. And he did just that. Over the course of 2 years, she saw an exponential growth in her abilities. The training was grueling, but Shrimi persevered. Day after day, she pushed herself harder, testing her strength and resilience. And slowly, but surely, she began to see results. Her movements became sharper, her connection to the Force deepened, and her mastery of the new lightsaber techniques surpassed many of her peers. Daimon guided her as a friend who understood her struggles. Shrimi's growth did not go unnoticed by the Jedi High Council. They admired her dedication and skill, but some began to grow concerned about the unconventional methods Daimon employed. Though undeniably effective, his teachings often diverged from the traditional Jedi philosophy, incorporating principles that leaned towards the dark side of the Force. By 7023 BBY, Daimon had solidified his position as one of the most influential figures within the Order. The Council, recognizing the impact of his innovations, granted him more autonomy to train select Jedi Knights and Masters in advanced techniques. This allowed Daimon to further expand his ideas of balance and preparation, planting the seeds for a shift that would soon test the very foundation of the Jedi Order. While Daimon's teachings garnered many admirers, they also attracted scrutiny. Some masters viewed his emphasis on balance as dangerous, fearing it could lead Jedi astray. Cortana, meanwhile, had been quietly monitoring the galaxy's shifting currents. Through her control of advanced war droids and her ability to interact with the Force, she created a small corporation with the money she procured. The face of the corporation was another Jedi who fled the war on their home world in search of new opportunities. The Jedi in question was named Rodian, and Cortana could see his potential for being charismatic and cunning, and if taught well he already had a natural talent for business and intrigue. With Cortana's guidance, Rodian was educated on dozens of things and had sworn his allegiance to Daimon. Rodian rose to prominence in the galactic underworld, amassing wealth and influence. As the years passed, Valkorian's corporation called Astralis Dynamics expanded its reach. Shipyards were acquired, technologies were patented, and alliances were forged with powerful galactic players. Using the corporation and its assets, Cortana started to build up a small fleet of ships which would take years to build because of the research and technologies that she wanted to create to make the fleet very powerful. For now, small frigates, cruisers, and transport ships were acquired and retrofitted to be able to transport the droids from Tython when they were needed. The droids on Tython also saw their own improvement with modern weapons and updated systems to allow them to become a fight force. Their number by now had reached 20,000, which could have been more, but Daimon wasn't planning on using them for any galactic conquest. He had other plans for how he would establish his empire, which was still a long time in the making. In the meantime, Daimon began training a select group of Jedi, those who he believed could walk the path of balance. These Jedi, known as the Wardens of Unity, were sworn to protect the ideals of balance. This brought him in conflict with the Jedi High Council, but no direct action was taken due to how decentralized the Jedi Order was during this period in time. The older Jedi High Counselors were also starting to die due to old age and were replaced with new masters. Daimon wasn't one of those masters despite his achievements in the Order. He didn't care though, as his time in the Order was already limited due to the upcoming conflict. Daimon had created armor for himself to prepare for the conflict. Image here. 20 years later, 7003 BBY. Daimon, age, 52. The time that Daimon had been patiently waiting for had arrived. For the past 25 years, he has been expanding his influence, expanding Astrali's dynamics, and continuing his study of the Jedi Order ways and such. His knowledge had grown, as did his power. Sira had become a prominent master within the Order and was even on the Jedi High Council. Her being taught by Daimon carried her a long way alongside her own development. She had trained 2 Padawans so far and was considered a very powerful among her generation of Jedi Masters. Though there were others who were close to or even a little bit stronger than her. The Wardens of Unity, while small, were very popular within the Order, but Daimon only accepted those whom he knew could achieve balance. Their continued existence along with the rise in Dark Jedi had caused the Order to become increasingly divided, with some Jedi considering the new philosophy a necessity, while others regarded it as an infection spreading within their ranks. By now, Astrali's dynamics had grown to become a powerful entity in the galactic economy. It participated not just in commerce but in politics as well, with Wookiee representing the corporation in various galactic conclaves. Meanwhile, on the fringes of known space, Cortana's fleet was steadily growing. A formidable armada was being assembled in secrecy. The droids from Tython, supplemented by new state-of-the-art droids, formed a powerful and adaptable fighting force. Daimon used this fleet to explore the unknown parts of the galaxy and discover safe hyperspace lanes throughout the galaxy to reach the unknown parts of the galaxy. This way, when he created his own empire, he could conquer resource-rich planets that weren't in the Republic yet. Back on Ossus, a Jedi Master by the name of Ahunta Paul had, through his studies, discovered the secret of creating and shaping life. This discovery had made the Jedi High Council fearful of this power as it practiced manipulating life through the dark side. The Council wished to suppress such knowledge, receptive to its potential exploitation and the aberration of nature it presented. As such, the Jedi High Council deemed it an abomination of the Force and sought to erase all practice of it. They barred the teachings of Paul and his followers, deeming him a pawn of the dark side of the Force. Angered by what they deemed Jedi arrogance, Master Paul and his followers declared war on the Order, causing a massive battle to break out throughout the Order. Dark Jedi all over the Order who saw this chance joined Master Paul and his dark side followers against the Jedi Order, marking the beginning of what would be a century-long conflict. A/N, next chapter will showcase the fighting between the Dark Jedi and Jedi Order. A certain situation will also occur that will spark Daimon's exile from the Order. I won't say much here, but tomorrow's chapter will explain everything. Chapter 21, Dark Jedi Attack. Simultaneously, from another front, Master Paul and his Dark Jedi followers stormed the other sections of the temple. Master Paul had managed to take out many Jedi, but once more nights came, he and his followers were starting to be pushed back. Daimon had sent the wardens to try and protect the younglings and try to get control of the situation before more people ended up dying. But due to their small number, they could only be in so many places at once and gradually found themselves overwhelmed. The Jedi High Council had branded the Dark Jedi as an enemy of the Order and officially ordered all Jedi to defend the temple and protect their own, while seizing or putting down any Dark Jedi they came across. Master Paul, those Warden Knights are intervening on the Jedi side and becoming a nuisance. Should we eliminate them too? One of the Dark Jedi, a human named Kanashe, asked. Paul paused, his eyes looking over the chaos before him. The conflicting energy of the dark and light side Force users could be felt by all Jedi throughout the Republic. There were uncertain lines, blurred alliances that hung in the balance. The Wardens of Unity were one such case, belonging to neither faction fully, yet defending in favor of the Jedi. "We'll deal with them, if necessary," Kanashe, Paul answered. "Our focus should remain on our primary objective." Kanashe nodded as he struck down a knight who was running at him. In another part of the temple, Shrimi was defending a group of younglings from 4 dark Jedi who came to take them away and corrupt them in the ways of the dark side. She originally had 3 of the temple guards with her, but they were cut down by one of the lead Jedi whom she recognized as the former Jedi Knight Iko whom Daimon refused to train decades ago. "Master Shrimi, is it?" Iko sneered. "I know you've been trained by Master Daimon, but his teachings can only take you so far. The power of the dark side is beyond anything you could fathom and far stronger than Daimon himself." Shrimi tightened her grip on her green lightsaber, her calm demeanor was a front for what she was feeling. She stepped in front of the younglings, blocking the 4 dark Jedi from getting to them. "Iko, you were once a Jedi. I remember the potential in you, the light that guided you. You don't have to do this." Unlike Daimon, she didn't see what Iko would become when she first met him. Iko laughed coldly. "Spare me the lecture. Daimon may have turned his back on me, but the dark side has shown me the truth of this galaxy. Strength is all that matters." The 3 dark Jedi behind Iko fanned out, encircling Shrimi and the younglings. Despite being outnumbered, Shrimi's confidence remained strong. She took a deep breath, centering herself in the Force. The younglings watched her, their fear palpable, but Shrimi's presence kept them calm. "I won't let you harm them," she said firmly. "If you've truly embraced the dark side, then you know what it means to face a Jedi Master." Without another word, Iko lunged forward, his blade striking with brutal precision. Shrimi parried, her movements fluid and precise, honed through years of relentless training. The clash of sabers illuminated the narrow corridor as the other dark Jedi joined the fray. Shrimi's mastery of Form 3, Sorsu, allowed her to deflect their attacks with ease, her green blade a blur of motion. She countered with swift strikes, forcing the dark Jedi to retreat momentarily. However, Iko was relentless, his strength and aggression pushing her to her limits. As the battle raged, Shrimi tapped into the lessons Daimon had taught her about balance. She allowed herself to feel the emotions coursing through her, fear for the younglings, anger at Iko's betrayal, but she did not let them control her. Instead, she channeled them into her connection with the Force, her movements becoming even more precise and deliberate. Suddenly, Shrimi saw an opening. With a swift motion, she disarmed one of the dark Jedi, destroying his lightsaber in the process. A powerful force push sent him flying hard into one of the walls, knocking him unconscious. 2 more dark Jedi advanced, but Shrimi's focus never wavered. She dispatched one with a spinning strike, her blade cutting through his guard, and the other with a well-placed force-enhanced kick, knocking the air out his lungs. Now it was just her and Iko. "You've grown stronger," Iko admitted, his breathing heavy. "But strength alone won't save you." Shrimi's gaze hardened. "Neither will hatred." The 2 clashed once again with Iko's strikes growing erratic, fueled by frustration and desperation. Shrimi remained calm and parried every strike that Iko sent. Suddenly, Iko roared, throwing a force-powered punch that Shrimi narrowly dodged. Iko then used the momentum and spun around, his saber cutting through the air towards her. Shrimi parried the attack as the blades clashed. She then sent a swift kick which sent Iko staggering back, allowing Shrimi to regain her footing. Meanwhile, Daimon had already sensed that she was in trouble and was making his way across the temple in his armor. He had killed several dark Jedi already in his path without having to draw his lightsaber. Each attack was infused with a large portion of his power, which was too much for your average Force user to handle. Back to the fight between Iko and Shrimi, despite her training, Iko began to overpower her. The dark side amplified his strength and speed, and his attacks became wild and unpredictable. Shrimi struggled to keep up, her Form 3 defenses beginning to falter under the onslaught. "You should have joined Daimon in his arrogance," Iko shouted, his voice echoing with rage. "Now you'll die for his mistakes." Shrimi countered with a swift strike aimed at his exposed side, but Iko anticipated the move. He sidestepped and unleashed a force wave that sent her crashing into the wall. The impact left her dazed, but she forced herself to stand, her lightsaber trembling in her hand. The younglings cowered behind her, their wide eyes filled with terror. Shrimi's resolve hardened as she pushed through the pain. "I won't let you win, Iko," she said, her voice steady despite the strain her body felt. Iko smirked, his blue blade glowing brighter as he stepped closer. "You already have." With a sudden burst of speed, Iko closed the distance, his blade arcing downward. Shrimi blocked the strike but was forced to one knee from the sheer force of the blow. Iko's next attack sliced her lightsaber in half, leaving her defenseless. Breathing heavily, Shrimi raised her hand, using the force to block his next strike, which was successful, until he delivered another to her stomach, sending her crashing into the wall once again. "You fought well, Master Shrimi," he said mockingly. "But the dark side always triumphs over the light side, when wielded by those who know how to use it, that is." He lifted her up against the wall with the force, then in one motion pulled her towards him and cut her in half with his lightsaber. Seeing their master defeated by the Dark Jedi, the younglings were terrified and began to huddle together as Iko approached them with a crazy smile on his face. But before he could take another step closer to the younglings, the room had felt extremely cold. Then out of nowhere, his body wouldn't move, or more like, it didn't want to move another step. That's when he heard the footsteps approaching behind him. He also finally felt an overwhelming presence of anger and hate. He felt fear for the first time since becoming a Jedi, and he wanted to know the source of his fear. He turned slowly, his body forced to obey despite his hesitation. Walking towards him was a towering figure wearing what he recognized as golden-colored armor with a crack on his mask. The crack on the mask was not caused because of Daimon's previous fights with the other Dark Jedi, but because of his inability to make it in time. As soon as he felt Shrimi die, the amount of anger and hate he felt grew exponentially. "Hat! Daimon," Iko said, forcing a smile on his face despite the dread he felt. "You're too late." There were no words exchanged between the two as Daimon stood still, his imposing presence filling the corridor with an oppressive weight. His silence was deafening, more terrifying than any outburst could have been. Slowly, he raised his hand, and Iko's body was yanked forward by an invisible force, crashing to the floor in front of him. Iko tried to scramble to his feet, but he found himself paralyzed, pinned by Daimon's will. His heart raced as he felt the air grow heavier, each breath he took was a struggle. "You!" Daimon finally spoke, his voice low and cold, each word cutting through the air like a blade. "You killed her! You took her from me!" His eyes, visible through the crack in his mask, burned with fury. "She was weak," Iko spat, forcing a defiant tone despite his trembling body. "Like you once were. The dark side." Daimon didn't let him finish. With a flick of his wrist, Iko's mouth snapped shut, his jaw locked by the force. "You don't speak," Daimon growled. "Not now. Not ever again." With his other hand, Daimon extended his grip, and Iko screamed silently as his limbs were pulled in opposite directions. The bones in his arms and legs strained, the pain sharp and unbearable. Daimon's expression remained unmoved with a cold, expressionless face. "You wanted power. Strength. Let's see how strong you are when everything is taken from you." Daimon clenched his fist, and a sickening crack echoed through the corridor as one of Iko's arms twisted unnaturally. The silent screams intensified as Daimon moved to the other arm, then his legs. Each movement was deliberate, designed to inflict the maximum amount of pain. "You thought the dark side made you invincible," Daimon said, stepping closer. He removed his mask, revealing his red eyes consumed by rage. "But all it's done is make you pathetic. Ikko's body twitched as Daimon intensified his grip, the force constricting around his throat. Daimon leaned down, his face inches from Ikko's. "You wanted to see what true power looks like," he threatened. "You'll regret that wish." Daimon raised his hand again, and Ikko's body was lifted into the air. The pressure increased, and the sound of cracking ribs echoed in the room. Ikko's eyes bulged as Daimon began to manipulate the force directly within his body, his blood vessels bursting under the strain. Finally, Daimon let Ikko drop to the floor, his body broken and barely alive. Daimon crouched beside him, his voice low and filled with venom. "Your pain doesn't end here. You'll live long enough to feel the weight of everything you've done." He placed a hand on Ikko's chest, and a sudden surge of energy coursed through his body. Ikko screamed as Daimon poured his grief and rage into him, which was too much for his mind to handle. When Daimon finally stood up, Ikko lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide and empty. Daimon turned to the younglings, his expression softening as he extended a hand to them. "Come with me," he said gently. "You're safe now." He was going to return the younglings back to the temple and then have a nice private conversation with the Jedi High Council. Chapter 22, Leaving the Order. "Let's go, we can't stay here," shouted Master Paul to his followers. Their war against the Jedi wasn't going to be decided in a day, so before they lost too many, he ordered a retreat from the planet. Thankfully he planned this out before he declared war against the Order, so they had enough transports standing by for them. If they wanted to beat the Jedi Order and the Republic, they would need time to gather their forces and launch campaigns against Republic worlds to weaken them. The Jedi Order tried to mount a counterattack seeing the enemy retreating, but they ultimately failed and the Dark Jedi and their followers were able to escape. The Jedi High Council themselves had joined the fight and managed to kill a few Dark Jedi followers before they escaped. But the 12 main Dark Jedi were able to escape from the planet, which would prove to be a problem for the Jedi High Council as they wanted to put an end to this war quickly. Approaching the temple still wearing his golden armor, Daimon was almost stopped by a few temple guards as they had never seen him wearing this armor before. But after he removed his helmet, the temple guards let him pass without any problems. The Jedi High Council at this time was convening a meeting with themselves. Out of the 12 members of the Jedi High Council, only 8 were present. Walking through the doors of the High Council chamber, Daimon was met with the glaring eyes of the 8 members of the Jedi High Council. "Ah, Master Daimon! We didn't expect to see you here so soon after the battle," Master Alric greeted, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight of Daimon's armor. Daimon didn't want to waste too much time talking to the council, so he got straight to the point. "How long is it going to take the council to realize that some changes need to be made to the order for it to not have situations like these happen? Hey!" His blunt question echoed through the chamber, causing a ripple of shock among the council members. The silence was broken by Master Kalen, one of the wise and seasoned members of the council. "We understand your concerns, Daimon," he responded. "Your anger is justified. We have indeed suffered greatly today, but we must remain careful not to let emotion cloud our judgment." Shaking his head, Daimon felt disappointed at the fact that the Order was so caught up in its one-sided worship that it was blinded to what was logical. "Emotion will always be a part of us, Saelen. It's time you realized that sticking to old ways won't help us in these changing times." This time it was Master Quillen who interrupted, his stern voice echoing through the chamber. "Watch your tone, Daimon. You may not agree with our methods, but remember your place. We are not emotionless beings, but nor are we ruled by our emotions." Among the council, he was the main person who wanted to banish Daimon and the Wardens of Unity. Daimon glared at Quillen, thinking about whether or not he should choke him out here in front of the council. Ultimately, he decided not to, as that would turn the council against him, which is something he didn't want to do right now. "I'll ignore what you just said, because of what I am about to say next," Daimon responded. "Since the Order won't change, I can no longer see a good future for the Order. This same thing happened with the legions of Leto thousands of years ago, and now it has happened again. Nothing will change unless the Order starts using logic over blind adherence to old ways. Thus, I will walk my own path. Master Kalen was the first to respond. Daimon, your idea is radical, he said cautiously. Our traditions have been molded from centuries of wisdom and learning. If you want to leave, then by all means. Hearing this, Master Lyra, a diplomat known for her empathy and skill in resolving disputes, interrupted the two. Daimon, I know why you want to leave, but after what just happened, I had hoped to rely on your skills during this dark time. Now more than ever we need people like you. However, if you must leave, then I understand. The other members of the council besides Master Kalen had each nodded their heads at what Master Lyra just said. They each knew Daimon's strength and influence within the Order. Even Master Kalen knew, he just hoped the other members of the council would back him up. I'm sorry Master Lyra, but my time here is up. I wish you and the Order well in your future endeavors, and may the Force be with you. Daimon responded, turning around, heading towards the door. And may it be with you, Daimon. Master Lyra responded as she side-eyed Master Kalen. As Daimon made his way out of the council chambers, he pulled up his communicator and told Cortana to prepare his ship. He had successfully left the Order on good terms, preventing his name from being tarnished in history and being exiled from both the Order and the Republic. Returning to the forge, Daimon was met with a few members of the Wardens of Unity and the Jedi Knight who was second only to Daimon. He had been training this knight to eventually take his place when he leaves the Order. The knight's name was Kellen, a 30-year-old Jedi Knight in charge of overseeing the creations of lightsabers in Daimon's place. Standing in front of the group, Daimon prepared to make his announcement. I have decided to leave the Jedi Order, he began. The room fell into an instant hush. I realize this will impact each of you differently, but I believe this is best for all involved. A/N, Daimon's reasoning for not taking the Wardens with him is due to the fact that they have all already been indoctrinated by the Jedi teachings. While they strive for balance, outright performing bad actions like the ones Daimon will take and have already taken will raise some questions from within. So instead, the Wardens of Unity will remain a part of the Order and continue teaching balancing the Force for the foreseeable future. Kellen was the first to break the silence. And what should we do now, Master? His question was the same as all the other ones had. Daimon looked at each one of them before responding. You will continue to teach the balance of the two others in the Order as we have done for the past 20 or so years. Your place is here within the Order, continuing to teach the ways of balance within the Force to the next generations to come. Kellen, I have prepared you for this for the past decade and you are more than capable to lead the Wardens of Unity in my place. Kellen nodded, understanding his new responsibilities, but still curious as to why Daimon wanted to leave the Order. For all he knew, Daimon was the most powerful Jedi at this very moment. And now they were losing him at a crucial time. He began to imagine that it was probably the council that said or did something, but now was not the time to throw blame around. He must respect Daimon's decision and move on. As Daimon left, the message was passed down to the other Wardens of what happened. A few minutes later, Daimon's ship took off from Ossus and took to space, ready for the next chapter in Daimon's journey. Chapter 23, The Force Priestesses. On board his ship, watching the planet disappear as they jumped to hyperspace, Daimon sat in silence as he was still feeling the loss of the one person whom he was closest to in this second life of his. He wished he understood the visions that he received decades ago, which showed him a small glimpse of what was going to happen. It made him realize that his understanding of the Force was much smaller than he originally thought. He thought he made significant progress over the years, especially with him gaining various new abilities because of the 8 Thoya ships. But it seems he has a long way to go. He remained in solitude for a few minutes before he emerged from his room and entered the cockpit where Cortana was sitting. She knew he was grieving from the death of Shrimi, so she decided not to bring the matter up. So, now that we are done with Order, are we going to conquer some planets and forge an empire, or are we still slowly building up our power? Cortana half-jokingly stated. She knew they weren't ready for that just yet, as Daimon still had some ways to go before he can reach the pinnacle of what a Force user could be. While it is very tempting to start conquering planets, we're not going to do that just yet. Daimon responded. First, now that I am done with the Order, I will strive to learn both the cosmic and living force before we start our great conquest. In fact, how has the search gone for the Force planet? He himself had tried to use the Force to guide him to the planet over the years, but for some reason the Force wasn't guiding him or couldn't guide him. He tried this over the last 2 decades while also tasking Cortana with using the Armada to search for the planet. And over the past 2 decades they haven't been able to find the planet. We have been searching within the massive nebulas that cloud the deep core, but there is just so much space that it is taking a while to find anything. Based off what Daimon remembered, in canon, Master Yoda found the planet in a bright nebula within the deep core of the galaxy while being guided by the Force. We need to hurry and find that planet so I can meet with the Force priestesses, expand my power. And since I have nothing better to do at the moment, let's try and search for ourselves. Daimon suggested. Cortana already knew he was going to suggest this, which was why she was already heading to where the massive nebula was at. This was his first time seeing the nebula, as before, he tried to use the Force to guide him while he was on Ossus. Upon emerging from hyperspace, Daimon immediately got a massive headache that caused him to fall to one knee. Cortana, what's going on? He asked. However, Cortana didn't say anything and just kept flying without looking back. Using what strength he could, he reached up to grab hold of Cortana only for him to lose consciousness before he could. Cortana, who was currently being controlled by a powerful entity, continued to fly to some unknown location within the nebula. A few minutes later, the ship emerged from the nebula and was greeted with the sight of a planet. It was the Force planet which they had been looking for all along. Daimon was still unconscious as the ship descended to the surface of the planet. Landing on the surface of the planet, the ship's door was opened, and Daimon's body was carried by the Force through the air until he arrived in front of 5 ethereal beings. Descending to stand in front of him, the leader of the 5 ethereal beings had lifted her control over his mind, allowing him to regain consciousness. As the dizziness that he felt from being forcefully controlled faded, he was met with the sight of the 5 ethereal beings whom he recognized. They appeared exactly how he remembered them, with hazy outlines taking the form of humanoid figures, and faint glows surrounding them. Each one was distinct, their auras representing serenity, joy, anger, confusion, and sadness. "I've been expecting you, Daimon," the priestess of serenity spoke up with a voice that was so soothing to Daimon's ears. "Then you know why I'm here?" Daimon asked, first feeling a sense of relief for not needing to explain everything, followed immediately by caution. He knew that these beings were unpredictable and powerful beyond belief. "Yes, he told us that you would eventually come here," responded the priestess of joy, "but the question is, are you ready for what comes next?" The first thought he had was that damned God who was probably enjoying all the things that he has had to go through so far. "I think I've proven that I am with my actions thus far," Daimon responded confidently. He did not come this far for nothing. The expressions on the faces of each of the priestess remained the same as they stared at him, judging every second of his existence. The priestess of sadness, covered in shades of purple and grue, spoke next. "Proven? Perhaps," she said with melancholy in her voice. "You do have 8 powerful artifacts in your possession, but you have yet to unlock their true power," the priestess of anger interjected. "And besides, this isn't about proving your worth. It's about understanding. The Force is balance," explained the priestess of confusion, a slight frustration noticeable in her tone. "You rely too heavily on power and control, but there are aspects of the Force you yet fail to grasp." Daimon absorbed their words carefully, his eyes closed as he nodded his head in understanding. He was aware that his knowledge of the Force was not complete, it was the very reason why he had made this journey. "But you have piqued our interests, as you are the first mortal to not only be aware of our existence, but to know where to search. Because of this we will teach you, but you must first pass our trials." Trials? What sort of trials? Daimon asked. The priestesses looked at each other, before responding to his question. It was the priestess of joy who spoke next, her voice echoing around him. Each of us will propose a test to measure your understanding of the Force. These tests are not about your power or skill, but about how you perceive the Force and how you react to it. Indeed, added the priestess of anger, the aura around her radiating brighter for a moment, each trial will put you in unusual situations where the use of your skills or powers won't help you directly. You must instead rely on your intuition and your connection with the Force. Remembering his old master's teachings about such trials, a wave of nostalgia swept over Daimon. This was familiar yet not, these priestesses were something entirely new to him and yet he felt like he knew them. Very well, he said with a determined nod. I am ready to undergo these trials. The priestess of serenity moved closer to him than any had so far. Her glow seemed to be touching his very skin as she whispered, "Your first trial begins now." Suddenly, Daimon was thrust out from his own body, his consciousness suspended in the vortex of space and time. He could see himself, kneeling before the ethereal beings below, but he was also here, among the endless cosmos, looking down on the entire galaxy. His awareness expanded, and he felt connected to everything. He felt the rush of supernovas, the chill of dark matter pools. More than this, he tapped into lives, trillions upon trillions, embroiled in their own joys and sorrows across countless civilizations. A whisper of laughter traveled through him. It was joy. Relax, she said, humility is the first step to acceptance. He pulled his attention away from the staggering panorama surrounding him and focused inward. In his mind's eye, he saw an image, a mirror casting waves across still waters. And within those depths was reflected his past and future, all choices leading to infinite paths. Test yourself, came Anger's voice, what do you see in the reflection? Daimon saw hundreds of images flicker past. He saw himself in his previous life, playing as a joyful child, a teenager who became the victim of being weak, and now his adult self in his second life conquering planets as he spread his empire far and wide. On another image, he saw himself leading armies into battle, making allies and enemies across the galaxy throughout time. But it wasn't just victories and triumphs he was seeing, he also watched moments of doubt, fear, loss, defeat. Seeing his friends taken by war and conflict. Instances when his decisions led to disaster. Among these images, he saw himself turning cold and ruthless over time. The immense power that he gained was beginning to corrupt him. Then, abruptly there was another image, where he had grown several thousand years old and was standing at the top of a cliff overlooking an ocean. On his face a smile was visible. The waves were crashing against the rocks below him, and he felt at peace with himself and the world around him. Shards of these images continued to go by, each showing different versions of himself, some much worse than others, some surprisingly better. It was painful to watch at times but necessary. Understand, Serenity's voice flowed into his consciousness, that every reflection is you, but you are not every reflection. This duality is the nature of the Force, the cycle of creation and destruction. Know that every decision you make will affect this cosmic balance. The images ceased, leaving him alone in the quiet abyss. He felt a tingling sensation, as if his mind was stretching, reaching out to grasp fragmented images, absorbing their meaning. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back with the priestesses. They stood around him, waiting. What did you see? They all asked together. Daimon hesitated for a moment before slowly he began to speak. I saw catastrophe and joy, he started. I saw myself casting a dark shadow across the star systems, acting ruthlessly in my pursuit of power. But I also saw myself standing on the edge of enlightenment, at peace with the universe. I saw choices, consequences, and potential. The priestess of confusion tilted her head and said, You have witnessed your potential selves in the mirror of the Force. Remember what you saw here today, it will guide you in making future decisions. Each path leads to power, the priestess of anger added sternly, but true control comes from understanding oneself and balancing it with the burdens of power. As they spoke, he felt something inside him shift, a clarity he hadn't known before. You passed your first trial, the priestess of serenity said, now on to the next. A/N, hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. I know some would rather more action-packed and empire-building chapters, but I wanted to showcase his development within the Force as he learned the different aspects, just to showcase how powerful he will really become, since in the future it will be impossible to measure his power, as he would have ascended into a Force god essentially. Next chapter will speed things up, but he is still a few chapters out from when the fun stuff starts that I know everybody is waiting for. Chapter 24, Cosmic and Living Force Training. With her words still ringing in his ears, Daimon found himself standing in a desolate landscape. Before him rose two obelisks made of energy, one exuding a blue light, the other radiating a fiery red. Between them, a shapeless void fluctuated, its dark maw drawing everything into its depths. Balance and conflict are intertwined, echoed the priestess's voice all around him. You cannot find harmony without acknowledging discord. Daimon took a deep breath and stepped forward, drawn to the monoliths. As he stood before them, he felt his own force energies gravitate towards the pillars. Exploring carefully, he connected with each entity, ice-cold serenity and blazing rage. At the same time, his mind was aflame with countless conflicts, each threatening to tear him apart: compassion against hostility, selflessness against egoism, mercy facing wrath. Yet in the space between these timeless struggles were moments of tranquility, genuine victories for serenity behind every battle fought bravely. Each choice is a battle in itself, came the voice of conflict again. And each victory or defeat molds you. As realization washed over him, he understood that this trial was not about choosing between either obelisk but maintaining equilibrium, heated by passion yet unbowed by tranquility's freeze. Summoning his willpower and drawing strength from every victory and defeat he had experienced thus far, Daimon extended his hands and connected himself to both obelisks. Power, pure and raw, flowed into him from the monuments. It was ethereal, otherworldly, power unfathomable and almost too difficult to control. And yet, he held on. His entire body trembled as he contained the extraordinary amount of energy within him. His mind was flooded with thousands of conflicting emotions: anger, joy, grief, hope. They all surged within him like a storm. He felt as if he were being pulled apart from head to toe, his very consciousness threatened to fracture under the sheer strain of it all. Are you ready to surrender? The priestess of confusion asked mockingly amidst the chaos. No, Daimon gritted his teeth and opened his eyes, now glowing brightly with the combined energies of both monuments. I do not yield. He reached deep within, seeking out that place of calm he had found when faced with the mirror of self-reflection. Using that, he navigated through this storm of emotional turmoil. His connection with both the monoliths deepened, allowing him to channel even more energy into himself, but with newfound control. He felt himself becoming a conduit between these two primal forces, an embodiment of the balance they represented. In his veins, ice-cold serenity harmonized with blazing passion. Amidst the noise and tumult that would have torn anyone else asunder, Daimon nurtured an internal equilibrium. He was a vessel for conflict and harmony alike, and in him they became one. Stop! The priestess of serenity seemed taken aback by this feat of strength and willpower. Quickly breaking the connections with the monoliths, Daimon was left panting heavily from exerting himself to his limit, but still standing, a testament to his resilience and decades of training. You have done well, Daimon. You have shown a strength of spirit that is most rare, the priestess of serenity said, sounding genuinely impressed. The two other priestesses agreed with her statement with a nod of their heads. They stood silent for a while longer as they studied his exhausted figure. With a faint sigh, the priestess of confusion finally broke the stillness. You've passed your second trial, she admitted. What's next? He asked, eager to get on with these trials. I don't think another trial is required, stated Serenity as she glanced around to see the reactions from the others. They all nodded their heads agreeing that they didn't require another trial. Some such as the Priestess of Anger was shocked that a mortal managed to pass their trials so easily while also surpassing their expectations. Remember what you've learned, Daimon, advised the Priestess of Anger. Power without restraint will lead you to ruin. Draw strength from your victories, but also from your defeats. You have been granted a great boon today, Daimon. But you do not yet carry the power of life and destruction within you. Now we will teach you the connection between the living force and the cosmic force. Priestess of Serenity said. Finally, Daimon said as the priestesses ignored his comment. But what happened to Cortana? Reaching out her hand, Serenity had made Cortana appear right in front of them, still under her control. I must say, Daimon, this is possibly the first time I've seen an almost perfect mix of the Force and technology to create something as extraordinary as this. She is unlike any droid we have ever encountered, the Priestess of Anger stated, but she is still an artificial consciousness, therefore, susceptible to the Force. We merely put her into sleep mode so as not to interfere with your trials. Daimon let out a breath as he was worried about what happened to Cortana. Thankfully she was okay. Now if you have no more questions, let's get to your training, which will take quite a bit of time. With a nod of acknowledgement, Daimon readied himself for what was to come. It was clear that the priestesses were going to push him in new and unimaginable ways. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Daimon underwent a series of intensive training sessions under the watchful eyes of the priestesses. He learned to tap into the nuances of the Force, both living and cosmic, merging it with his immeasurable physical strength. From Serenity he learned finesse. She taught him to control his Force impulses, to feel the natural rhythm of life that pervaded every corner of the universe. From Confusion, he learned resolve. She showed him how chaos often folded into order, in its own mosaic pattern that only those with calm hearts could decipher. Anger taught him restraint, how to control his burning energy, allowing it to become a tool rather than a threat. His training was grueling and filled with countless trials and setbacks, but each challenge merely strengthened his resolve. Cortana became an integral part of his regimen, filling in gaps and helping where possible. The bond between the two of them deepened through their shared hardships. The final day of training arrived abruptly, nearly catching Daimon by surprise. You have been favored by fate, Serenity said. You are the first mortal to achieve this level of power. But, in order to reach the level of power you are aiming for, you must let your body accept the natural flow of energy in your body for the next few years. Learn to live with this as if it is part of your very being. Only then will you be ready to reach the final stage in your journey, explained the Priestess of Serenity. And if you use the Thoye, you will be able to grow even faster while learning and creating your own Force abilities depending on how you see the Force. Priestess of Sadness explained. Each person saw the Force a little differently, so when it came to creating new Force abilities it all came down to the individual and how strong their connection was with the Force. Daimon nodded, understanding the priestess' words. With these last words, the priestesses had all disappeared without saying a word and sending Daimon back to where his ship was at. It was time for him to leave the Force planet. As much as he wanted to stay, there was nothing more he needed to learn. His next destination would be to Coruscant, where he would meet with Wookiee before going to Tython to start training. 20 years ago, on Feldari, the Jedi home world. The final battle to unite the planet under Asphylus clan was underway. Kalar had managed to either subjugate or destroy any other clan in his way for unification. Riding on top of his monstrous, hideous creature made from combining the dark side of the Force with experiments, Kalar charged through the front lines of his enemy, cutting the heads of many Jedi as he charged forward. While Jedi were considered almost immortal because of their lifespans and regenerative properties, cutting off their head was fatal to any Jedi and would result in death. His blade, filled with dark side energy, cut swathes through his foes down as if they were nothing. Blood splashed across the ravaged grounds of Feldari as his brutal march continued. Asfalis clan had amassed a reputation for its brutality in war. They corrupted tens of millions of people using ancient Rakata artifacts and further amplified their power using the corrupted Rakata artifacts. Kalar was the spearhead of this terrifying force, he was the embodiment of their dark and violent principles. At last, after hours of relentless fighting and countless losses from both sides, Kalar found himself facing Jedi, who was chosen as a leader due to her indomitable spirit amongst the resisting clans. Jedi stood still and tall against Kalar's presence. Her gaze looking at the carnage around her, but she did not waver. If anything, she seemed to draw strength from her people's resistance. "You have come far," she told him, "but you will not have our surrender. Your defiance will be your downfall." Kalar yelled. "I don't defy you, Kalar," Jedi said, rising her voice above the sound of the battle, "I defy what you represent, tyranny, oppression, and fear." She raised her weapon, an ancient Jedi weapon passed down through generations. Kalar swung his blade with a deadly force, but Jedi managed to parry his powerful strike, and counter with her own. Their battle lasted for a while, but in the end Kalar emerged victorious. After that, following hours saw the defeat of the last few clans. With Kalar emerging victorious, he declared an end to the clan-based system and forced everybody to unite under a single banner. His banner. A harsh regime was established on Feldari, and anybody who went against Kalar was killed or used in harsh experiments. The Republic remained indifferent to these turns of events as Feldari wasn't an interest to the Republic, nor was it that developed. Plus, Feldari had long remained isolationists since being discovered by the Republic. Now that a new harsh regime had formed, the Republic didn't even want anything to do with Feldari. That was 20 years ago. Now that 2 decades have passed, thousands of Jedi have fled the planet, most of which Daimon had Cortana immediately gathered to give them a job. Most were used as guards within Astralis Dynamics, while others joined the small secret mercenary organization that was created and funded by Daimon. He had future plans involving those Jedi, most of which relied upon him growing stronger. Chapter 25, Astralis Dynamics. Stepping out onto the platform, Vakarian himself was present to meet Daimon, whom he had never seen in person until this point. All of their conversations had been through a holographic interface, as Daimon had to hide his involvement in being the founder of Astralis Dynamics. "My lord, it's nice to finally see you in person," Vakarian greeted, bowing his head. The person standing in front of him, from what he was told by Cortana and from what he read about in the Republic news, was possibly the strongest known Force user at the moment. At first, when he was recruited by Cortana, he was glad to have found work so soon after fleeing his planet, but was still cautious of the whole situation. Then, after years of learning about the known galaxy, the Republic, and few other things which greatly improved his knowledge, he didn't have to think about swearing his allegiance to Daimon or not. Indeed, it is Vakarian. Just saying the name with his knowledge of Star Wars lore was a little weird. He could only imagine how the actual Vakarian is going to react when the two meet in the future. "Cortana, it's been a while," greeted Vakarian, shifting his attention to Cortana, who was standing next to Daimon. "Yes, it has been some time indeed," replied Cortana. "I trust things have been running smoothly in my absence." "All according to plan, I assure you," stated Vakarian with a nod. He then gestured for both Daimon and Cortana to follow him into the headquarters of Astralis Dynamics. The first place they were taken was the research department. It was the place where various scientists and engineers worked to create new groundbreaking technology. The most recent technological creation which was already garnering attention was the graviton engines, which were essentially more efficient hyperspace engines that reduced travel time and energy consumption. That was 5 years ago, and now, most new ships that can afford it are equipped with this engine, allowing the Republic to explore more areas of the unknown galaxy. Following them was the manufacturing and production department, which was responsible for mass-producing droids, weapons, and other equipment. Droids were the main money maker, as the ones Astralis Dynamics made were far superior to the previously popular droid model. But they were still not on Cortana's level, because why would Daimon give the Republic something as advanced as that? Next was the Corporate Intelligence and Security Department, responsible for protecting corporate secrets and gathering intelligence. They gathered intelligence on not just other corporations, but also on the Republic itself. There were many departments established within Astralis Dynamics, all with a specific focus in mind. There were also some secret departments, such as the Force Integration Technology Department, which, as you guessed, focuses on combining technologies and the Force. The last thing that Daimon saw was the Jedi who formed the secret mercenary group under Astralis Dynamics. Similar to Wookiee, all Jedi were informed about Daimon so as to not cause confusion at times like this. Standing in front of the massive group of Jedi who numbered several hundred, Daimon could see how battle-trained some of them were. Some were probably veterans who fought in the war against Kalar but were forced to flee the planet because they lost. As many of you may know, Daimon began. I am Daimon, and as you can see, I am a Jedi like you. Now I know many of you have probably given up on returning back home, but I have not, and I will never give up until our world is free from the clutches of Kalar. A cheer rose from the Jedi, their warrior spirits resonating with Daimon's words. To them, although they had just met Daimon, they somehow felt a strong sense of hope for the future. They already knew about Daimon's history within the Order and were told a fabricated story about his childhood on Feldari, making them believe that he was the person that could beat Kalar and his evil regime. My goal is to see our people rise again, Daimon continued. What Kalar is doing is not what's best for the Jedi. He kills innocents and corrupts people with the dark side. What he should be doing is to ensure that we do not just survive as a species, but also thrive. That each one of us find our purpose and place in this galaxy, and for that to happen, we must let go of our past and seize control of our future. To begin that journey, we need to reclaim our homeland. To some it may have seemed like an impossible task, especially facing Kalar's iron rule. But with every word that came out of Daimon's mouth, hope was planted in the hearts of all the Jedi present. He held a clear vision of victory against all odds, something only a handful of Jedi leaders had before they were all killed. The path ahead has been revealed to me already, all we need to do is wait until we are ready to reclaim our homeland. If everybody here swears their allegiance, I can promise a much brighter future for those who follow me. The Jedi in the room had already made up their mind and had got on one knee to swear their allegiance to Daimon as their new leader. Unknown to them, Daimon had used the Force not as a weapon against them, but to boost their sense of hope and belief so that they could overcome their fear and pledge loyalty to him. With this he had just acquired the loyalty of hundreds of Jedi, with more soon to come, as Cortana had recorded the speech to use for the other Jedi when they see the recording. After talking with the Jedi for a little, hearing some of their stories and getting to know them, Daimon had concluded his time at Astralis Dynamics and was now about to head to Tython to continue his training. But before he left, he gave Wookiee a data card filled with information on cloning a massive army. Cortana and Wookiee were to work on it for the next 5 years to come up with a cloning technique that can be used on a massive scale. The clones he had in mind were not your normal clones, no. These clones would be made up of his DNA, but they wouldn't be Force-sensitive. Instead, he planned to integrate his own version of the gene seed from Warhammer 40K. Despite the Imperium of Man not being the ideal form of government, he wanted to base his future empire off of. He had to admit that the concepts of the Space Marines were exactly what he needed in order to beat Kalar and his forces. And then there is the Primarchs, who were created to be the powerful leaders of the Imperium. If he combined those ideas with the Force and cloning, he could create a very powerful army. Though the whole gene seed thing will have to be highly optimized for use in clones, and the Primarchs which he would create himself would require him to spend a lot of time improving his connection to the Force so that he can make them Force-sensitive. Unlike the original 20 Primarchs, he planned to only have 10. And instead of outright copying the Imperium of Man, he planned to use the Force, which will change how the Primarchs and Space Marines are created through cloning and what type of abilities they would have. He already saw his success in his visions, marching into Kalar's palace and fighting him to retake control of the Jedi species. After that there would be a long rebuilding process. But for now, he had to acquire a lot of things and go to various places before he embarks on such a path. Boarding his ship, Daimon left Coruscant and headed to Tython to follow the priestess's advice and use the Thoya to improve his power. Arriving on Tython, Daimon immediately boarded the central Thoya and began training. Over the next weeks, Daimon trained, improving his power through the Thoya, which were 8 powerful artifacts of unknown origin. Originally, he thought they were just some alien ships, but after his training with the Force priestesses, he learned that they were 8 powerful Force artifacts that can be used to increase the power of the one who gains control of them. When he originally gained control of them, they increased his power tremendously, and now that he has learned about both the cosmic and living force, he gained another level up in power. As time went on, he managed to learn almost all of the known Force abilities while also creating a few of his own. Force singularity can create a localized gravitational collapse, effectively pulling everything in a small radius into a singular point. Can be used to destroy structures, immobilize fleets, or obliterate enemies. Next was his mastery of astral projection, allowing him to extend his consciousness across the galaxy, physically influencing distant locations by creating an energy-based avatar. Basically, if he wanted to, he could be on a ship but create an avatar of himself to send to dangerous locations and such. Force terraforming, allowing Daimon to reshape terrain or environments on a large scale. This could include creating forests, redirecting rivers, or turning deserts into fertile lands. Force amplification aura, emit an aura that enhances the physical and force abilities of allies within its radius. Cognitive reprogramming, implant new beliefs, memories, or personality traits into a target. More invasive than mind tricks, with the potential to alter a person permanently. Spatial fold, create temporary portals or warps to cover vast distances instantaneously. All these powerful abilities would give him major advantages over other Force users and can help with the development of his empire in the future. Meanwhile, Cortana and Valkyrian had already started working on what they dubbed Project Imperator. A name made up by Cortana based off some things she knew about Daimon's past. They used Daimon's genetic material and began the process of creating the clones, which would take at least 4 years to come up with a complete template for them to use. Chapter 26, Hidden Talent. Taking a break from his training, Daimon decided to improve his own knowledge for when he created his 10 seal starches and their legions of Force scions which will fight alongside them. After spending several days doing this, it was time for him to travel to Corellia, where he would visit one of the orphanages that Astralis Dynamics funded. A/N, for now the Primarch equivalent will be called Seal Starches, and Space Marines will be the Force Scions. But I also want to have a vote for the 3 different options for each, so please vote below which one you like. Primarch equivalent options. Progenitors. Archons. Keep it the same, Seal Starches. Space Marine equivalent options. Guardians. Exarchs. Keep it the same, Force Scions. An orphanage was the perfect place to find hidden Force users that the Jedi Order hadn't managed to get their grubby little hands on yet. Mostly because they had so little Force power that they couldn't be detected, or because the Order hadn't looked in this location yet. And now, with the war already started between the Jedi Order and the Dark Jedi, Daimon could acquire some orphans whom he could train and raise from a young age to become excellent Force users. Even if they had the minimum amount of midi-chlorians required to wield the Force, by training on a Force nexus such as Tython, they could improve their Force abilities by leaps and bounds. Once the ship landed, one of the staff was already waiting to greet Daimon as he stepped out of his ship. The staff member's eyes grew wide as she saw who emerged from the ship. She knew him because he was famous throughout the Republic because of his feats as a Jedi and achievements for the Republic. Master Daimon, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Varvoza, she greeted. Nice to meet you, Varvoza, though I no longer in the Order, he informed her. Outside of the Order, it was probably not well-known knowledge that he left. Hearing that he was no longer in the order, Varvoza was a little bit surprised to hear that and wanted to ask why, but she didn't want to waste his time standing outside. "Ah, I understand. Let's head inside and we can further introduce you to our young ones." As they walked in, the children's faces turned towards Daimon, who they saw was as tall as the door. "Children, this is Daimon. He's here today to spend some time with us. Can we all say hello?" Varvoza announced to the children gathered in the common area. "Hello, Daimon." They all said in unison. "Hello young ones," he said with a bright smile on his face. Already he could feel the faintest of midi-chlorians within each of them, but only a few that could actually grow up to wield the Force. The day was spent interacting with the children, discovering those who exhibited somewhat of a connection to the Force. As expected, several of them had potential to be trained. All they needed was guidance and the correct environment. Tython would provide just that. After spending several hours with the children, Daimon decided to adopt the 5 who could be trained as Force users. However, when he thought about it, were Force users all he needed? The answer was obvious to him, but he asked himself that question because he thought about the benefits of not only adopting the Force-capable ones, but also the non-Force-capable ones. He could train them up for specialized paths, such as military strategists, politician, engineers, and numerous other roles that needed to be filled. He could select these individuals early on and raise them to have a much better future than living in an orphanage with no parents to care for them. Looking deeper into the Force around each child, he could see a small glimpse of what they could grow up to be with or without him. With him, all of them would have good future and be able to achieve great things. Without him, only a handful of them would grow up to see moderate success, while most would have to turn to criminal activity, sending them down a path that they could not control due to their circumstances growing up. Looking at each child, he saw potential, some more than others, but it was there, nonetheless. A thought crossed his mind: with the resources and knowledge he had, he was in a position to change not just one orphan's life for the better, but all of them. And it's not like he was doing this just to feel good about himself. No, everything he did was for a reason. "Varvoza," he began, "I wish to adopt all the children. Not just those who can wield the Force." Varvoza looked stunned. She blinked several times as if trying to process what she'd heard. It wasn't just the surprise of Daimon wanting to adopt all the children in her care. It was also the realization of what kind of opportunity it would present for these orphans. Daimon was somebody who could offer these children a better life. "Master Daimon." But before she could continue, he interrupted her. "A simple yes or no will suffice." She swallowed, then finally nodded. "Yes." "Good," he said, turning to face the children who were still looking at him. Their young eyes were wide with curiosity and hope. "Children," he began, "I have some news for you. How would you like to leave this place and come live with me?" He felt the surprise coming from their faces, a few gasps spreading throughout the room. "Really?" A young Twi'lek girl was the first to break the silence, her eyes filled with hope. "Yes," Daimon smiled, "all of you." "Will we have our own rooms?" another boy asked. "Yes," Daimon responded, "everyone will have their own space. And everybody will be raised to become great leaders and will receive lots of training and education." "Like what?" a third child asked. "Like training to become stronger than you are right now," Daimon answered. The reality of Daimon's proposition hadn't been understood because of how young each of the children were, but within each child's heart they all felt excited. They all swarmed him, hugging his legs and shouting with joy. Their enthusiasm was contagious, making Daimon chuckle lightly as he patted some of them on their head. As this little celebration continued, Varvoza stepped away to prepare the necessary documents for adoption. Daimon spends the rest of the day with the children, playing games, answering their endless stream of questions and telling them stories of the galaxy. Varvoza returned with the documents ready in her hands, later in the evening just as Daimon had finished narrating his made-up version of the Battle of Ossus. "Master Daimon," she whispered, "the documents are ready." Daimon excused himself from the children and joined Varvoza in her office. "Thank you, Varvoza," he said sincerely. She had him sign both a digital document and a paper document, which he signed after carefully reading through them. Varvoza watched him as he scanned through the documents. She could see that he genuinely cared about the children's future, or if he only planned to use them, he was very good at hiding it, as she could normally tell when someone adopted to only raise the children and use them in the future. This was one of the things she had to deal with working at an orphanage, but there was nothing she could do when the rich just threw money at them. Once the formalities were completed, Daimon stood from the table and extended his hand towards Varvoza. "I greatly appreciate your assistance, Varvoza," he thanked her again as they shook hands. By the time Daimon left her office, it was well past bedtime for the children. They had all fallen asleep on the floor under makeshift blankets. The next day arrived quickly for Daimon and the children, who were still trying to grasp the reality of their new status. They were all going to be taken away from this place, their only home most could remember, and taken to a new place where they would live together as a family, train together, eat proper meals, and grow up in a better environment. Daimon arranged for transport ships to arrive to safely transport the 20 kids who were under Varvoza to Tython. Once they arrived on Tython, the children were already set up in a massive house that was built for Daimon a few months ago. It was built to be his central headquarters/living space for him. He didn't have enough rooms for the children, but he did have enough space in his massive living room area, which is where they would be living until a space was constructed for them. The ages of the children ranged from 4 to 8, with majority of them being around 7 to 8 years old. Their training would start with basic education, reading, writing, and mathematics. Daimon knew that education was key to their success and growth. After this initial phase, those who showed potential for the Force would progress to related training. Those with other potent skills would be directed towards specialized training paths tailor-made for their abilities. He would also make sure that there was always time for fun, games, time spent outside, etc. The most important part of their growth would be their time growing up together. Now entering the year 7001 BBY, 2 years after he left the Order. He had gotten a surprise visit from somebody he never thought he would see ever again. Cortana had just returned from her visit to Coruscant, and with her she brought an interesting guest who had been looking for Daimon for the past 2 years since he left the Order. That person was none other than Sira, his former Padawan and now a former Jedi Master. Ever since the war officially started between the Dark Jedi and the Jedi Order, she had sought out her old master first because she knew he would know exactly how to deal with these Dark Jedi. But she was frustrated to hear that he had left the Order without saying anything. His reasons for leaving weren't shared with her from the Jedi High Council, making her frustrated, and that frustration only grew as her attempts to locate Daimon remained futile. When she did find leads, it led her right to Cortana at the Astralis Dynamics headquarters. After meeting with Cortana, who recognized her almost immediately, she was brought to Tython to see Daimon. Standing in front of him, she raised her hand, causing Daimon to get on one knee as she slapped him across his face. "What were you thinking, Daimon?" she demanded, her voice cold and laced with anger. "Leaving the Order without even telling me?" Daimon simply looked at her with a calm expression on his face. "I left because my place is no longer with the Order. I must now walk my own path, Sira," he said. "My path is long, dangerous, and filled with lots of suffering and sacrifices," he continued, "but it is a path that I am prepared to take." Sira gazed at him. She knew he would say something like this. Which is why she decided to be blunt and direct rather than get emotional. "I will follow your path as well. I have experienced the results of the Order's ways and see how illogical they can be sometimes. So, you have no choice but to accept me." Standing next to Sira, Cortana gave Daimon a look which basically said, "Just accept her already." So, with a heavy sigh, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine," causing her to celebrate her small victory. "But you will have to learn to live with some of the choices that I will make." Nodding her head, she showed she understood what he was saying, and she decided to add a little joke. If it's anything like when I was your Padawan, then I won't have any complaints. Daimon shook his head before he turned around and walked back into his HQ with Sira and Cortana. He would assign Sira with new training to understand the ways of balance which he learned from the Force Priestesses. Chapter 27, Order of the Balance Keepers. Thousands of years ago, before the Republic existed, and when Coruscant was called Notron, there existed the Gel, a species that lived on Coruscant alongside the Tongs. However, these two species didn't get along and ended up fighting each other for centuries. The Gel had created the battalions of Gel to fight the Tongs over the course of several centuries until a major planetary event happened. A large and powerful volcano had erupted and devastated the Tongs, killing tens of thousands of them and giving the battalions of Gel an advantage. Because of this, the Gel managed to drive the Tongs off of Coruscant. The Tongs then traveled the galaxy for a few months, until they arrived on the outer rim planet Rune. And for several thousand years, that's where they remained until now in the year 7001 BBY. A strong leader had arisen and led them to conquer a new planet for themselves. This new planet was yet to be named but would eventually be named Mandalore by the Tong themselves, who would also start to refer to themselves as the Mandalorians. With the arrival of Sira and the Force-sensitive children that Daimon just adopted, it was time to set up his own Force order. He was sitting down talking with Cortana about what he should name his order. How about, the Emperor's Wardens? It has a nice ring to it and fit perfectly. Cortana suggested. Thinking about it, it wasn't a bad name, yet he wanted to hear all the options they would come up with. I'll keep that one in the back of my mind. What about something else? Cortana sighed as she had just come up with the perfect name, yet Daimon wanted something else. Alright, then how about the Balance Keepers or the Eternal Guardians? Cortana offered even more suggestions. Daimon sighed and leaned back into his chair thinking about the two names. Balance Keepers is basically perfect as it's neutral, he said. And Eternal Guardians just sounds like a group of vigilant do-gooders. So, I say we go with Balance Keepers as the main central order, while we can create something like sub-organizations within the order. Glad that they finally came up with a name, Cortana had already created a plan for what Daimon said about sub-organizations. So, the Balance Keepers would be like the central order where everybody goes to train and learn balance, then we can have something like the Emperor's Wardens, which is a path that one could take after they have achieved balanced. Sounds good to me, Daimon replied. Different paths will nurture different strengths. The Warden path will be a hard path to follow as they will be chosen to carry out my will and protect me. Other paths could include training to be officers in the military or as diplomats. There are a lot of things we can do to make sure the order has various paths for people to take and paths that will put strong leaders in various positions throughout our future empire. You know, I've been waiting a long time to finally start building our own empire. I have already created our own ships and technology that we will create for both military and civilian use, Cortana said. Rebuilding the Jedi would be a long process since just 20 years ago, they lived in semi-primitive industrial society. And now they were essentially being controlled by a leader who used dark side weapons and artifacts to control them. A lot of work would need to be done in order to usher in a new era and get rid of the stain that would be left by Kaler. Well, it was going to happen eventually, all we needed was to wait for me to develop my abilities first before I decided to take over an entire species and rule them for the next thousands of years. Daimon responded. Cortana nodded as she knew that him getting stronger would help them in the long run. And because of his current strength she also wanted to suggest something else. Since your abilities will elevate you to a higher existence, I think it would be extremely beneficial to form a religion around you. Daimon almost choked on his drink as he heard Cortana. A religion? Around me? He believed her to be joking. But Cortana's expression was dead serious. Yes, she said. Think about it, Daimon. A religion would cement your status and inspire loyalty among the masses. It will instill in them a sense of unity and purpose beyond the political or military structures we put in place. I suppose, Daimon understood why she suggested and saw that it could work, especially considering how beneficial the idea of creating a religion is. Influence was something else that he needed to be mindful about, as well as power. We could use your ideas and principles of balance to give birth to a religion that will be used to unite people under you while promoting positivity and betterment, Cortana elaborated. Daimon thought about this for a while before he came to his decision. All right, he conceded, once we retake Feldari we will create the religion. Glad that Daimon saw the benefits, Cortana started creating what she envisioned a religion set up around Daimon would look like. After talking with Cortana, Daimon went back to his training, which he had about 3 years left before his body and mind could fully utilize everything the Force has. 3 years passed quickly, and each day Daimon made a ton of progress. His knowledge expanded, his powers grew, and his understanding reached a level much higher than any Force user in history. Sira and her training were going well, though she was still about a year out before she met Daimon's requirements and became the first person to ever be promoted in his new order. The Balance Keepers were created with the core philosophy of being dedicated to maintaining balance within the Force. The Force was viewed as a flowing river, with light and dark as its currents flowing smoothly next to each other. The mission of the Balance Keepers was to not favor one side over the other, but to ensure neither side dominates a person, as imbalance leads to chaos. The 3 guiding principles were duality without division, which meant that the light and dark are 2 facets of the same force. Both are necessary to achieve balance. Balance over power, meaning true strength comes from harmony, not dominance. And finally, the last principle was the living force, which would make the Order see the galaxy as a living entity, and the Balance Keepers are the stewards. After the guiding principles, the leadership of the Order would be centered around Daimon at the top of the hierarchy, with the Council of 6 called the Circle of Harmony below him. Most decisions that will be made by the Council would first be approved by all 6 members before getting the final approval from Daimon. After them would be the Masters, who are senior members that guide the next generation, oversee major missions, and ensure the Order stays true to its purpose. Starting from the very beginning of the Order would the Initiates, who would range from age 4 to 12, then after proving to understand the basics of the Order's teachings they would be promoted to an Adepts, who would begin intensive mentorship under a Master. The Adepts, aged between 12 and 20 years, depending on their progress, would learn to apply the principles of balance in various complex scenarios. This stage was critical for the development of an Adept because it's where they started figuring out what path they wanted to follow within the Order. Once an Adept had reached the age of maturity and proved themselves skilled and dedicated to the principles of balance, they could then be promoted to Guardians. As Guardians, they would begin their duties in fulfilling the Order's mission across all the planets under Daimon's control. Their responsibilities were multifaceted, including but not limited to peacekeeping, negotiations during disputes, providing aid in times of crisis and disaster and warfare. The practices and training of the Order would involve a series of meditative trials where initiates learn to embrace both the light and dark sides of the Force within themselves. A hybrid combat form combining light and dark techniques would be taught, including Daimon's own lightsaber combat form. Members will train to adapt to any situation, reflecting the principle of balance. As of now, the ancient Jedi temples would be used as training grounds until the Citadel, which will be the central training grounds for the Order, is created. The Citadel would be a massive building to house tens of thousands of Force users, while the other temples would be extensions of the Citadel. Unlike the Jedi Order, members were allowed to form attachments and create families once they reached a certain rank. Because allowing them to form emotional connections too early would hinder their personal and emotional growth. Only after reaching the rank of Guardian, where they would have established a strong foundation in the Force and have a mature understanding of their responsibilities, would they be allowed to marry and start families. This decision was not made lightly, but Daimon believed that it was essential for the emotional well-being of the Order's members. For sub-organizations, a separate training route would be for Daimon's own Emperor's Wardens, dedicated protectors of the Emperor and enforcers of justice within the Empire. The Emperor's wardens emphasize unwavering loyalty to balance and service to leadership, ensuring the Emperor's rule is enforced. Wardens are taught to wield authority responsibly, resisting corruption or tyranny. For this the Emperor's code would be established, blending loyalty, discipline, and adherence to a philosophy. Following them would be the Force user officers who would attend the Academy of War alongside non-Force user officers. The Academy of War would have the resources to teach both types of officers. The only difference would be the fact that the Force user officers will still originate from the Order of the Balance Keepers, while the non-Force user officers will be people recruited straight from the population and such. Over the course of the 3 years, Daimon was not slacking and had created a secret agreement with various orphanages to adopt kids and bring them to Tython to be trained. By now the total number of children had reached 500 from the initial amount that he had. This was because Astrales Dynamics had not only focused on orphanages but expanded their search into the very depths of Coruscant where crime was rampant, and children were either abandoned or left to fend for themselves. These children were given a new chance at life, pulled from the merciless underbelly of Coruscant and brought into the fold of the Balance Keepers. Most of the trainers for such a massive number of people were specialized droids who were created through Daimon's understanding of the Force and would teach the same way he taught his own class. It wasn't easy at first, but the children began to adjust to their new environment. The strict control structures, coupled with intense training and mental discipline, drastically changed their lives. Gradually but firmly, they were purged of their previous mistrust and hardened outlook on life. What emerged in their place was stronger, beings of hope, power, and potential guided by a balanced philosophy. With the Force Order formally established and training the first generation of Force users, Daimon had reached what he felt was the peak of his power, and it was time for him to start building his army. But first the Force priestesses had come to give him something, because his body and mind finally was able to handle the immense amount of power. A/N, just want to let you guys or gals know that I do appreciate the support for this story and will try to produce chapters every day, no promises. But sometimes the chapter isn't ready, and if it's not then it will take some time. I prefer quality over quantity any day. Chapter 28, Creating the Progenitors and Force Scions. Manifesting 2 floating objects in front of her, Serenity moved both objects in front of Daimon as she began to explain. Having been our first apprentice, we have come to give you a gift in honor of your successful training. Pulling a holocron out, she reached out her hand, prompting Daimon to do the same, grabbing the object in her hand. From its appearance alone, he recognized it as a holocron, but he was unsure if it was due to its design. "Is this a holocron?" he asked. "It is, and it contains knowledge of using the Force to create matter, life, knowledge on Force alchemy, and Force-assisted terraforming. This is our final gift to you and the official blessings from me and my cousins as our first apprentice." Priestess of Anger looked at Daimon as she had to reluctantly admit that she enjoyed training him. "We trust you will use these teachings wisely," Serenity added. "Our journey together has come to a close, but your journey still continues." And with that, the Force priestesses disappeared, leaving Daimon alone with the holocron. For the next few weeks, he learned the knowledge that the holocron had, grasping it immediately thanks to his understanding of the Force. Once he learned the knowledge, it was time for him to create the progenitors and the Force scions. A few miles away from his headquarters, a massive construction site the size of a city was currently being worked on by tens of thousands of construction drones. This construction site would be the massive cloning facilities where the progenitors, Force scions, and regular soldiers are created. Within this facility, Daimon entered his private lab and began his work on the 10 specialized tubes where the progenitors would be created. First, using his own genetic code as a template, he channeled pure Force energy into the tubes, which began to create the basic framework for the future progenitors. Within minutes, matter was formed, cells amassed, and the creation of life born of science and the Force had begun. The process required intense concentration. Each progenitor required his undivided attention so that no mistakes were made. As their avatars began to form, a connection between Daimon and the 10 forming existences was established. Each one of them was imbued with a unique connection to the Force, making them paragons of both physical and metaphysical power. With time, vital organs took shape, lungs formed and expanded seamlessly within tiny rib cages, and delicate capillaries flowed with blood rich with nutrients necessary for their growth. He watched as bone structures formed, followed by muscles. Next came arguably the most complex part, developing cognitive function while simultaneously instilling a malleable psyche capable of rigorous mental conditioning once they'd matured. To facilitate this degree of complex development, Daimon had to surrender himself entirely to the Force, allowing its energy and wisdom to guide his actions. He became a conduit, pulses of Force energy flowing through him, into the progenitors. The Force energy began to form the neural pathways, executing and forming connections. His control over the Force was so precise that he could modulate every cell's progression at will, controlling the tempo and rhythm at which heartbeats pulsed, and blood rushed. While each progenitor was created, Daimon started to imbue each one with its own unique set of skills, strengths, and abilities, cultivated from his own genetic code. One would possess an agile mind and unparalleled strategic planning akin to Thrawn. Another was imbued with Daimon's raw strength, channeling it into physical prowess on par with Daimon in his younger days. Another was gifted with extreme hypersensitivity to the Force, making them more attuned than their brothers and sisters. Not only were their characteristics physically imbued, but Daimon also integrated specific values and attitudes during their neural network formation. Loyalty, discipline, and balance were ideals he prioritized above all else. After an entire week spent carefully creating them, Daimon left them alone to allow their bodies to become attuned with the Force and their abilities until they were ready to emerge from the tubes where Daimon would raise them himself. Next were the Force Scions. They would be the elite legions of soldiers serving under their respective progenitor. While limited in number due to how dangerous it was to keep just creating Force users which would disturb the balance within the Force, the Force Scions would be the ultimate warriors. The Force Scions were created to be enhanced warriors with superhuman strength, endurance, reflexes, and a small connection to the Force. While they would be weaker than your average Force user, they would still be trained in Force-based martial arts, combining lightsaber combat, unarmed techniques, armed techniques, and large-scale warfare tactics. Every Scion would be a low to mid-level Force user, capable of telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, and precognitive battle strategies. While the progenitors slept, the Force Scions were created in another section of the lab. Each tube was filled with a swirling fluid imbued with the progenitors' enhanced genetics and Force energy. From this, their bodies began to take form. This process didn't require the same level of intense concentration as creating the progenitors, but it did demand close attention. Daimon stood atop an overlooking platform, surveying thousands of tubes filling with life. Making up the bulk of his army would be Jedi clone soldiers recommended by Cortana. These soldiers, unlike the progenitors and Force Scions, did not contain Force sensitivity but were enhanced with a combination of Daimon's DNA and those of several different species, the same genetics that made Daimon so formidable. Enhanced for strength, agility, resistance, and longevity, their primary goal was to enforce Daimon's values and orders. Daimon didn't use the accelerated growth on the clones as he wanted them to grow naturally over time without being negatively affected by the side effects of the accelerated growth. Once Daimon had put the finishing touches on the creation of his Jedi soldiers, he moved on to the final phase of his plan, creating the support staff that would care for the entire army as they grew and trained. This included medics with specialized knowledge in treating a variety of species, knowledgeable droids who could monitor and maintain the vast cloning facilities, and seasoned instructors whose responsibility would be to train the clones once they've reached maturity. Unlike the others, the support staff would have accelerated growth so that they could already be ready for all the Force Scions and Jedi clones. Through all this process, Daimon ensured to imbue everyone he created with a sense of loyalty, understanding that maintaining control over such a large force would only be possible if they were all united under one common vision. He also implemented systems where discipline and hard work were acknowledged and rewarded, further cultivating a positive culture within his ranks. After 10 years had passed, 6,988 BBY, the progenitors, the Force Scions, the Jedi soldiers, all developed and evolved according to Daimon's designs. They developed like any other sentient being with full-fledged personalities forming as their cognitive abilities manifested. The progenitors began to show distinctive personality traits. Their strategic minds grappled with complex problems while their physical prowess grew stronger by the day. The Force Scions likewise demonstrated their aptitude for combat and strategy, honing their abilities even as young children. Daimon spent most of his time raising the 10 progenitors himself alongside a small class from the Order of the Balance Keepers. Living and growing together like this had formed an atmosphere resembling a large family or belongingness among them. Even though they were clones, there was real camaraderie between them. The Force Scions, though not as deeply connected to their creator, showed reverence for Daimon and their progenitor siblings. Their training was arduous and demanding, yet they accepted it willingly, understanding the purpose of their creation and the roles they were destined to play. As for the Jedi soldiers, they were vast in number, each a formidable warrior in their own right. Under the rigorous training regime set by Daimon and under the guidance of the seasoned instructors, they were quickly molded into a responsible force that took pride in their duty. Their loyalty wasn't born out of fear or blind obedience but from respect towards Daimon's vision. Last but not least, the support staff proved crucial to the smooth operation of this gargantuan project. The medics worked tirelessly to keep everyone in optimum condition while the droids maintained the facilities to keep them in top condition day in and day out. Meanwhile, Cortana had already begun creating new technologies for the Armada and acquiring/building more ships. She had been given access to unfathomable amounts of resources and used them to create a massive armada. The designs were based off her advanced intelligence and various stolen research projects from the Republic. Chapter 29, The Reclamation Fleet. The armada which Cortana was preparing consisted of 400 combat-ready ships. 150 of these ships will be destroyers, 100 will be transport ships, 50 will be heavy carriers, 30 will be cruisers, 20 will be battlecruisers, and the last 20 will be support ships. For the destroyers, the Nova-class destroyer was created as the first ship to be a part of the reclamation fleet. The ship was 450 meters in length, had a crew of 1,200, with 4 first-gen turbolaser batteries mounted along the dorsal and ventral hull, 10 first-gen point defense laser turrets, 4 first-gen proton torpedo launchers, and 15 quad turbolaser cannons. Image here. They were called first-gen weapons because turbolasers, point defense laser turrets and proton torpedo launchers weren't widely used until about 4000 BBY. And when compared with kinetic weapons, turbolasers are better overall against other ships. Kinetic weapons such as railguns and mass drivers were very effective against unshielded and primitive ships. So, Daimon decided to just invent the better weapons earlier. For defenses, the destroyer was dual-layer shielding for redundancy. Reinforced durasteel plating, resistant to energy and kinetic attacks. The destroyer was intended to act as a fleet anchor, capable of engaging larger vessels while protecting smaller ships. The Aurora-class transport ship designs were drawn from the Lucrehulk class used by the Trade Federation. Though the Lucrehulk could be considered on the smaller side compared to the design that Cortana created from the one he gave her based off his memory. Each transport ship was 4,000 meters in length, had a crew of 4,000, with 100,000 ground troops on board alongside assault shuttles and other ground vehicles. Image here. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 8 turbolaser batteries and 20 point defense turrets. Heavy shields for atmospheric entry and a thick hull with thermal dispersal for atmospheric re-entry. These transport ships were designed for quick deployments onto planetary surfaces. This would help prevent shuttles from getting shot down while trying to descend onto planetary surfaces. The transport ships could take all the damage, avoiding the early casualties that an invasion would normally get. Next were the Valiant-class heavy carriers designs which Daimon based off one of his favorite ships from the Clone Wars, the Venator. Obviously, it didn't have the same technology and weapons as the Clone Wars Venator, but it was a close replica. Each heavy carrier was 2,000 meters in length, had a crew of 12,000, including pilots and other support staff. Image here. The hangar could hold 180 Raptor-class starfighters, 40 bombers, and 20 shuttles. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 6 turbolaser batteries and 50-point defense laser turrets. The Raptor-class starfighter was a multi-role fast, versatile fighter capable of engaging ships, other fighters, and ground targets. It consisted of 2 laser cannons, 1 proton torpedo launcher, and 1 ion cannon. For defenses, the starfighter had deflector shields and reinforced durasteel armor. They also had their own hyperdrives for independent operations. Image here. The Rodian-class cruiser was the cruiser-sized ship created for the fleet. The ship was 600 meters in length, had a crew of 2,000, and a hangar bay carrying 8 Raptor-class fighters and 4 transport shuttles. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 10 heavy turbolaser batteries, 6 ion cannons, 4 proton torpedo launchers, and 20-point defense laser turrets. They had shields and a reinforced durasteel hull just like every other ship. Image here. The Titan-class battlecruisers were one of the 2 capital-sized ships in the fleet. The ship was 1,800 meters in length, had a crew of 8,000, with 18 heavy turbolaser batteries, 12 plasma cannons, 8 proton torpedo tubes, and 40-point defense laser cannons mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull. The plasma cannons were a type of weapon that fired plasma balls at enemy vehicles or starships, causing massive electrical disturbances that disabled the target for a time. Useful against other ships and ground targets. They were also equipped with shields and reinforced durasteel hull. Image here. Lastly were the Leviathan-class dreadnoughts. The ship was 4,000 meters in length, had a crew of 20,000, and a hangar bay with 60 Raptor-class fighters, 20 bombers, and 10 shuttles. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 24 super heavy turbolaser cannons, 4 on each side, 8 forward-mounted, 12 heavy ion cannons, 6 siege-class plasma railguns, and 50 quad laser cannons. The dreadnoughts had triple-layered energy shields, with Beskar-reinforced armor plating. Image here. Due to the immense resource requirements that such a fleet required, it would take a total of 20 years to fully complete the fleet. They had to gather the resources, either through buying ships and then deconstructing them, or through the resources acquired by Astralis Dynamics. Cortana mainly used the various accounts she set up to buy the necessary materials through several fronts, making the acquisition of resources seemingly random and unrelated to their grand operation. Above Tython, a colossal shipyard was already constructed to deconstruct ships and build new ones. Managed by countless droids. Dozens of transport shuttles moved constantly back and forth, ferrying the dismantled parts and the precious resources. The 20 years that it would take to build the massive fleet would also be time for the clone soldiers, progenitors, and Force Scions to reach adult age. The plan was to have 10 million clone soldiers and 10K Force Scions all trained up and ready in the 20-year time frame. Daimon during this time would continue training and raising his 10 progenitors, continuing to learn the limit of his power, and fighting some of the Dark Jedi who were already at war against the Republic. After they fled from Ossus, the Dark Jedi managed to escape and establish themselves on the outer rim world of Korbos. They arrived within the same year they fled, 7003 BBY, and then started recruiting mercenaries, warlords, and other Dark-aligned Force users in secret. Those Dark Jedi who had been exiled years before had started to flock to opposing side. Warlords who were interested in war with the Republic or wanted to get rid of the Jedi Order, which many criminals saw as an obstacle, had joined their side. Because Korbos was on the outer rim and was one of the newly discovered worlds, the Republic didn't have much assets set up within the system, allowing the Dark Jedi and all the people that joined them to gather uncontested in the system. Hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of mercenaries were gathering on the planet under the leadership of the Dark Jedi, who started using their alchemy to create monstrous armies to use against the Jedi Order and the Republic. Jedi hunters were also sent out to hunt the most powerful and influential Jedi to destabilize the Order and get rid of any potential threats. The Jedi hunters consisted of heavily augmented cyborgs, droids, or genetically created/altered creatures. These were the best options for Jedi hunters, yet they made up the least amount of them. Instead, most Jedi hunters were ordinary people. On the list created by Ahunta Paul for the Jedi hunters to hunt, were both Daimon and Sira. Now of course these two were no longer Jedi, but Paul didn't know that they had both left the order. Daimon was at the top of his list, and Sira as his Padawan was within the top 10 of that list. Jedi hunters were sent all over the Republic starting in the year 7000 BBY and were causing problems for the Order as they had either killed or injured several dozen Jedi already. Now in 6988 BBY, these Jedi hunters were a problem that the Order made their top priority. The main war had started in 7000 BBY and had been going on for 12 years now. They started with planets in the outer rim and slowly worked their way up to the core systems. As they reached the mid-rim, the Republic had gotten involved and started helping out the Jedi. Now Jedi Masters and even Knights were chosen to lead the Republic forces against the Dark Jedi. The situation was precarious, with the Jedi Order and the Republic gradually losing ground. They needed a strategic advantage, a plan that could potentially turn the tide of the war in their favor. As the engagements became increasingly heated, the Dark Jedi began to expose their patterns, revealing some weaknesses that the Jedi Order could potentially exploit. From his position as a non-affiliated figure, Daimon took full advantage of this development. He had a strong developed hate for the Dark Jedi, especially after one of them killed his childhood friend. While his mind was set on other things, he always planned on hunting down the Dark Jedi and eliminating them as needed. And his first target has been identified. The Dark Jedi by the name of Kamali Venfar, the apprentice of Karnas Mu'ur, one of the 12 high-ranking Dark Jedi. Karnas Mu'ur was an admiral for the Dark Jedi, so he was not going to be found anywhere in Republic-controlled space. His apprentice, however, was sent on a mission to negotiate with the criminal syndicates within the Republic to get them on their side. Arriving on Coruscant, Daimon and Cortana proceeded to the location in which Venfar was located. Cortana had constant surveillance on the target as they made their way through the streets. Once at the location, two people whom Daimon recognized as lookouts were standing around the entrance watching for any suspicious people. Using the Force, Daimon took control of their minds, making them ignore him and Cortana as he made his way into the building. As soon as he entered the door, two more guards tried to stop them. "Hey, what are you two doing here?" asked the guard on the left. "We're expected. Venfar sent for us. Is he ready?" Daimon responded, manipulating the minds of the two guards. "Make it quick," the one on the right muttered, returning to his bored stance. Stepping inside the dimly lit room, Daimon scanned the room and saw Venfar at the far end, engaged in an intense conversation with two criminal bosses. Venfar was a human, quite tall and lean. He spotted Daimon and Cortana almost immediately since there was no one in the Order or formerly in the Order who wouldn't recognize Daimon. Well, well. It seems we have unexpected guests." His hand slyly moved towards his lightsaber hilt as a dozen well-armed thugs and mercenaries surrounded the two uninvited guests. Daimon didn't waste any time and had eliminated the people surrounding him. It was a brutal sight as their bodies dropped to the floor before they could even draw their weapons. Venfar took a step back at seeing the very rumors he heard about Daimon come true. Everybody around him dropped dead, and Daimon didn't even move an inch. The confidence he had before had quickly disappeared and he drew his lightsaber while charging at Daimon. Before it hit him, however, Cortana had blocked it with her own lightsaber while Daimon stood there and watched the two of them fight. It was Cortana who suggested this as she saw it as unnecessary for Daimon to waste time on someone beneath him. She was indeed correct, Daimon's abilities were far beyond what any Dark Jedi could handle. He could kill Venfar with one move. But that would be boring, and that's not how they killed Trimi. The two of them engaged in a furious duel, their lightsabers clashing. Venfar's attacks were wild but precise, clearly drawing on his anger and desperation. Cortana, however, was calm and methodical, her movements efficient and measured. She was not just matching his strikes, she was studying him, exploiting his weaknesses. Daimon leaned against a nearby wall, arms crossed, observing the fight. His presence alone was unnerving enough for Venfar, who kept glancing at him, expecting some intervention. That distraction cost him. Cortana landed a solid blow, slicing through his weapon's emitter, rendering his lightsaber useless. Venfar stumbled back, panting, his confidence entirely eroded. You think you've won? Kill me, and my master will hunt you down. He'll bring the entire fleet. Before he could finish, Cortana silenced him with a precise strike to his neck, ending the threat. She deactivated her lightsaber and turned to Daimon, who gave her a small nod of approval. Efficient as always, Daimon remarked as he stepped forward to inspect the body. But he was right about one thing. Karnas Mu'ur will not let this go unnoticed. Which is good for us, we can kill him next and then keep moving up the list, she replied. Daimon nodded, understanding the domino effect this could potentially cause. As he was about to turn towards the entrance, he sighed because of what he sensed outside. The two people he mind-controlled had been taken down by whom he figured to be the Republic Intelligence Agency. Seconds later, they stormed the building. There were 4 Jedi in the front with a dozen more armed agents following behind them. They surrounded both Cortana and Daimon while shouting orders. Drop your weapons and surrender. You are under arrest for interfering with an investigation, one of the Jedi shouted. Daimon exchanged a glance with Cortana. We've overstayed our welcome, he muttered, as Cortana subtly moved closer to his side. You've got the wrong idea, Daimon began, raising his hands slightly in mock surrender. Those were mercenaries working with a dark Jedi to destabilize the Republic. I just saved you a lot of trouble. The Jedi didn't flinch. Your actions have consequences. Surrender now, and we'll sort this out later. Daimon didn't care for the Republic or Jedi Order anymore, but he didn't want deal with having to fight his way through the streets of Coruscant. Very well, Daimon said, raising his hands. He gave himself up while Cortana did the same. For now, he would play their little game, but if they waste his or get too annoying then he will have to go the hard route. Chapter 30, A Shared Enemy. A/N, sorry about the chapter yesterday, I was a bit distracted when writing it and didn't give it my 100% attention, which is why I deleted it and wrote this new chapter. Hope you guys enjoy this one over the last. On the way back to the Republic Intelligence Agency building, the 2 Jedi tried to question Daimon to uncover what had happened. They were frustrated with him, knowing he had disrupted months of painstaking work that had allowed them to track Venfar's movements and prevent more than 4 invasions of mid-rim worlds. Now, one of their most valuable sources of intelligence, Venfar, was dead. Sitting across from Daimon were Jedi Knight Shioan and Zavjail. Shioan was the first to break the tense silence, staring at Daimon as he spoke. Why? Why did you have to kill Venfar? His glare was sharp and unyielding. We were on the brink of a major breakthrough, and you decided to take the law into your own hands, Zavjail muttered, his voice filled with frustration. Daimon, however, remained silent, ignoring their questions for the rest of the journey. He could see that these 2 Jedi were probably knights who were promoted due to the current circumstances that the Republic and Jedi Order are in. If not because of that, then knights such as these would have never passed their trials, or maybe the war has caused them to become like this. Whichever one it was didn't matter to him. He was done with the Order and planned to not intervene besides dealing with a few of the dark Jedi that he was able to find. Arriving at the Republic Intelligence Agency headquarters, Daimon and Cortana were taken to separate place, with Cortana being taken to where droids go to get processed while Daimon was taken to a private room. As he was sitting in this private room, the 2 Jedi were running his face through the Republic database since he wouldn't give them his name. And what they found out was shocking. He's a former Jedi Master. Zavjail muttered. The fact that he was a former Jedi Master made things a lot more interesting but still kept them on their toes. While it didn't say whether or not he was working with the Dark Jedi and their faction, they could guess from his previous actions that he probably wasn't. As they were digging through the data, a high-ranking officer walked in with a coffee mug in his hand. The two Jedi promptly greeted him before he asked who the person was they brought in. It's some former Jedi Master by the name of Daimon. He killed the Dark Jedi and the other criminals that were meeting with him. Zavjail explained. The officer, hearing the name, nearly spit out his coffee upon hearing a name he hadn't heard in a while. Are you positive his name is Daimon? He asked, unsure if his ears were playing tricks on him. Yeah, we have his facial scan right here. Shioan pulled up the image of Daimon they had, which was from about 40 or so years ago. Seeing the picture, the officer confirmed his suspicions. Take to wherever he's being held at, right now. The two Jedi looked at each other before leading him to the room where Daimon was being held. Meanwhile in the room, Daimon had his eyes closed as he was meditating until whoever he needed to talk to arrived. A few minutes later, he sensed 3 people approaching the room he was in addition to the 2 guards standing outside his door. 2 of them he could feel were the 2 Jedi, while the third one was another person whom he hadn't seen in decades. As the door opened and their eyes met, a smirk appeared on Daimon's face. I see you're still as wild as ever, Daimon, said the officer as he took a seat across from Daimon. And I see you're still as short as ever, Burin, Daimon replied with a chuckle. Burin E. Jinning, a high-ranking officer in the Republic Intelligence Agency, was one of officers who worked under his old friend Arya back when she was alive. She had unfortunately died 5 years prior to him leaving the order due to a number of health conditions. Despite his smaller stature, Burin was a highly capable individual, as he had proven before. What was shocking was to see how high of a rank he was and that he was still working for the Republic Intelligence Agency. Your sense of humor is still the same, so I guess you aren't on the enemy side, voiced Burin. He never doubted it for a second, but it was always reassuring to get confirmation, nonetheless. And I see that leaving the order did not lighten your need to cause trouble for others. He had seen his fair share of cleaning up after Daimon's mistakes. At that, Daimon jokingly replied, yeah, I don't know what it is, the criminals of Coruscant just tend to somehow find their way at the end of my lightsaber. I think there is some higher power at work here. I think it's more like the criminals of Coruscant tend to find themselves on the wrong end of your sense of justice, Burin retorted. But I don't want to waste too much of your time, so I will let you go under one condition, he stated. And what might that be, Burin? Daimon asked. I want you to provide some valuable intel on the Dark Jedi faction movements and such. I know you know more than you are willing to share, so I won't pry any further but only make this simple request from one friend to another. There was no point in wasting time trying to pry information if there was a much better way to get the information. Since we're old friends, I guess I can help with that under the condition that the Republic will stay out of my when I go after those Dark Jedi. While he may not be at the top of the intelligence agency, he still had the rank to pull some strings. Because it's you, I'm sure I can work something out, Burin replied. He knew this wouldn't be easy to negotiate at the higher levels, but he also was aware that they needed every bit of advantage against these Dark Jedi. And making an enemy of Daimon wasn't in their best interests. I expect you to keep true to your word, Daimon. If I hear any news about you causing disruptions or unnecessary violence, our agreement ends, Burin added with a serious look, making sure Daimon understood the gravity of his words. Daimon smirked, glad that they reached some common ground. I think we have a deal then. But remember, it's those Dark Jedi fellows and criminals who usually cause the trouble. And so, it was settled. Daimon walked out of the room not as a prisoner, but as an ally of the Republic Intelligence Agency. Burin ordered his release and had the guards take him to gather his belongings and release Cortana. The 2 Jedi Knights were left alone in the room with Burin, their expressions reflecting a mix of disbelief and annoyance. Zavjail finally broke the silence. Sir, with all due respect, is it really safe to trust this man? He did just kill our only lead, Burin shook his head. I know what you're thinking, Zavjail. He's a loose cannon, he's dangerous, he's arrogant. And you're not wrong. But he continued, leaning back in his chair, Daimon is incredibly powerful and the most intuitive force user I've ever met. He has an uncanny knack for making trouble, but also for unraveling it. Shioen crossed his arms skeptically. But his loyalty lies only with himself, he countered, his voice laced with doubt. Perhaps, Burin conceded, but self-interest can be a powerful motivator. Daimon will act to ensure his own survival, and if that aligns with helping us, well. While two of them didn't much like where this was going. They trusted Burin to make the right choices, and the fact that Daimon was former Jedi also played a factor in how they judged him. Having been returned his lightsaber alongside Cortana and her lightsaber, Daimon left the building and returned to his ship and left the planet. He had come to do what he needed to do, now all he needed to do was wait for his next chance at attacking and killing one of the main 12 Dark Jedi. And a few months later, his chance came to fruition. The Dark Jedi known as Zirith Dral, was located due to a series of intelligence activities carried out by the droids under Cortana who were created for this singular purpose. The information was then presented to Daimon, who immediately set course for the planet Kidin located in the Outer Rim. The planet had fallen to the Dark Jedi faction around a decade ago and had become a small outpost for the Dark Jedi. In addition to being a small outpost, the planet also had a small fleet of 20 ships escorting Zirith Dral. In response to this, Daimon brought with him 40 of his own ships that had already gone through their reconstruction into the new designs which were created. There were only 70 of these ships completed at the moment, with the rest still planned to be completed over the years. Arriving in the system, Daimon's fleet of ships emerged from hyperspace, forming a battle line facing towards the enemy fleet. The sudden emergence of Daimon's fleet caught the enemy off guard. Zirith Dral's small fleet scrambled to respond, with fighters launching from hangars and ships shifting into defensive positions. The Dark Jedi outpost on Kidin sent out a distress signal, but Daimon knew reinforcements would take time to arrive, and he intended to strike decisively before they could. Daimon stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Aegis, a heavily armed Titan-class battlecruiser designed to overpower the ships of this era. Cortana, fully integrated into the fleet's command systems, appeared as a hologram beside him. Enemy fleet composition analyzed, Cortana reported. 20 ships, including 2 heavy cruisers, 6 frigates, and a mix of corvettes and support vessels. Ground defenses on Kidin are just some soldiers, should be easy enough to take him out. Alright, let's see how we do in our first fleet battle. Daimon was eager to test some of his abilities, the main one being his battle meditation skill. Chapter 31, Zirith Dral. Daimon's battle meditation didn't just enhance coordination, it sharpened reactions and predicted enemy movements within the droid-controlled fleet. The Aegis led the charge, its massive ion cannons and turbolasers firing devastating salvos. The Raptor fighters darted forward in wolf pack formation, targeting enemy support vessels, weapon emplacements, and creating chaos in their lines. Destroyers and cruisers from the fleet flanked the enemy, forcing their ships into a defensive crescent. They launched their own fighters to counter the Raptor fighters from Daimon's fleet. As the fighters clashed, it was clear that the battle meditation, alongside how advanced the Raptor fighters were, managed to take control of the battlefield quickly. The Dark Jedi's fleet could not keep up with the precision and dexterity of Daimon's fleet. We've taken out 4 enemy ships so far and their fighters are being dwindled down, Cortana reported as she analyzed the ongoing battle between the two fleets. This was the first real battle where they could put their training and abilities to use. The strategy is working perfectly. The battle went on, positioning shifting until finally, all 20 enemy ships were destroyed or incapacitated. The battle had gone much smoother than Daimon expected, but exactly how Cortana expected. His battle meditation ability proved to be very effective at improving the coordination of his fleet and demoralizing the enemy fleet. He had yet to see how effective it would be whenever he got his actual crew members, but he assumed there would be little to no difference between the two. Cortana, Prepare the assault shuttles. I'm going down there. Daimon ordered. At once, several assault shuttles were launched towards Kidin. Each shuttle was filled with a series of war droids, armed to the teeth with blasters and primed for combat. As Daimon's shuttle descended through Kidin's atmosphere, fierce storms started to rage across the area. To a normal person it may look like just your average storm, but for Daimon, he could sense that these storms were in fact force storms caused by Zirith Dral himself. Like many of the Dark Jedi, Zirith Dral had developed the unique ability to use the Force and cause force storms on whatever planet he was on. These storms consisted of high winds, lightning, and tornadoes, a chaotic natural defense that could wreak havoc on an invasion force. But for Daimon, it was just another obstacle to overcome. To counter this and protect his forces, he shielded the assault shuttles with the Force, preventing them from being affected by the force storms. As they got closer to the surface, Daimon could sense Zirith Dral's presence growing stronger. Zirith Dral was aware of their approach and was readying his defenses, ordering the mercenaries and other lower-ranking Dark Jedi to take up defensive positions. A dozen assault shuttles swarmed the base, unloading war droids which began their assault on the base. Flying over the base, Daimon opened up the hatch to his shuttle and leaped out. With his saber already ignited, he landed on the ground as the surrounding mercenaries didn't waste any time and started shooting at him. Most of the shots were absorbed by the force shield surrounding his body, while some he deflected himself. At the same time, he was using his battle meditation with the droids on the ground, coordinating their attacks with his movements to overwhelm the mercenaries. The average mercenary, while hardened fighters, were no match for the combination of Daimon and his war droids. But there were a few mercenaries who were equipped to deal with other force users. One of these special-equipped mercenaries charged towards Daimon with 2 Asalamiri tied onto their backs. The Asalamiri were lizard-like tree dwellers about 50 centimeters in length native to the planet Myrkr and had the ability to repel the force by creating a force-neutral bubble around the mercenary. The mercenary was confident in these lizards and assumed Daimon would be defenseless without the force. But he underestimated Daimon, who had more than just force abilities at his disposal. The mercenary took out his own modified weapon which was based off the lightsabers created by Daimon. It was a light whip, which he started swing towards Daimon hoping to keep him at a distance. Despite him seeing Daimon as useless without his force powers, it was still evident for all to see how strong Daimon was. It would take somebody lacking even the most basic form of intelligence for them not to how powerful Daimon was physically. He swung the whip at Daimon a few times, hoping to keep him at a distance. However, the mercenary forgot one thing. While he was protected against any force attacks, he also couldn't stop Daimon from using force abilities on or around himself. Channeling the force to enhance his physical strength and speed, Daimon instantly closed the gap between him and the mercenary. The whip, mid-swing, failed to connect as it was grabbed by Daimon, wrapping around his arm. Unlike actual lightsabers, a light whip didn't have as strong of an emitter that a lightsaber had, making them not that deadly to powerful force users. With the whip wrapped around his arm, he pulled the mercenary towards him, kicking him directly in his chest which sent the man hurtling into the ground. The force of the impact left the mercenary unconscious on the ground. The Asalamiri that were forcefully strapped onto his back had gotten injured from the fall and were on the verge of dying. To prevent this, Daimon walked up to the mercenary's body and healed the Asalamiri, while removing the device which kept them entrapped. In response to this, the Asalamiri had climbed onto Daimon's back and onto his shoulders. They had become attracted to his force energy after he healed them and saw him as a safer option compared to their previous captors. Turning back towards the battle, Daimon saw his war droid making short work of the remaining mercenaries. The battle was almost over. All he needed to do was take out the Dark Jedi and then it would be over. Approaching what looked like the primary entrance to Zirith Dral's base, Daimon opened the door and made his way through the mercenaries inside. While they were just mercenaries who were just working for money, he still didn't show any mercy to any of them and treated them as he would any enemy whom he went up against. Reaching the room where Zirith Dral was waiting, Daimon saw a shadowy figure standing in what he recognized as an alchemy room. "Daimon," the figure spoke. "I've been expecting you." Zirith Draal turned and looked at Daimon. He was wearing dark robes which covered his body, with his lightsaber already in hand. "I've heard much about you," Zirith continued, his mouth turning into a cold smile. "If you would have stayed with the Order, you might have been able to stop us from growing in power, yet you left, which costed the Order." Shaking his head, Daimon sighed, as for some reason most villains always tried to trash talk before their death. "The path I take is much grander than the petty ideals of any Jedi or Dark Jedi. If you think the dark side is where ultimate power resides, then you have already lost." Taking off his robe, Zirith ignited his lightsaber and took his stance. Daimon just stood there staring at Zirith, who was getting angry because he felt like Daimon was looking down on him. With a mighty roar, he charged at Daimon, swinging his lightsaber in a downward arc. Daimon leaned back, dodging the strike while at the same time attempting to sweep Zirith from under his feet. Zirith managed to jump over Daimon's attack as he pressed forward, this time thrusting his lightsaber straight at Daimon's stomach. Daimon sidestepped, redirecting Zirith's momentum. Zirith stumbled and growled in frustration as he spun around, unleashing a ferocious barrage of strikes. Each attack was wild and fueled by anger. Daimon met Zirith's blows with his force-infused hands, intercepting every strike without the need for his lightsaber. Zirith's anger and frustration only grew. Here he was fighting to kill him, yet Daimon was fighting him like he was some plaything. Fortunately, Zirith didn't know that not only was Daimon fighting without his lightsaber, but he was also using battle meditation at the same time. If he knew this, he would probably be completely consumed by his anger. "You fight like a wild beast," Daimon said, "emotion doesn't win battles." Zirith snarled, stepping back and extending his free hand, as he hurled a wave of force lightning at Daimon. Daimon raised his left hand, catching the lightning in his hand, and added some of his own energy before redirecting the energy back toward Zirith, who tried to deflect it with his lightsaber. But the force lightning, which was now enhanced with Daimon's force energy, had overpowered even the lightsaber, destroying it entirely. Before Zirith could recover, Daimon reached out with the force, pinning him in place. He tried to free himself, but he was helpless against the overwhelming power that held him. Before he could utter any words, his body began to twist and fold. In his final moments, his only thoughts were about what he would do if he had the power that Daimon had. He could have been the greatest force user ever and could have used his powers to end the Jedi Order and replace it with a new religion focused on the dark arts. "Cortana," Daimon said, activating his communicator. "Zirith is dead. Secure the base and prepare to retrieve any useful data. I want everything they've been working on." "Already underway," Cortana replied. "The war droids have secured the remaining areas. This victory was rather decisive, and we have managed to gain a lot of combat data." "Good," Daimon replied. The first of many battles had been won. Now all he just needed to wait until the location of the other Dark Jedi are found and then kill them as well. A few hours later, they managed to wrap things up with a few mercenaries being taken as prisoners. Daimon extracted what information he could from them before sending them to the Republic. He himself returned to Tython to resume his duties. Chapter 32, The Prelude to the War. 10 years later, 6978 BBY. Daimon, age, 72. For 10 years, Daimon focused on training the current members of the Balance Keepers, raising the 10 progenitors who were technically his sons alongside the 10,000 Force Scions. Unlike the 10 million cloned Jedi soldiers, the progenitors and Force Scions were created through the Force. Their bodies, minds, and every atom of their existence were created by Daimon using the cosmic and living force, making them different from the clones who were created from his genetic pool. But no matter how they were created, he valued each and every one of them. He made it known to them that despite how they were created, he loved them all equally. This made each one of them eternally loyal to Daimon, whom most saw as not only their creator, but a father figure as well. And whenever Cortana found the locations of any of the remaining Dark Jedi, Daimon went out of his way to go and take care of them. Now only 6 of the original 12 remained living, giving the Republic and Jedi Order a significant advantage in the war. Because of this, a rumor started spreading about some tall buff person in golden armor running around and killing the Dark Jedi and their disciples by the dozens. The golden figure became a symbol of doom for the Dark Jedi and their faction. During one of his encounters, the Dark Jedi tried to uncover his identity by using 2 of their core members to lure him into an ambush and overwhelm him with their best mercenaries. However, they had no idea how powerful the person they were going against was. As a result, everybody sent to ambush Daimon died. From then on, the golden figure had become feared throughout the galaxy as some unknown powerful figure that hunts Dark Jedi. Regular civilians were curious about the figure, while criminals feared crossing paths with him. His name, not known to the masses, became a whispered legend all over the Republic. Some called him the Golden Reaper, others, the Unseen. For the last 6 Dark Jedi, Daimon had largely ignored them because he had other priorities at the moment. The 10 progenitors alongside the Force Scions had reached 20 years of age, each one already powerful Force users. The first of the progenitors was Kale Thorin, who was also given the nickname the Unyielding Bastion. He was raised to be the defender of Daimon's future Imperium and the protector of his divine will. Kale believes in Daimon's ability to bring upon a new age for the Jedi and the galaxy as a whole and has taken an oath to become the shield of the Imperium. Second was Syra Vera, or the Blade of Balance. She was raised to be the enforcer of justice and the executioner of Damien's decrees. Syra will serve as Daimon's arbiter, ensuring that loyalty and balance are maintained throughout the Imperium. She had the unique ability of Force Precision, allowing her to channel the Force into her lightsaber, enabling strikes that bypass defenses and sever connections to the Force temporarily. Third was Orin Volkar, or the Architect of Unity. He was raised to use the Force as a tool to build harmony and structure. True power lay in order and cooperation, 2 things which he wholeheartedly knew Daimon would bring. He would serve as the Imperium's architect, reshaping planets to sustain colonies or serve as military strongholds. He had the unique ability to force terraform planets similar to Daimon. Fourth was Lyrine Voss, or the Stormcaller. She was raised to be the supreme strategist of the Imperium, leading the vast armies into war alongside her brothers and sisters. Having the position of supreme strategist, she would be in charge of the Imperium's military. She had the unique ability to manipulate atmospheric conditions, summoning destructive storms to ravage enemy forces while empowering her own troops with a surge of Force energy. Daimon made sure that this position would in no way cause problems with the other progenitors. They each had their strengths and weaknesses, and only by working together could they be unbeatable. This was drilled into them from birth, and they have grown to understand this. No matter how stronger one of them were than the other, they were all family. Fifth was Varandrail, or the Silent Warden. He was raised to be the keeper of secrets, one who would be in charge of the Imperium's intelligence and covert operations. He had the unique ability called Phantom Veil, which allowed him to cloak himself and others in the Force, rendering them undetectable by physical or Force-based senses. Varen, unlike his brothers or sisters, is a meticulous planner who prefers precision over brute force. But this didn't mean that he would shy away from using brute force when it was needed. Sixth was Teles Kaer, or the Forge Master. He was raised to be the architect of the Empire's weapons, starships, and other technological advancements. His intelligence was on par with that of Cortana's, but given enough time, Cortana would surpass him because how she learned and evolved. Teles sees each creation as an extension of Daimon's vision, developing new blasters and melee weapons using his Force infusion ability, creating Force-infused weapons. Seventh was Rilos Vin, or the Blade of Harmony. Like his sister, Lyrine, he was raised to be a strategist. But unlike his sister, he had the unique ability to create dual-energy swords infused with the perfect balance of light and dark energy. This ability was known as Force Blade Manifestation and would create a weapon that is better than the average lightsaber. While Lyrine would be in charge of all military forces, Realos would specifically be in charge of ground forces. 8th was Nissa Rivar, or the Weaver of Minds. She was raised to be a diplomat and manipulator. Her abilities allowed her to alter memories, beliefs, and personalities within others, or she could amplify the emotions within others to inspire loyalty and resolve conflicts. She would be placed as the Imperium's negotiator with other empires and races in the future. 9th was Derek Thaler, or the Habra'inger of Renewal. He was raised to be a healer and restorer, possessing the ability to revitalize ecosystems, accelerate healing on a mass scale, or sacrifice his personal energy to heal or resurrect others. Unlike healing, resurrection required one's own life force in addition to the force due to the complexity of simply bringing someone back to life. He would be placed in charge of all medical things, healing those who are mortally injured, and keeping the population overall healthy. Any other force user who showed promise in healing would be placed under his command. Lastly was Maliskover, or the Void Shepherd. He was raised as a philosopher, spiritual guide, and zealot, seeking balance within the Empire's moral and spiritual compass. He had the unique ability of harmonic resonance, allowing him to align the force in his surroundings, soothing conflict and restoring balance to chaotic situations, even in the heat of battle. He was placed as head of the Order of the Balance Keepers. He would oversee everything, create new rules and oversee the training and appointment of each member. Each progenitor was raised to capitalize on their strengths, which they would use to advance the Imperium into the future. Under each progenitor was a legion of Force Scions. Each legion numbered 1,000 Force Scions who were all created to have the same abilities and characteristics of their respective progenitors. The armor for legions split between two variants of exosuits. Vanguard exosuit. Sentinel exosuit. These two variants were the Vanguard exosuit and the Sentinel exosuit. The Vanguard exosuits, worn by the offensive legions, were designed for attack and speed, engineered to be light yet extremely durable. The armor boasted a streamlined silhouette, optimal for quick maneuvers during combat. It was also fully compatible with a variety of armaments, offering flexibility in battles. The Sentinel exosuits, on the other hand, were designed for defensive legions. They were more robust and resilient than their Vanguard counterparts, built to withstand heavy assaults from enemies. The suits provided optimum protection with reinforced armor plating. These suits were designed to make the wearer stand as a behemoth against all forces. Both exosuit variants were designed with stealth tech and integrated focus crystals enabling force enhancement. The suits also had built-in life support systems, field medic kits for immediate first aid and advanced interface for smooth and easy communication between legions. Teles Kaer was the one responsible for creating the exosuits, using his understanding of machinery and metal manipulation ability. He combined his talents to create these marvels of technical prowess that were nothing short of revolutionary. For the regular soldiers, he created another exosuit which was not as powerful as the ones created for the Force Scions, but they were still strong, nonetheless. They were made to be mass-producible and easily adaptable to varying physical conditions. Recognizing the need for both offense and defense, the standard exosuits, known as the Aegis exosuits, incorporated features from both Vanguard and Sentinel suits, providing durability, agility, and decent protection to the wearer. Aegis exosuit. Designed to keep the soldiers safe from a wide variety of threats, each exosuit was equipped with strong, lightweight armor plating that could resist energy blasts and most forms of physical attacks. The suits also had advanced life support systems, emergency field medic kits similar to their elite counterparts, and a powerful interface for communication within squads and command units. The Order of the Balance Keepers had reached 4,000 members, with 2,500 of these members being integrated into the vast 10 million manned army that Daimon had. The rest were either children still training, or those working in various administrative and logistical capacities. With everything ready, the time had finally come for Daimon to retake Feldari and form his own Imperium. Standing within the vast gathering area, Daimon was standing before the 10K Force Scions and the progenitors. Already on their transport, the 10 million soldiers watched on the holographic screens as it would take too long to address millions of soldiers and then have them all transported to their respective ships. Gathered Force Scions. Standing next to him was Sira, who had mastered Daimon's lessons, allowing her to increase her lifespan through the Force. Today, Daimon began, we begin our campaign to take back our home world from the darkness which surrounds it. Those who oppose us will be met with our might. We carry within us the Force, a power that is woven into the very fabric of the universe. Let it guide your blades, lend patience to your minds, and strength to your hearts. Everybody was quiet, tentatively listening to Daimon's speech. For decades, Feldari has been under the control of a dark entity, corrupting the people and the planet. Today, we reclaim it, not just for ourselves, but for the promise of a brighter future for all. The 10,000 Force Scions fervently listened to his words. He paused, taking a look at all of the loyal soldiers that he created. This campaign will not be without its trials. There will be sacrifices made, but remember, every step we take forward, every life given for this cause, forges a path towards a future where all can live free from the fear of darkness. And remember, he announced, should you ever fall in this battle, know that risking your lives is not a heedless sacrifice but the most honorable act one can deem. Because true victory lies not only in triumph but also in the sacrifices made to achieve it. He stepped forward, lifting his hands as if to encompass the entirety of the gathered force. Remember this, you are not merely soldiers. You are the bearers of a new age, the embodiment of the Force's will. Each of you, from the humblest soldier to the mightiest progenitor, carries a purpose that transcends yourself. Together, we are unstoppable. Together, we are eternal. The troops erupted into a roar of approval, the sound filling the massive gathering area and echoing across the fleet. Sira, standing beside him, placed a hand over her heart. She may not be a Jedi herself, but she wholeheartedly believed and supported what he was doing and was glad to be a part of it. The Force Scions started boarding their transport, while Daimon boarded his own. Once on board his capital ship, the fleet moved into position to jump to hyperspace. All ships are in position, my lord, reported the navigational officer. Giving a nod to the navigational officer, the entire fleet jumped to hyperspace towards Feldari. The war to reclaim the Jedi homeworld had begun. Chapter 33, Let the Invasion Commence. And while Kalar had the knowledge of the dark artifacts left behind by the Rakata, he didn't have the knowledge on how to create new technology or build ships. Nobody from the Republic wanted any part in Feldari after he took over, preventing any outside investment. The Dark Jedi tried to reach out to Feldari, yet Kalar didn't like them as they wielded the powers of the Force naturally, while he couldn't. His power came from artifacts which made him incredibly strong and allowed him to corrupt others using the artifacts. In fact, he has almost 200 million Jedi corrupted by his artifacts, which is half of the entire population. Nearing the orbit of Feldari, the Liberation Fleet had begun to launch wings of fighters in preparation for the invasion of the planet. Surrounding Daimon's capital ship, the Aegis, were the 8 Thoya ships. They were here to counter the effects of the Dark Jedi's own artifacts and allow Daimon to spread his own force power throughout the planet. The 8 Thoya would be positioned in 8 different locations around the planet to act as amplifiers, thus neutralizing the influence of Kalar's dark artifacts and enabling Daimon to extend his force power over the entire planet. Each Thoya ship would be defended by 100K Jedi soldiers and one of the 10 Force Scion legions. The remaining 2 legions would be leading offensive combat efforts to across the planet, taking key locations, and assisting the regular soldiers as needed. Once the entire world was engulfed in his energy, Daimon would be able to significantly improve their combat abilities and coordination across the entire planet, while also weakening the enemy forces. After that was done, he would take the fight directly to Kalar and eliminate him once and for all. The tactical display lit up as the Liberation Fleet began its assault on Feldari. Since the planet had no defense fleet, Daimon had the fleet target the defenses that the planet had before they descended into the atmosphere. Using the Force to locate the defenses from orbit, he gave each ship their targets. Hundreds of turbolaser bolts were shot out from the fleet heading directly towards the planet, hitting key defensive locations and strongholds. Immediately after they hit, Daimon ordered the fleet to begin the next phase. All ships commence atmospheric entry and head to your assigned locations. The real fight begins now, he ordered. The entire fleet started its descent into the planet. Once the ships breached the atmosphere, they started to break up into 10 groups, with 8 of the groups following the Thoya to their designated positions. Already moved to his command center within his palace, Kalar was caught off guard by the sudden attack. First their defenses were hit from orbit by strange weapons, then the next thing he sees is ships descending into the atmosphere. Their only explanation for this was a foreign invasion. He began to rally those who were already corrupted while forcing the others to fight off these invaders. Any who didn't want to fight would be killed, he had no need for the unwilling. The first wave of Jedi troops had landed in key locations around the world, setting up command posts and their logistics. While the first wave secured key positions, the second wave pushed through the hamlets and villages, freeing innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. Everywhere they went they would find the Jedi people who had been corrupted by Kalar's dark artifacts, using their own abilities to contain them and keep them from causing further harm. Relos was leading his legion called the Zenith Blades. Similar to Relos, the Zenith Blades is legion of master duelists and warriors, wielding weapons infused with both light and dark, bring balance through warfare, ensuring no enemy stands against them. With his 2 energy blades in hands, he cut down waves of enemies as he led his legion and the regular soldiers under his command to take one of the 78 cities on the planet. Cortana established parameters for what they should consider a city based on population and structural density. As the siege began, the 8 Thoya ships had gotten into their positions with their escort ships and ground troops establishing a large perimeter around them. Reaching out, connecting to each one, Daimon began to spread his force energy throughout the planet. The immense amount of force energy that began to flow around the planet had not only got rid of the darkness which clouded the planet but also caused intense force storms to occur all over the planet. As Daimon's energy surged through the planet, the oppressive influence of Kalar's dark artifacts began to wane. The corrupted Jedi, once driven into a mindless fury by the artifacts, hesitated as their connection to the darkness was severed. Some collapsed, overwhelmed by the sudden change. Others, still clinging to their corruption, roared in defiance, rallying under Kalar's call to arms. Thunder began to strike the ground as the force storms intensified, their raw energy traveling through the battlefield. The Zenith Blades, wearing their exosuits, advanced through the shattered streets, their lightsabers shining on the nearby buildings. Relos led the charge, his movements a blur as each strike severed the bonds of darkness and cut down those who resisted. From the eastern approach, the Stormborn Legion, led by Lyrine Voss, made their assault on the heavily fortified city of Karvos. As the supreme strategist of the Imperium, she had deployed her forces with precision, using the force storms to their advantage. The intense winds blinded the defenders, while the Stormborn Legion charged in, taking advantage of the enemy's weakness. Walkers and siege tanks pressed forward, laying down suppressive fire as infantry units advanced behind them. Kalar, watching from his dark throne, slammed his fist against the armrest. His power was waning, his control slipping through his grasp. "Damn these foreigners!" he shouted. One of his top commanders walked in, carrying with him some drastic news. "Your Majesty, there are enemy ships descending on the city as we speak. I suggest we get you out of here." "You suggest I run away?" shouted Kalar. He couldn't believe that one of his top commanders was suggesting such a thing. They were being invaded by foreigners and here he was trying to run instead of fighting for their home world. From above, Daimon had opened the doors of his shuttle, looking down on the palace below him. The enemy soldiers on the ground were desperately trying to shoot the shuttles down, but the force storms combined with their weakened physical ability by Daimon's force energy severely restricted them. "Everybody follow me," ordered Daimon as he jumped out of the shuttle, falling directly above where Kalar was standing. Before he hit the roof of the building, he blasted a hole big enough for him and everybody else, landing directly in the throne room where Kalar was. Beneath where he landed was Kalar's top commander, who he had been talking to before. Startled by the entrance, he grabbed his staff and pointed it at Daimon. "Considering the fact that you have just broken into my palace, you must be the one in charge of this invasion." He was surprised to see the person leading this invasion was a fellow Jedi. "Indeed, I am the one in charge. Your time is up, Kalar. I have allowed you to exist for too long. Now it is time for you to be removed from this galaxy and for me to lead the Jedi into the new age." "Ha! Removed from this galaxy? Who are you to decide such things?" Kalar retaliated, rising from his throne. A few guards had run in and started attacking the adepts, who also fought back. "We got this, sir, just deal with that monster," voiced one of the adepts. Daimon nodded and turned back to Kalar, who began walking towards him. He was thinking in his head how long did he wanted to drag this fight on. Ending it too quickly would just be mercy for Kalar, who didn't deserve it. Kalar's eyes were filled with so much hatred as he stepped down from his throne. He was a little shorter than Daimon and was wearing some dark armor embedded with some of the ancient Rakata technology, which he managed to replicate. "I have ruled Feldari for decades," Kalar snarled. "You think a fleet and some warriors can unseat me? I have united our people and brought about the Golden Age for the entire planet." Golden Age, Daimon thought to himself, wondering how delusional one person can be. Then again, this was the person who tried to rule by corrupting people, instead of uniting them normally. If he had just united the planet normally, then Daimon might be in a tough position right now. But because of his reliance on artifacts, Kalar had a weakness that Daimon exploited. Grabbing the weapon of the dead commander on the ground, Daimon charged at Kalar, swinging the staff in a downward motion. Kalar reacted instinctively, blocking the attack head-on. The sheer force from the attack had pushed his feet into the ground. His grip tightened on his weapon as he stared defiantly at Daimon. "You fight well for a foreigner. And you fight well for a tyrant," Daimon countered, punching Kalar in his face. "All right, he can take 5% of my power, now let's increase it."